Chapter 36:15. Walk horizontally. Jian Wushuang had explained in great detail how he had received the blow, and it was the truth. However, Taoist Xian God, Temporal Temple Master, and Heaven Ancestor were still confused and shocked. After a long time, the three finally managed to regain their senses, but their faces were still filled with shock and disbelief. A godly body comparable to a universe, supreme treasure? This is simply inconceivable. That's right. We've roamed this territory for so long, and we've come into contact with some of the surrounding territories. But we've never heard of anyone with a godly body that's as powerful as a universe, supreme treasure. Incredible, truly incredible. The three rulers were also very excited at this moment. After a while, little guy, you just said that you've only mastered the first level of the secret skill? Temporal Temple Master suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. The level of the secret skill is very high. Just by mastering the first level of the divine body, it can be comparable to an elementary universe, true treasure. And by mastering the second level, it can be comparable to an advanced universe, true treasure, and so on. Unfortunately, the threshold for cultivating the secret skill is very high. The first level alone requires a principal's master to cultivate it. I can barely master the first level because of my perfect life form. In addition, during the process of cultivating this secret art, you will need some natural treasures to assist you. In addition, these natural treasures are extremely rare and precious. For example, the first level's natural treasures can be acquired in our territory, but the second level's natural treasures are hundreds of times more valuable and rare than the first level's natural treasures. It is virtually impossible to find them in this territory. In other words, you can only cultivate the first level in this territory. Taoist Xian God asked, Yes, if you want to cultivate the second level, you have to leave this territory and go to the deepest part of the universe. Only there can you find the genius, earthly treasures needed to cultivate the second level, Jian Wushuang said. That's a pity. Taoist Xian God sighed. Yes, the first level alone is so heaven-defying. If you have the chance to cultivate the second level, then you are truly invincible in this territory. Your divine body is comparable to an advanced universe, supreme treasure. Who can shake it? The Heaven Ancestor also sighed. However, even if you can't cultivate the second level, just the first level alone is already incredible. This is definitely a big surprise for us, Temporal Temple Master said. Yes, a big surprise. This is definitely a big surprise. Taoist Xian God was also excited. A divine body comparable to an elementary universe, supreme treasure, coupled with a pinnacle universe, supreme treasure armor. Even if you take a full-strength attack from a ruler realm expert, you only use 1/10 of your divine power. This means that you can completely ignore an ordinary elementary ruler. Even if you stand in front of him, he probably won't be able to do anything to you. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. Indeed, he had now experienced two primary rulers. One was the tall man from the three saint realms who had ambushed him in Devil's Smoke Valley, and the other was the Heaven Ancestor. In terms of strength, the tall man from the three saint realms was probably stronger, but he was definitely not much stronger. Now that the Heaven Ancestor's full-strength attack had hit his body, it had only consumed 1 out of 10,000 of his divine power. It was like scratching an itch and could not shake him at all. After all, the speed at which he absorbed divine power was even faster than this, and that tall man's full-strength attack could only cause 2 out of 10,000 damage to him at most. It still could not affect him much. Besides, if he were to really fight against a ruler, there was no way he would just stand there and allow his opponent to attack him. If that was the case, then in this territory a junior ruler really would not be able to do anything to him. It's not just a junior ruler. Even a senior ruler, like the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master, wouldn't be able to do anything to your godly body, Taoist Xian God said with a laugh. Yes, with your current divine body and the protection of your supreme, true treasure armor, you can completely ignore a primary ruler. As for a senior ruler, he can barely hurt you, but it's impossible for him to threaten your life. Even if 2 or 3 senior rulers joined forces, it would be difficult for them to kill you. The only one who can really threaten you is probably a top-tier ruler, but as far as I know, there's only one such ruler in this territory, and that ruler has always paid attention to his status. He doesn't have any enmity with my star palace, so he won't come to deal with you for no reason. In other words, you can almost do whatever you want in this territory now, the Heaven Ancestor said with a smile. Jian Wushuang also smiled. He knew that once he mastered the first level of the Supreme Eternal Celestial Body, his life-saving ability would be greatly enhanced. In this territory, there were very few people who could kill him. At least, he did not have to care too much about ordinary rulers. Of course, you should not be too conceited. After all, the Devil Cloud Star Master definitely has the strength to kill you, Taoist Xian God suddenly said. Jian Wushuang was stunned, and his expression became serious. Indeed, his biggest enemy, Devil Cloud Star Master, was a master of a second-grade star world. He had dozens of masters under his command, and experts of that level had long reached the peak of the master realm. Of course, they had the strength to kill him. Not only that, as far as I know, Devil Cloud Star Master also has an extremely special supreme treasure in his hand. That supreme treasure is different from the others, and it has an extremely special power. That power is the bane of all special life forms. When the 7-star mysterious sect was destroyed, Xian was heavily injured by that supreme treasure and lost most of his divine power, which was why he died, Taoist Xian God said seriously. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. Senior Xian God, is the supreme treasure you mentioned a spear? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, you know it? Taoist Xian God looked at him in surprise. I was lucky enough to see a picture of that battle in the 7-star divine realm. In the picture, my master Xian was pierced through the heart by a spear. That attack should be fatal to him, Jian Wushuang said. Yes, it was that spear that caused your master Xian Yi's death, Taoist Xian God said seriously. Your master Xian Yi is also a peerless genius. He has also obtained many great opportunities. Not only is his strength extremely strong, but he also has perfect control over the mountain river map as a supreme treasure. At the same time, he also obtained a heaven suppression tablet by chance. Chapter 36:16. The Heaven Suppressing Tablet. Heaven Suppressing Tablet? Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. Of course, he was familiar with the Heaven Suppressing Tablet. In his previous life, Di Shi-san had taken him to a Heaven Suppressing Tablet, and through it he had obtained an extraordinary opportunity. At that time, he had heard from Di Shi-san that there were 9 Heaven Suppression Tablets, and one alone was enough to shock the world. If the 9 Heaven Suppression Tablets were gathered together, they could suppress the world. One could imagine how powerful the Heaven Suppression Tablet was. The mountain river map, the 2 supreme treasures Xian Yi had, is the most powerful one in the domain category. It should be in your hands now. Taoist Xian God looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes, it's in my hands. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. The mountain river map had been his most powerful supreme treasure since his last life. It was also one of his most powerful trump cards. He would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, he knew that this supreme treasure was extraordinary. In addition, he had never fully exerted the power of this supreme treasure since he got it. Even when he was on Saha Island, the power of the entire Bloodwave realm was infused into his body because of the blood waves. It had allowed him to possess the combat power of a ruler for a short period of time. However, even so, he was still unable to fully unleash the power of the mountain river map. For example, the most terrifying killing move of the mountain river map, the 9 Dragons Heaven-Cleaving Great Formation, had only been able to unleash the 2 Dragons Heaven-Cleaving Great Formation. One had to know that the most powerful move of the 9 Dragons Heaven-Cleaving Great Formation was the 9 Dragons Heaven-Cleaving Great Formation. Moreover, the Mountain River map was a domain-type supreme treasure. Its most terrifying technique was a domain, not an offensive technique. However, the most powerful domain of the Mountain River map, he could not use it. A domain-type supreme treasure? Master really gave me a good treasure, Jian Wushuang sighed. He had never been clear about the level of the Mountain River map. Before he came to the universe battlefield, he thought the map was a top-tier universe supreme treasure, but after arriving here, he immediately changed his mind. After all, he had come into contact with many supreme treasures. A top-tier universe supreme treasure could never have such tyrannical power and could not be used by him. Therefore, Jian Wushuang had guessed at that time that the Mountain River map might be a supreme, true treasure. Now it seemed that it was true. A supreme treasure, a domain-type supreme treasure, might not be able to unleash its full power even if it was a ruler realm expert. He was just a saint, and even if he had the invincible battle strength of a principal's master, how could he unleash its full power? As a domain-type supreme treasure, the Mountain River map is coveted by countless ruler realm experts. Back then, Xian Yi relied on this supreme treasure to fight against several rulers at the same time. However, the Mountain River map was not Xian Yi's supreme treasure. His true supreme treasure was still the Heaven Suppression Tablet. Taoist Xian God's voice was low. The heaven-suppressing monoliths were obtained by Xian Yi from the core of the Quicksand Demon Realm, one of the 3 great battlefields. There were a total of 9 heaven-suppressing monoliths, and only 3 of them appeared in the Quicksand Demon Realm. However, even if only 3 of them appeared in the Quicksand Demon Realm, the commotion they caused was still unbelievably huge. As he spoke up to this point, Taoist Xian God could not help but exclaim in admiration. Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site. Thanks, that was indeed a huge commotion. The Temporal Temple Master nodded as well. The 3 great battlefields have existed in this territory for so many years, and countless treasures have been born within them. Even supreme treasures have been born before. Every time a supreme treasure is born, there will be some commotion. However, there has never been a supreme treasure that has been born that is comparable to the birth of the heaven-suppressing tablet. That scene not only shocked the entire Quicksand Demon area, but even the other 2 battlefields and the territory wherein can sense the astonishing energy fluctuation. The entire territory can sense the fluctuation. Jian Wushuang was shocked. After all, the territory he was in was extremely vast. There were dozens of astral worlds, and these astral worlds were connected to each other. Even him, who traveled at the speed of a principal's master, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years to reach here. These were only 2 astral worlds that were connected to each other. From this, one could imagine how vast the entire territory was. However, when the heaven-suppressing tablet appeared, the commotion it caused could actually affect the entire territory. At that time, the commotion was too great, causing all the experts in this territory to be alarmed. Countless experts even dared to head into the depths of the Quicksand Demon Realm like madmen, including many rulers. In the end, it caused the most intense battle in this territory. During that battle, I remember that there were a total of 18 rulers who participated in it. As for the principal's masters, there were countless of them. There were so many experts who wanted to obtain the heaven-suppressing monument, yet there were only 3. Hence, the frenzied battle began. In the end, the 3 rulers died on the spot. As for the principal's masters, a large number of them died. No one even bothered to count them. In the end, 2 of the 3 heaven suppression tablets fell into the hands of 2 extremely powerful rulers in this territory. As for the other one, it was obtained by your master Xian Yi. Master actually obtained a heaven suppression tablet from that multi-ruler expert. Jian Wushuang could not help exclaiming. He knew that his master was only a principal's master at his peak. Although his battle strength was comparable to a ruler, there were a total of 18 rulers on the battlefield. In the end, a total of 3 rulers died. How difficult would it be to obtain a heaven suppression tablet from that multiple ruler? At that time, your master's combat power was only comparable to that of a low-level ruler. He was considered average among the 18 rulers. However, he had many tricks up his sleeve, and his life-saving abilities were even more impressive. Most importantly, he still had the Mountain River country map, a domain type, supreme, true treasure. In addition, he was only a principal's master. Those rulers didn't guard against him in the beginning, which was why he was able to succeed. Taoist Xian God smiled and said, "When your master obtained the heaven-suppressing tablet, his strength reached a whole new level, and he could even rival a superior ruler." What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Why? Isn't it incredible? Taoist Xian God looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. According to Taoist Xian God, his master was only comparable to a primary ruler at that time. However, after obtaining the heaven-suppressing tablet, he was now comparable to a superior ruler. A superior ruler was 2 levels higher than a primary ruler, and there were probably no more than 3 such rulers in this territory. A treasure could allow Xian Yi's battle strength to go from a primary ruler to a superior ruler and directly match a superior ruler? Chapter 3617. 3,000 Years of Closed-Door Cultivation. What level is the Heaven Suppression Tablet? Jian Wushuang asked in shock. The Heaven Suppression Tablet was so terrifying that someone with the battle strength of a primary ruler could instantly rival a superior ruler. I don't know what level it is, but I'm sure it's more powerful than a supreme treasure. Only supreme beings are qualified to use such a treasure. Taoist Xian God paused for a moment, then he said seriously, "Little guy, there's only one reason why I'm telling you so much. Your master is as strong as a superior ruler. Although he doesn't have your terrifying divine body, which is comparable to an elementary universe, supreme treasure. The treasure in his hand is extremely powerful. Even so, he still died under that special spear. There's no room for struggle. So you must be very vigilant against that spear. In the future, if you meet an expert invited by the 3 Saint Realms and see him take out a strange spear, don't hesitate and run away immediately. Do you understand?" "I understand." Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. He knew that it was the existence of that special spear that caused his master's death. He did not want to follow in his master's footsteps. Of course, he had to be wary of that spear, which had a great restraining effect on any special life form. "By the way, I've seen Master's heaven-suppressing tablet before," Jian Wushuang said. "It's not strange." Taoist Xian God smiled. "Although your master died, he left a way out for the 7-star mysterious sect. He sealed the entire 7-star divine realm and kept all his treasures. He gave you the Mountain River map, but the heaven suppression tablet is too high level. You were too weak to refine it. But the heaven suppression tablet must be left to you in the end. After you break through to become a principal's master and break the seal, you can go to the heaven suppression tablet and try to refine it. Once you refine the heaven suppression tablet, your strength will certainly reach a new level." "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. The heaven suppression tablet, Jian Wushuang had a trace of desire in his heart to make Xian Yi, who only had the strength of a primary ruler, a supreme treasure that could rival a superior ruler in one leap. Well, continue to cultivate. Taoist Xian God waved his hand and said. Jian Wushuang bowed respectfully to the 3 rulers in front of him and then turned to leave. After Jian Wushuang left, the 3 rulers began to chat again. "This little guy is worthy of being created by Xian Yi, who gathered all the heavenly Tao and good fortune in the 7-star divine realm and the divine beginning realm. He is even more blessed than Xian Yi," Taoist Xian God said. "Yes, a body-refining secret skill that can make your divine body comparable to a universe, supreme treasure. I've never heard of it before. It's too abnormal. Such a secret skill must come from the deepest part of the universe. In the deepest part of the universe, only some big forces can have it. To be able to get such a secret skill, it's really extraordinary." The heaven ancestor side. Not only that, he also had a special opportunity in the Bloodwave realm. The master of the Bloodwave realm is undoubtedly a super powerful warrior from the depths of the universe. However, such a powerful warrior helped him with all his strength during the battle on the Saha Island. He even caused the entire Bloodwave realm to collapse. It can be seen that their relationship is no small matter. After he came out from the Bloodwave realm, his power has soared. It can be seen that the opportunity he got in the Bloodwave realm is not small either. Temporal Temple Master chuckled. He already has a heaven-defying opportunity. With the help of us and the things Xian Yi prepared for him, he has thousands of opportunities in his body. If he can't take the final step, there won't be anyone else in the divine beginning realm who has the same opportunity as him. The three sighed. Soon, Taoist Xian God and Temporal Temple Master gradually disappeared. The Heaven Ancestor continued to pick up the axe in his hand and began to chop the trees next to him. Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site. Thanks, Jian Wushuang returned to the courtyard where he lived, but his heart was still very heavy. The supreme-level immortal Xian body did not disappoint me. It's comparable to a divine body of an elementary universe supreme treasure, so I don't have to care about ordinary elementary rulers or even advanced rulers now. However, just as Senior Xian God said, Devil Cloud Star has a treasure that is specialized in restraining special life forms. My master died under that long spear. Although my current body protection ability may be stronger than my master's, that long spear can still pose a fatal threat to me. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. Keep cultivating. I need to fuse the three rules as soon as possible and break through to become a principal's master. When that happens, my strength will skyrocket. If I can refine the Heaven Suppression Tablet again, I might be even stronger than my master when he was at his peak. By then, even if my opponent has the special spear, as long as the real body of Devil Cloud Star Master doesn't arrive personally, it shouldn't be able to pose a fatal threat to me. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang began to cultivate in seclusion again. This time he was in seclusion purely to merge the three rules and break through to become a principal's master. Moreover, he had made up his mind that he would not come out of seclusion until he had completely merged the three principles. Time passed quietly. The merging of the three principles was dozens or even hundreds of times more difficult than the previous two principles. However, Jian Wushuang had already mastered the destruction will. After so many years of groping, especially when he was trapped in the 18 Ultimate Formation, the breakthrough in Sword Principle triggered the universe origin of Sword Principle. Although the universe origin was in the aspect of Sword Principle, it was more or less helpful to the various principles of heaven and earth. Because of this, he had already made some progress in the fusion of the three principles. Now he had obtained a large number of treasures from the Supreme Treasure Vault that combined the destruction principles, the space-time principles, and the samsara principles. This allowed him to go further and further in the fusion of the three principles. It was not until the 3,000th year of Jian Wushuang's seclusion. Finally, he had completely fused the three principles he had comprehended. The three principles of destruction, space-time, and samsara are perfectly fused. Jian Wushuang sat in the secret chamber with his eyes open, but his eyes were full of surprise and excitement. After 3,000 years of secluded cultivation, he had finally taken this step and perfectly integrated the three principles. At the moment of integration, he immediately gained an additional power of will. However, this power of will was not what Jian Wushuang really wanted. What he wanted was to break through the bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time. As I expected, after the three rules were merged, I could clearly sense where the bottleneck was. What I have to do now is to force a breakthrough. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed. Let's begin. The principles, masters, breakthrough began. Chapter 36:18. Breakthrough. The perfect fusion of the three principles had long exceeded the requirements for an immortal saint to break through to the principles' master realm. Even though Jian Wushuang was a perfect being and was extremely restricted by the universe principles, after the fusion of the three principles, He had finally met the requirements for the breakthrough. What he lacked now was a final kick. He had to forcefully kick it away. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang's face was cold and his divine power surged. At the same time, a light Cyan divine sword appeared in his hand. This light Cyan divine sword was the pinnacle universe supreme treasure he had obtained from the supreme treasure vault. It was called the Cyan Spirit Divine Sword. Compared to the many divine swords he had used before, its blade was not as sharp as before. Such a divine sword would allow Jian Wushuang to display the strongest tearing effect when he used the sword art of laceration. However, the sword with a thicker body was stronger under the gravitational force, so its power was naturally much stronger. Break for me! With a low shout, Jian Wushuang's 3 principles merged divine power, crazily rushed toward the barrier in his body. At the same time, he swung the Cyan Spirit Divine sword in his hand. It was the most powerful skill that Jian Wushuang had created, starfire burning sun. Boom! The space trembled, and Jian Wushuang's body roared crazily. After a while, the barrier in his body collapsed. I've made a breakthrough! Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. In fact, it was quite normal. He had already met the requirements for a breakthrough. In addition, he had accumulated enough power before, so it was natural for him to make a breakthrough. As he made a breakthrough, the vast and majestic divine power in his body surged and began to change qualitatively. During the process of the divine power's transformation, the divine power gathered in his body also increased at an incredible speed. The Star Palace, that special tower, was the tower where the Emperor Patriarch was located. Within the special space on the top floor of the tower, the forest had already disappeared. What replaced it was an enormous estate. This estate was incredibly beautiful and majestic. In the center of the estate was a stone pavilion. Taoist Qian God, the temporal temple master, and the Emperor Patriarch were seated together, casually drinking tea while chatting. That little fellow has been in closed-door training for 3,000 years, right? The Emperor Patriarch said slowly. Right. It has been 3,000 years. It seems he intends to completely break through to become a principal's master before coming out. I wonder how long he will need, the temporal temple master said. There's no rush. Taoist Qian God just smiled. A long time ago, I sent some people to the territory which Devil Cloud Star is located in. I've been keeping an eye on Devil Cloud Star's movements, and from the information I've received, Devil Cloud Star doesn't have any intentions of personally coming to our territory. He doesn't even have any intentions of sending a few rulers here. As long as Devil Cloud Star doesn't come here in person, we have nothing to worry about. Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site. Thanks, that's true. Temporal Temple Master nodded slightly. They already knew that Devil Cloud Star had sent 3 rulers to this territory and that they were staying on the sacred island. However, they did not care about these 3 rulers. Even if they were very strong, moreover, they were not worried about bringing the spear that could restrain Jian Wushuang. With Jian Wushuang's current life-saving skills, it would be too difficult to kill him. What they were afraid of now was Devil Cloud Star Master, who had reached the peak of the ruler realm. If their original body came in person, together with the spear that could restrain Jian Wushuang, that would be a fatal threat to Jian Wushuang. However, since Devil Cloud Star Master did not intend to come to this territory, they were not worried. Not only that, they also said that Devil Cloud Star seems to have caused some trouble recently. The entire planet is very busy. I'm afraid that we won't be able to take care of our territory in a short time. Taoist Qian God said with a smile. Haha, that's great. Temporal Temple Master was overjoyed. This is indeed good news for us. The Heaven Ancestor nodded solemnly. As long as the original body of the Devil Cloud Star Master did not arrive in this territory, they would have 1 more day to prepare. Jian Wushuang could also have 1 more day to improve his strength. If the Devil Cloud Star Master delayed for tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years before coming here, that would be even better. After all, with Jian Wushuang's talent and speed of improvement, he might have become a ruler in hundreds of thousands of years. By that time, even if Devil Cloud Star Master noticed it, it would be too late for him to rush over. I just hope that Devil Cloud Star Master can't get away. He can't worry about this place and give the little guy enough time. Even better, he might as well give up on the divine beginning realm completely, Taoist Xian God said. Give up on the divine beginning realm? How is that possible? Temporal Temple Master sneered. To possess an astral world and comprehend the workings and evolution of an astral world is a tremendous opportunity. Even many top rulers and even legendary autarchs would covet it. Why would he give up? Not necessarily. You have to understand that the reason why Planet Devil Cloud Star Master is so crazy about accelerating the evolution of the divine beginning realm is because he wants to squeeze out the potential of the divine beginning realm in order to break through as soon as possible. However, if he has truly broken through and Mayun has caused trouble for his flawless clone, he might really give up on this place, Taoist Xian God said. If? How can there be so many ifs in this world? In my opinion, it's absolutely impossible for him to give up on the divine beginning realm, the Heaven Ancestor said seriously. I was just casually saying that. Taoist Xian God smiled awkwardly. Let's not talk about this for now. The Temporal Temple Master waved his hand. Black God, you said earlier that you wanted to get that little fellow a suitable supreme attack treasure. What was the result? That supreme treasure is a bit troublesome, said Taoist Xian God. Why? Can I get it? Temporal Temple Master frowned slightly. A supreme treasure was much more powerful than a pinnacle supreme treasure. Jian Wushuang only had a pinnacle supreme treasure divine sword, which he had just obtained. However, if Jian Wushuang could get a supreme treasure divine weapon that was suitable for him, then his attack would definitely be improved. It was going to be a big step up. I can't say that I can't get it at all. It's just that there are some problems, and I can't solve them either. Taoist Xian God pondered for a moment before saying, in short, there are some twists and turns in this process, or wait for the little guy to come out of seclusion. I will tell him in detail. Yes, the Temporal Temple Master and the Heaven Ancestor all nodded. Two people also did not continue to inquire, and right at this moment, boom, the entire world suddenly shook. Chapter 36:19. Divine might unrivaled, the world trembled, and the special space-time where the three rulers were located began to shake wildly, as though it would collapse at any moment. What's going on? The three rulers, who were chatting leisurely, all had solemn looks on their faces. Such a huge commotion. Could it be? Taoist Xian God glanced at the Temporal Temple Master and the Heaven Ancestor, only to discover that the latter too were just like him, and their eyes were filled with a hint of excitement. Let's go out and take a look. The three rulers immediately moved out of space-time, arriving in the void outside the Star Palace. As soon as they left, they immediately sensed the source of that enormous disturbance. As expected, this disturbance came from the place where that little fellow lived. Taoist Xian God was incomparably excited. Haha, it seems that little fellow has finally made a breakthrough. The Temporal Temple Master was overjoyed as well. They all understood that it was impossible for such a disturbance to appear within the Star Palace for no reason. Without a doubt, it was definitely caused by humans. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator's strength reached a certain level, their breakthrough would cause some sort of disturbance. Moreover, the higher the level of the breakthrough, the more heaven-defying the cultivator would be. The disturbance that would be caused would also be greater. An ordinary immortal saint breaking through to become a principal's master would also cause some commotion. However, the commotion was not very big and would not attract the attention of the three rulers. The key point was that the commotion that was spreading out at this moment, it was so huge that it caused an uproar in the entire Star Palace. In addition, The source of the commotion was where Jian Wushuang lived. Therefore, there was no doubt that Jian Wushuang had broken through. This little guy did not disappoint us. He broke through to become a principal's master so quickly. What a big commotion! When I broke through from a principal's master to a ruler, the commotion I caused was not as big as his, the heaven ancestor said with a smile. Not good. Taoist Xian God's expression suddenly changed. It's a good thing that the little guy made a breakthrough, but we didn't expect him to cause such a big commotion. We didn't hide anything for him. There are so many cultivators in Star Palace, so they must have known that he made a breakthrough at the first moment. I'm afraid this news can't be hidden. Soon, all the forces in this territory will know, and so will Sacred Island. If you know, then so be it. The Temporal Temple Master waved his hand. Since this little fellow has already broken through, unless he doesn't use his full strength or doesn't meet with a ruler realm expert, he will definitely be exposed. We can't hide it, even if we want to. We might as well let the world know. It's not a big deal. Even if that Devil Cloud Star Master gets the news, he probably won't be too alert. Yes, Xian Yi had reached the level of Principal's Master and stayed there for a long time, but he was still killed by the Star Master. With Xian Yi's example, the Star Master might not take him seriously, the Heaven Ancestor added. Taoist Xian God was worried that the news of Jian Wushuang's breakthrough would alert the Star Master and speed up his arrival. However, just as the Temporal Temple Master and the Heaven Ancestor had said, the news of Jian Wushuang's breakthrough would spread sooner or later. Moreover, because of Xian Yi's example, Devil Cloud Star Master thought that he could still kill Xian Yi, who had been in the Principal's Master for a long time. Therefore, even if Jian Wushuang was allowed to stay in the Principal's Master realm for a period of time, as long as his original body made a move, he could still kill Jian Wushuang easily and would not take it seriously. Hearing their words, Taoist Xian God frowned and did not say anything more. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's divine power had clearly begun to transform. A terrifying divine power swept out from where he was, covering the entire Star Palace in an instant. This divine power was too strong. It had completely exceeded the scope of Principal's Masters, and it was still improving crazily. Within the Star Palace, other than the three rulers, there were still quite a few Principals, Masters present. When that divine might completely filled the area, these Principals, Masters, instantly became extremely terrified. Some of the weaker ones, their legs even began to go weak, and they almost knelt down. Divine might was unrivaled. This divine might suppressed everything in the surroundings, causing all the Principal's Masters within the Star Palace to tremble in fear. This sort of fear was as if they were facing a powerful ruler alone, and that ruler was unleashing all of his divine might to suppress them. They were indescribably terrified. Most importantly, this divine might was still increasing at a terrifying speed. Too terrifying. This divine might is too terrifying. Who is it? Who is emitting this divine might? How can it be so terrifying? Blood Sword Master is Blood Sword Master. The commotion was caused by him. So he must be the one who released the divine power. It's obvious that he has made a breakthrough. A breakthrough to become a ruler? The Principal's Masters in Star Palace were all shocked. They were both envious and terrified of Jian Wushuang's breakthrough. Blood Sword Master had been recognized as the strongest Principal's Master before he made the breakthrough. Now that he had become a ruler, how strong would he be? They could feel it just by looking at the divine power in front of them. The divine power emanating from Jian Wushuang was obviously not something an ordinary ruler could have. This divine power is really scary. The three rulers stood in the void of the Star Palace and felt the divine power from up close. Their expressions were quite interesting. It's indeed terrifying. It's much more powerful than an ordinary ruler. When I broke through from Principal's Master to ruler, the divine power I released was probably not even 1/3 as strong as his, the Heaven Ancestor said. You are nothing more than the most ordinary ruler of this universe. How can you compare yourself to a freak at the level of a perfect being? Taoist Xian God laughed. The special life forms of this universe are all extraordinary creatures to begin with. They are far more powerful than ordinary cultivators, especially when it comes to divine power. They have a tremendous advantage, while perfect life forms are even more heaven-defying. I've seen Mystic One make a breakthrough before, and the commotion was just as terrifying. He only broke through to become a principal's master, but the commotion of his breakthrough and the godly power he released were much greater than many rulers who had just broken through. And this little guy is naturally no weaker than Mystic One. In fact, from what I can see, the godly power he is displaying now is even stronger than Mystic One's. This proves that his potential is definitely greater than Mystic One's. Chapter 36:20 Triple. Taoist Xian God, Temporal Temple Master, and Heaven Ancestor were chatting and laughing. On the other side, Jian Wushuang's transformation of divine power was coming to an end. The overwhelming divine power that had filled the entire Star Palace was finally beginning to fade away. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, he clenched his hands tightly and instantly felt a terrifying power that could easily crush stars. This power was much stronger than his previous saint level. It's just as I guessed. At the Immortal Saint realm, my divine power is no less than that of an ordinary principal's master, or even stronger than an ordinary principal's master. Now that I've broken through to the principal's master realm, my divine power is comparable to a ruler. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The innate advantage of a perfect life-level cultivator was simply too great. And this innate advantage was first reflected in the power of divine power. He had only just broken through to become a principal's master, but his divine power was already comparable to a ruler. Of course, this also had a few functions of the power of will. After he broke through, the power of will he had grasped, it had also undergone a qualitative transformation and had reached a new level. Moreover, this was only the basic power of divine power. Life divine power! With a thought, Jian Wushuang activated the life divine power. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang felt that his strength had increased by a large margin, almost by 40%. It has improved so much all of a sudden. Jian Wushuang was immediately delighted. He had obtained the life divine power from Bloodwave. It was a secret skill from the Life Palace, which was specially for special life forms to cultivate. To a large extent, it could allow special life forms to exert their innate advantages. However, the effect of this secret skill had a lot to do with the realm of the cultivator. Previously, Jian Wushuang was only at the level of the Immortal Saint. After using this secret skill, the increase in power was equivalent to an additional portion of the power of the will. Now that he had reached the level of Principal's Master, his divine power was comparable to that of a ruler. When he used the life divine power, his power was increased by another 40%. Don't underestimate this 40% power. This was the power of a ruler. Just an additional 10% was enough to have a great impact on a big battle. 40%. This meant that if he encountered a primary ruler in the future, he could definitely crush his opponent in the power of divine power. Although Senior Bloodwave gave me the life divine power, this life divine power is only the first level. There is still a limit to the advantages I can bring out. If I can learn the complete life divine power one day, it will be even more helpful to me. Jian Wushuang sighed. He knew very well that he could only exert 10% of his innate advantage by using the first stage of the life divine power. However, he had heard from Bloodwave that the creator of the life divine power had cultivated the life divine power to the peak. He could exert more than 10% of his innate advantage. Unfortunately, he did not have the complete life divine power. In addition to the life magic power, Jian Wushuang had another trump card, which was the heaven-cleaving skill. Now that I have broken through to become a Principal's Master, my realm is no weaker than that of my master at his peak. Logically speaking, I should be able to exert the strongest power of the heaven-cleaving skill. I wonder how much the heaven-cleaving skill can improve my strength? Jian Wushuang had a trace of expectation in his heart. The heaven-cleaving skill was the most powerful skill created by his master. Most importantly, this skill was very unique. When Jian Wushuang used it, even Bloodwave was shocked by it. At that time, Bloodwave said that if he could use all the power of his heaven-cleaving skill, he would be able to use 30% of his innate advantage. After all, the life divine power he was cultivating now could increase his own power by 40%, but this 40% was only 10% of his innate advantage. If he could use 10% of his innate advantage, he would be able to use 40% more of his divine power. As for the 30% innate advantage, let's give it a try. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He waved his right hand and immediately used the heaven-cleaving skill. The moment he used the heaven-cleaving skill, the power in his hand suddenly increased. Boom! A low sonic boom was heard in the void. The void in front of him was almost shattered by him. This power, Jian Wushuang widened his eyes. He could clearly feel the sudden increase in power when he used the heaven-cleaving skill. The power had more than doubled. The 30% innate advantage didn't disappoint me. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, a hint of surprise on his face. Then he tried again. He wanted to fully understand the level of power he had reached after using the life divine power and heaven-cleaving skill. After trying again and again, he soon figured it out. My current power is equivalent to that of an ordinary ruler, maybe a little stronger than an ordinary primary ruler. When I use the life divine power, my power will increase by 40%, which is equivalent to 140% of my power. But once I use the heaven-cleaving skill, my power will more than double. If I count all of them, I estimate that my power will be 280% or 290%. Jian Wushuang muttered, 280%, or even 290%. This was almost 3 times the power of an ordinary primary ruler. 3 times the power of a primary ruler. If I only talk about power, I'm afraid I can compete with an ordinary advanced ruler. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He had to admit that the life divine power and the heaven-cleaving skill had given him a great surprise, especially the heaven-cleaving skill. One had to know that he had already activated the origin of the Sword Dao universe and had already created a 7th-tier, high-grade ultimate art. Combined with the power that was comparable to that of a high-grade ruler, his battle prowess would be able to reach the level of a high-grade ruler in a short period of time. Even if he couldn't completely compare to a high-grade ruler, he would at least be very close. As for a high-grade ruler, one had to know that even in this territory, there were very, very few of them. Taoist Xian God, the Temporal Temple Master, and the Heaven Ancestor were all just low-grade rulers. In the divine beginning realm, after Xian Yi had fallen, it seemed that only the heaven-cleaving Alliance Master had the battle strength of a senior ruler. However, now that he had broken through to Principal's Master, his battle strength had risen to the level of a senior ruler, which surprised Jian Wushuang. Chapter 36:21 Blood Sword Ruler? After a long while, Jian Wushuang calmed himself down. Then he stood up and walked out of the secret chamber. At this moment, Star Palace was no longer as quiet as it used to be. On the contrary, it was very lively. There were hundreds of experts under Star Palace. Although most of them had gone to the 3 battlefields to explore, there were still nearly 80 who stayed in Star Palace. These nearly 80 principals, masters, were alarmed at this moment. All of them gathered in the void in front of Jian Wushuang's courtyard. Taoist Xian God, Temporal Temple Master, and Heaven Ancestor were also standing there. As Jian Wushuang walked out of his residence, the surrounding heated gazes instantly shot toward him. At the same time, the nearly 80 principals masters also bowed down one after another. We pay our respects to the Blood Sword Ruler. His voice reverberated throughout the entire Star Palace. Ruler. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, but his expression was rather strange. At this moment, his divine power had already been restrained, and there was not a trace of divine power or aura spreading out. With the naked eyes of these principles masters, they could not see that Jian Wushuang had accumulated any power at all. However, when the principles masters thought of the enormous divine power and movement just now, they had already determined that Jian Wushuang had broken through to the ruler realm. Therefore, as soon as Jian Wushuang came out, they immediately kowtowed. However, in reality, Jian Wushuang had not reached the ruler realm. Haha, Blood Sword Ruler, congratulations. Hearty laughter rang out. Taoist Xian God, Temporal Temple Master, and Heaven Ancestor also came to Jian Wushuang, and all three of them smiled. Seniors, even you. Jian Wushuang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was not a ruler. Although the principles masters could not see it, the three rulers could see it at a glance. However, the three of them clearly saw it, but they did not point it out. Instead, they addressed him as a ruler. It's not convenient to say so much here. Let's go to my space, Heaven Ancestor said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded and then followed the three of them to the space. While they were leaving, Taoist Xian God gave an order. Don't mention what happened today to anyone else. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. This order made the Temporal Temple Master and the Heaven Ancestor feel very strange, because the three of them had said that since so many people had seen Jian Wushuang's breakthrough, it was impossible to stop the transmission of the news. But knowing this, Taoist Xian God still gave such an order. In that special space, in the beautiful manner. Haha, little guy, you've finally broken through to Principles Master. Taoist Xian God laughed very happily. Xian God, pay attention to how you address him. Jian Wushuang has already broken through to Principles Master. If nothing goes wrong, his strength should be comparable to that of a ruler. His strength is already on par with ours. You can't call him little guy anymore, Temporal Temple Master said. Yes, I was slow. Please don't take offense, Heavenly Sword Marquis. Taoist Xian God apologized on purpose. Jian Wushuang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Seniors, although you have already broken through, you are indeed just a little guy in front of the three of you. You can call me that. It doesn't matter. Besides, the three of you are from the same era as my master, so it's reasonable to call you that even according to seniority. No. The Temporal Temple Master shook his head. Although in terms of age, we are indeed much older than you. However, from ancient times until now, cultivators have always depended on their strength, not on who is older. Your current strength is no weaker than ours, so naturally, you will communicate with us as equals. This is a rule among cultivators, and you cannot go against it. Yes, my dear Heavenly Sword Marquis, just listen to us. As for your master, you don't have to pay attention to him. He has already fallen. Even if he is still alive, I dare say that he will let you communicate with me as equals, the Heaven Ancestor said. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly, but he did not refuse again. In that case, I have offended the Black God, Temporal Temple Master, and the Heaven Ancestor. Haha, that's more like it. Xian God immediately laughed. My young friend, although you've just made a breakthrough, you should have some understanding of your current strength, right? Temporal Temple Master looked over. I do have some understanding. I'm certainly not inferior to an ordinary primary ruler in terms of battle strength. As for what will happen when I encounter an advanced ruler, I'm not sure, Jian Wushuang said. He was already very humble. He knew very well that with his full strength, the power of a primary ruler was 3 times stronger than that of a primary ruler. In addition, he had created an advanced level 7 secret skill. Even if he encountered an advanced ruler, he would still be able to fight against an ordinary primary ruler. He would definitely be able to crush them. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the eyes of the 3 rulers lit up. Taoist Xian God added, Since you can't make an accurate judgment, let us help you. Heaven Ancestor, it's better for you to fight with this little guy. I have no objection, The Heaven Ancestor nodded. In that case, please enlighten me, Heaven Ancestor. Jian Wushuang smiled. In this space-time, Jian Wushuang and the Heaven Ancestor fought again. The last time they fought, Jian Wushuang was just testing the strength of his divine body, so he did not dodge the attack of the Heaven Ancestor. Instead, he used his divine body to receive it. But in this battle, the two of them were going to fight head-on. Although in this space-time their strength was limited, so they might not be able to completely let go of their hands and feet, but in some simple exchanges was enough for them to have a certain understanding of each other's strength. Boom, 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 boom. A series of terrifying explosions could be heard in this space-time. Jian Wushuang and the Heaven Ancestor were fighting madly in this space-time. Every time they collided, the space-time would tremble violently as if it could not withstand the power of the two. In the end, the space-time was even on the verge of collapse. Soon, an hour passed, and the space-time was on the verge of collapse. At this time, Jian Wushuang and the Heaven Ancestor finally stopped. The two put away their magic weapons and stood together. Taoist Xian God and Temporal Temple Master, who had been watching the battle, also walked over. However, at this moment, Taoist Xian God, Temporal Temple Master, and the Heaven Ancestor, who had been fighting Jian Wushuang, all had strange expressions on their faces. My dear Heavenly Sword Marquis, you didn't use your full strength just now, did you? The Heaven Ancestor looked at Jian Wushuang seriously. Well, Jian Wushuang just laughed dryly. I knew it. The Heaven Ancestor sighed heavily. I could tell from your calm and composed look when you fought with me that you didn't use your full strength. But even so, you still completely suppressed me. Chapter 36:22. Trouble. He really didn't use his full strength. Taoist Xian God and Temporal Temple Master nodded to themselves. They had clearly seen the battle just now. Apart from some of his trump cards and life-saving methods, the Heaven Ancestor had indeed used all of his strength. But what about Jian Wushuang? From the beginning to the end, he had been very casual and relaxed. No matter what kind of attack the Heaven Ancestor used, he could easily resolve it. Even if he used his swordsmanship casually, it would still be extremely terrifying. It was so relaxed and comfortable that it was obvious that he had not used all of his strength. Even so, the battle in the last hour had been one-sided. The Heaven Ancestor had been completely suppressed by Jian Wushuang. It seems that your strength is much stronger than we thought after you broke through to Principle's Master, Taoist Xian God said. That's normal. During the years I was trapped, my cultivation of Sword Principle had improved greatly. I have created advanced Level 7 Absolute Arts. As for elementary Level 7 Absolute Arts, I have created many of them, now that I have made a breakthrough. My strength is no weaker than that of an ordinary ruler. With the advantage of the Absolute Arts, I can indeed gain the upper hand when fighting with an ordinary elementary ruler. Of course, the Heaven Ancestor must have held back a little, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Don't hold back for me. I know very well whether you have held back or not. The Heaven Ancestor curled his lips. Jian Wushuang could only smile. Not bad. To have such strength right after breaking through is already much stronger than we expected. If you can get a suitable supreme treasure divine weapon, your strength should be even stronger, Taoist Xian God said. Xian God, is there any result for the supreme treasure divine sword? Jian Wushuang immediately looked at Taoist Xian God. Before he went into seclusion, Taoist Xian God had told him that he would find a way to get a supreme treasure divine sword for him. Now that 3,000 years had passed, there should be a result. That divine sword is a bit troublesome. Taoist Xian God frowned. Troublesome. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. My young friend, I told you before that the most powerful supreme treasure, the divine sword, is in the hands of an extremely powerful ruler, who is also the leader of a major force. Taoist Xian God said seriously, Originally, I had prepared sufficient resources. not to say that I could completely impress him. But using these things I prepared to exchange for the most powerful supreme treasure, which he doesn't need at all. He should have definitely made a profit. The possibility of him agreeing should be very high, but the result was completely beyond my expectations. Did he refuse? Jian Wushuang asked. It would be easy if he refused on the spot. Since he refused so decisively, it means that the supreme, true treasure divine sword is not useless to him. On the contrary, he may value it more. For example, if an expert who specializes in sword principle breaks through to become a ruler, he can leave the divine sword to him. But the key point is that he did not refuse directly at the beginning. He paused for a moment. Taoist Xian God continued. He didn't reject me directly. Instead, he asked me who I wanted to give the supreme treasure sword to. Since the ruler had nothing to do with the sacred island and had no grudge with my star palace, I didn't think too much about it and said that it was for you. Unexpectedly, the ruler immediately changed his mind and said that he would never give you the supreme treasure sword. What? Jian Wushuang was stunned. At first, he did not refuse, but when he heard that Taoist Xian God would give him the divine sword, he immediately changed his face. It was obvious that the ruler had a lot of opinions about him. What's going on, my young friend? Apart from Sacred Island, have you offended other rulers in this territory? Temporal Temple Master looked at him. Well, I don't know. Although I've been in the 3 battlefields for a while, I haven't really offended many experts. As for the rulers, I've been in the 3 battlefields for a long time, but I've never met any other rulers except those from Sacred Island, Jian Wushuang said. He was puzzled. When he was in the 3 battlefields, he had been very careful and did not offend any experts, let alone the rulers. Why did any of the rulers have such a strong opinion of him? Xian God, what's going on? Temporal Temple Master looked at Xian God. I asked, and the ruler told me the reason. It does have something to do with the Heavenly Sword Marquis. Xian God took a deep breath. He asked, Heavenly Sword Marquis, when you were in Devil's Smoke Valley, did you have any dealings with the people of the North Sea Palace? The North Sea Palace? Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. Among all the forces in this territory, the North Sea Palace, which was ranked in the top 3, could be said to be a ruler in this territory. Jian Wushuang really had dealings with the North Sea Palace. Could it be them? Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He said, When I was wandering in Devil's Smoke Valley, I met with the Sure Yen Master and the Red-Eye Master. The Sure Yen Master and the Red-Eye Master worked together to search for prey in the 9 Twists Demon Cave in the depths of Devil's Smoke Valley and forcibly seize the treasures in each other's hands. At that time, they found me. What happened in the end? Taoist Xian God asked. They were strong, but they were not as skilled as me. I was fine during the encounter, but they suffered a great loss, Jian Wushuang said. Not just a great loss. I heard from the ruler that you almost killed the Red-Eye Master during the encounter. Taoist Xian God said strangely. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. If they wanted to kill me, I would fight back with all my strength. If I had the chance to kill one of them, I wouldn't show any mercy. Red-Eye Master underestimated me and was severely taught a lesson. If it weren't for one of the masters, she would have been dead. That's it. Taoist Xian God shrugged. The ruler who has the supreme treasure divine sword is one of the leaders of the North Sea Palace, Master Sky Rock. He is also the strongest expert in the North Sea Palace. The Red-Eye Master, who almost died in your hands, is one of his direct descendants. Direct descendants? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. My young friend, you might not know this, but the Sky Rock ruler is an extremely ancient ruler. He rose to power very early. When he rose to power, his family soared to the sky because of him and became a great ruler of his Fangxingjie. He has stood tall and firm for a long time. After so many years, there are many members in his family, and naturally, some of them are extremely talented. Chapter 36:23. Going to the North Sea Palace, the Red-Eye Master is the most outstanding of the junior disciples of the clan, which Sky Rock ruler belongs to. She is highly regarded by this Sky Rock ruler. In fact, Sky Rock Ruler once personally guided her for a period of time. In the North Sea Palace, she received far more treatment than many Peak 6 stage experts, and you nearly killed her. Taoist Xian God sighed. Of course, you didn't kill the Red-Eye Master, and the Red-Eye Master provoked you, so the Sky Rock Ruler wouldn't lower himself to deal with you. However, not dealing with you doesn't mean that he doesn't care about it. Therefore, when he found out that I was going to give you the divine sword, he changed his mind. Is that so? Jian Wushuang was stunned. The Temporal Temple Master and the Heaven Ancestor were also puzzled. What bad luck! Jian Wushuang could not help sighing. I have been in the 3 battlefields for a long time, and the only one who has a grudge with me is the Red-Eye Master. I didn't expect the Red-Eye Master to have such a great background. Moreover, the most powerful supreme treasure magic weapon happened to be in the hands of Master Skyrock. Jian Wushuang felt bitter in his heart. He was indeed unlucky. The only person who had a grudge against him happened to have a close relationship with Master Skyrock. If I had known, I would have just run away when I was forced by Shi Yen Master and Red-Eye Master. Jian Wushuang felt a little regretful. There's no other way. Even in the North Sea Palace, not many people knew about the relationship between Red-Eye Master and Master Skyrock, and the outside world didn't know about it. They only treated her as an ordinary expert of the North Sea Palace. In the end, that's all that happened, Taoist Xian God said. If that's the case, I'm afraid this supreme true treasure sword is really troublesome. Jian Wushuang's face darkened slightly. How could a person who almost killed his beloved junior disciple be willing to give this sword to me? If it were me, I wouldn't be willing either. That's why he sent me away earlier, Taoist Xian God said calmly. Suddenly his expression changed. Although this matter is very troublesome and it's impossible for him to exchange the supreme treasure divine sword for ours, there's still a way to get it. What way? Jian Wushuang, the Temporal Temple Master, and the Heaven Ancestor immediately looked over. I only thought of it after I saw the divine body of the Divine Marquis, which is comparable to an elementary universe supreme treasure. The Taoist Xian God smiled slightly. Then he said, You 3 should have heard of the Sky Rock Ruler. He is a superior ruler, and his strength is far stronger than ours. In addition, his North Sea Palace is one of the top 3 forces in this territory. He must be very arrogant. Arrogant? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Yes, arrogant. And that's what we're going to use. Taoist Xian God smiled and explained his plan briefly. After listening to Taoist Xian God, Jian Wushuang, Temporal Temple Master, and the Heaven Ancestor all looked very strange. This method is really stupid. Jian Wushuang could not help but say, Haha, the method is a little stupid, but it might actually work. Heaven Ancestor smiled. Yes, but you still have to be careful. Don't go too far. After all, it's the territory of the North Sea Palace. If you go too far and force the Master Sky Rock into a corner, it's hard to guarantee that he won't do anything. Temporal Temple Master smiled strangely. By the way, is that why you ordered the experts of Star Palace not to spread the news of the Heavenly Sword Marquis breakthrough? Yes. Taoist Xian God nodded. What I said is indeed a little stupid. Moreover, this method can only be used before the news is completely spread. That is to say, when the Sky Rock Ruler believes that the Heavenly Sword Marquis is only a principal's master, he might be fooled. However, if the news is completely spread and everyone knows that the Sky Rock Ruler has made another breakthrough to become a ruler, then the Sky Rock Ruler might not be fooled. Although the Heavenly Sword Marquis is still a principal's master and hasn't reached the level of a ruler, he might still be wary of Jian Wushuang's breakthrough in the Star Palace. That's why I gave the order. Of course, although I gave the order, I know clearly that it's impossible for the experts in the Star Palace to carry it out. Therefore, the news will definitely spread. However, it won't be so brazen and it won't spread too fast. That gives us time to complete the task. In other words, we have to go to the North Sea Palace and get the Supreme Treasure Divine sword before the news spreads to the North Sea Palace. Temporal Temple Master said in a deep voice. That's right. Daoist Xian God nodded. The North Sea Palace is one of the top 3 forces in this territory. They have many universal passageways in this territory. I know one that can help us get to the North Sea Palace as quickly as possible. If nothing goes wrong, we can get there before the news reaches the North Sea Palace, Daoist Xian God said. Jian Wushuang understood what had happened and let out a sigh of relief, he said. I had planned to return to the divine beginning realm to open the seal and return to my hometown after my breakthrough. But now it seems that I have to put this matter aside and wait until I come back from the North Sea Palace. Jian Wushuang felt a little regretful, but he soon looked up again with a fierce gleam in his eyes. Let's not delay. Xian God, let's go to the North Sea Palace now. Okay. Daoist Xian God nodded. They immediately rushed to the North Sea Palace as fast as they could. As for the Temporal Temple Master and the Heaven Ancestor, they did not participate in it. After all, Jian Wushuang and Daoist Xian God were going for the Supreme Treasure Divine Sword, and their opponent was the North Sea Palace of the Sky Rock Ruler, which had the strength of a top-tier ruler. Moreover, there was not only one ruler in the North Sea Palace, so they could not force him like when they had obtained the Netherfire Blood Crystal. They could only use their wits. They had already made a plan, and only Jian Wushuang and Xian God were needed to complete it. The North Sea Palace was one of the rulers of this territory. The 3 palace masters of the North Sea Palace were all experts at the ruler realm, especially the Sky Rock ruler, who was widely recognized as a top-tier ruler. Among all the rulers in this territory, he was definitely one of the strongest rulers in this territory. The North Sea Palace was located in the east of this territory, and its base was also on Earth Star. However, the North Sea Palace occupied a total of 3 Earth stars, and its scale was not something the Star Palace could compare to. Chapter 36:24. In the North Sea Palace. This is the North Sea Palace? It's so grand. Jian Wushuang stood in the void of the universe and looked at the 3 triangular-shaped world stars in front of him. The 3 world stars were connected with each other in a magic formation. Although they were 3 huge world stars, they looked like a whole. After all, he is one of the rulers of this territory, so of course he is generous, Daoist Xian God said. Follow me. Daoist Xian God brought Jian Wushuang to one of the Earth stars very quickly. However, because of the existence of the magic formation, they could not enter the Earth star directly. I have already sent a message to the people of the North Sea Palace. Someone will come to pick us up soon. My young friend, when we enter the North Sea Palace and meet the Master Yinchen, you must do as I told you on the way. We must cooperate with each other so that we can trick the Master Sky Rock, Daoist Xian God warned. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. It did not take long for a figure to walk out from the sector star. It was a middle-aged man in a white robe with a gentle face. Jian Wushuang recognized him the moment he saw him. Master Yunqin, one of the 7 experts of the pinnacle of the 6th realm in the North Sea Palace. He is also the personal disciple of the Master Sky Rock. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. There were not many ultimate experts of the 6 realms in this territory, but the North Sea Palace had a total of 7. This showed how powerful the North Sea Palace was. As for Master Yinchen, although Jian Wushuang had never met him, he had read his information. Master Xian God, you are here again. Master Yinchen bowed slightly to Daoist Xian God after he arrived. When he raised his head, he looked at Jian Wushuang, and his expression immediately turned cold. You are Blood Sword Master? Master Yinchen's voice became low. Master Yinchen knew that Jian Wushuang had caused such a huge commotion in Devil Smoke Valley and was now recognized as the strongest principal's master in this territory. He had also seen the mirror image of Jian Wushuang fighting with the 5 experts of the pinnacle of the 6th realm. He remembered Jian Wushuang's appearance, so he recognized him at a glance. Compared to the mirror image, Master Yunshin's heart was slightly moved when he saw Jian Wushuang in person. Although Jian Wushuang had restrained his divine power and he could not sense any aura, just standing there made him feel an extremely dangerous aura. This aura, he had never sensed it from other principal's masters. It's said that Blood Sword Master is the strongest principal's master in this territory. I had some doubts before, but now it seems that he is indeed the strongest, Master Yunshin muttered to himself. After all, he was also an expert at the pinnacle of the Sixth Realm. Among the many experts at the pinnacle of the Sixth Realm in this territory, he was also extremely powerful. However, Jian Wushuang gave him a sense of danger just by standing there and not making a move. Jian Wushuang must be much stronger than him. "Hello, Master Yunshin." Jian Wushuang greeted Master Yunshin with a smile. "I didn't expect you, Blood Sword Master, to come to the North Sea Palace in person. I'm surprised." Master Yunshin gave Jian Wushuang a deep look and then waved his hand. "Follow me." Master Yunshin immediately led the way. With the guidance of Master Yunshin, the magic formation of the North Sea Palace did not make things difficult for Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God. They soon entered the North Sea Palace. When they arrived at the North Sea Palace, many experts of the North Sea Palace immediately noticed the presence of Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God. "Look, among the two people following Master Yunshin, is the person carrying the divine sword, the Blood Sword Master?" "Yes, it's him. I've seen the battle between him and the 5 Blood Spirit Kings. It's exactly the same. It really is the Blood Sword Master. He actually came to our North Sea Palace." The person beside the Blood Sword Master seems to be a ruler. Could it be the one from Star Palace? It's him. Not long ago, the Palace Master of Star Palace also came to our North Sea Palace. Last time he came alone, but this time he actually brought the Blood Sword Master with him. What are they trying to do? The entire North Sea Palace began to discuss. Because the North Sea Palace had 3 Earth Stars, Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God only appeared on one of them. However, the experts of the North Sea Palace did not see them on the other 2 Earth Stars. The 2 Earth Stars were still very calm. On one of the Earth Stars stood a huge golden tower. This golden tower had a total of 33 floors and was extremely majestic. This tower was extremely famous in the North Sea Palace and was one of the most important cultivation resources in the North Sea Palace. There was only one use for this golden tower, and that was to temper the strength of one's soul. It was precisely because of this that experts from the North Sea Palace would often wander around the golden tower, making their souls stronger and more resilient. At that moment, on the 30th floor of the golden tower, there was a beautiful woman wearing a purplish-red robe. Her eyes were strangely red, which meant that the Red-Eye Master was sitting there cross-legged. She allowed the surrounding waves of soul power to madly charge at her. She forced her eyes to clench their teeth and forcefully endure the soul power. What she was good at was the soul, and the soul attack from the golden tower was a form of cultivation for her. It could make her soul stronger faster. At this moment, Red-Eye, Red-Eye, a communication token in her interspatial ring started to vibrate crazily. Red-Eye Master opened her eyes and took out her communication token. She replied, "Shiryen, what's wrong? Are you still training your soul power?" On the other end of the token, Shiryen Master's voice sounded urgent. "Yes." Red-Eye Master was puzzled. She and Shiryen Master had quite a good relationship. Previously, the two of them had been adventuring in the depths of Devil Smoke Valley together, and they had even worked together to snatch treasures from various experts. However, it had not been long before the two of them had returned to the North Sea Palace. All these years, she had been training her soul power. As for Shiryen Master, she had also stopped adventuring and remained in the North Sea Palace. "Stop training. Quick, come to this Earth Star of mine and become the ruler of this place," Shiryen Master said hurriedly. "What's going on?" Red-Eye Master was even more puzzled. It's Blood Sword Master, Shiryen Master said suddenly. Upon hearing this name, Red-Eye Master was instantly stunned, and her gaze instantly turned cold. Blood Sword Master, this name had always been engraved in her heart force. She had never forgotten it. Back in Devil Smoke Valley, she had nearly died at the hands of this Blood Sword Master. Chapter 36:25. Sky Rock Ruler, what's wrong with Blood Sword Master? Red-Eye Master asked in a low voice. He's here. He came to our North Sea Palace personally. He's on this Earth Star. It seems he's here to look for the ruler. Shiryen Master said. What did you say? Red-Eye Master was furious. Furious to the extreme. One had to know that she, Red-Eye Master, was born very high. Her family was the ruler of the astral world, and the person in power behind her was the strongest person in the North Sea Palace, Ruler Skyrock. It could be said that her background was extraordinary and her talent was also extremely high. She had not been born for too long, but she had already reached the level of a 6th grade Principal's Master. Furthermore, she had extremely high attainments in the aspect of the soul. Even Ruler Sky Rock doted on her very much. It was also because of this that she had rarely encountered any major setbacks or trouble along the way. As for the dangerous ones, she had encountered them before, but there had never been a time when she had been so close to death. After all, many of the upper echelons of the North Sea Palace had held her in their hands. But that time in Devil Smoke Valley, that time, the Red-Eye Master had encountered this Blood Sword Master. At that time, Blood Sword Master was only a well-known Principal's Master. Although she had some strength, it was nothing in Red-Eye Master's eyes, not to mention that she had a Shiryen Master by her side. Therefore, when they met Jian Wushuang in the 9 Twists Demon Cave, they thought they were going to take him down. However, she did not expect that Jian Wushuang, whom she did not care about, had shown his terrifying strength and skills. Most importantly, his amazing plan had forced her into a desperate situation. That battle, she was lucky. In addition, Shiryen Master had saved her at the fastest speed possible. However, if she was a little less lucky or Shiryen Master had come a little slower, she would have died. It could be said that it was indeed the closest she had come to death. That was why she held a grudge against Jian Wushuang. After the incident, she frantically used the power of the North Sea Palace to search for Jian Wushuang, hoping to avenge herself. However, she did not expect that Jian Wushuang would completely disappear not long after meeting them. Moreover, he had been missing for nearly 100,000 years. At that time, Red-Eye Master thought that Jian Wushuang had died. Therefore, she could only accept the fact and did not continue to pursue the matter. However, who knew that Jian Wushuang, who had been missing for nearly 100,000 years, suddenly appeared again. Moreover, he had defeated 5 experts of the pinnacle of the 6th realm by himself in an invincible manner among Principal's Masters. The Red-Eye Master could not accept such a terrible result at first, but she could not do anything about it. After that battle, the senior officials of the North Sea Palace had decided to let the matter go as long as Jian Wushuang did not provoke the North Sea Palace. This made the Red-Eye Master even angrier. But she also knew very well that even the North Sea Palace would not easily provoke a supreme expert who could be called the strongest among the Principal's Masters. There was nothing wrong with the decision of the higher-ups of the North Sea Palace. Even her backer, the Sky Rock Ruler, did not stand up for her. This lets the Red-Eye Master, also very helpless, also can only put down that matter first. But who would have thought that she had already decided to let it go and no longer bother with the Blood Sword Master? But the other party did not give up and actually took the initiative to find her in the North Sea Palace, and also to find the Master Skyrock. This Blood Sword Master is really courting death. Red-Eye Master's eyes were burning with flames. Without hesitation, she immediately left the Golden Tower and rushed toward the Earth Star where Jian Wushuang was located. On the other side, although many experts of the North Sea Palace were discussing this Earth Star, no one dared to follow Jian Wushuang's path. Under the guidance of Master Yinchen, Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xiangod soon arrived at the palace where Master Heavenrock lived. It was called a palace, but upon entering it, one would find that it was a vast grassland. On the grassland there were thousands of fierce beasts, some big and some small, and some strong and some weak, but without exception, they had all been completely tamed. On this prairie they were like ordinary livestock actually eating grass. And on top of one of the tall, fierce beasts, a barefooted man wearing a thunder shirt was lazily lying there. In the end, he even had a weed in his mouth. This barefooted man was the Sky Rock ruler. As for the grassland and the tens of thousands of beasts, they were all deliberately created by the Sky Rock ruler in order to reminisce about the past. No one knew that the Sky Rock ruler was actually just a cowherd in the mortal world from the very beginning. It was only because of the drastic changes in his family that he began to grow up step by step. He rose up step by step and experienced a long period of time. Only now did he become one of the most powerful figures in this region. Master Black God has arrived. Someone stood there in the air above him, then bowed respectfully towards Sky Rock ruler, who was seated atop the savage beast. Sky Rock ruler. Taoist Xiangod bowed slightly as well. Although they were both rulers, there was a massive difference in power between them. When faced with Sky Rock ruler, Taoist Xiangod truly had to show a hint of humility and even reverence. Xiangod, you're here again. And this time, you even brought the little guy here. It seems that you still don't want to give up. The Sky Rock ruler remained motionless on the beast and did not look at Taoist Xiangod. Taoist Xiangod smiled slightly and then gave Jian Wushuang a look. Jian Wushuang took a step forward and bowed. Blood sword greets the Sky Rock ruler. Little guy, I know you. You defeated 5 experts of the pinnacle of the 6th realm by yourself. Now everyone in this territory says that you are the #1 principal's master. No principal's master in the North Sea Palace is as strong as you. Master Sky Rock's voice sounded slowly, but you are too bold. How dare you come to the North Sea Palace in person? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? You must be joking, ruler. I don't have any deep enmity with the North Sea Palace. If that's the case, why wouldn't I dare to come? Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Oh, really? The Sky Rock ruler finally raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang with his dark eyes. It seemed that he was going to see through Jian Wushuang completely. However, Jian Wushuang was no longer the same as before. He still stood there calmly in the face of Master Sky Rock's gaze. At this moment, Blood Sword Master, how dare you? A fierce shout suddenly sounded in the void. Chapter 36:26. Narrow-minded, this voice was filled with monstrous fury. With a flash, the Red-Eye Master appeared beside Sky Rock ruler, accompanied by the Shi Yen Master, Clan Master, Ruler. Both the Red-Eye Master and the Shi Yen Master bowed respectfully to Sky Rock ruler. The Red-Eye Master was a descendant of the Sky Rock ruler's clan, so he had always addressed the Sky Rock ruler as the clan master. Yes. The Sky Rock ruler only nodded slightly. The Red-Eye Master's eyes flashed and instantly fixed on Jian Wushuang. Blood Sword Master, how dare you come to the North Sea Palace? I don't have any life-and-death feud with the North Sea Palace, so why wouldn't I dare? Jian Wushuang smiled. Humph, no feud? Don't forget that you almost killed me in the 9 Twists Demon Cave. Isn't this still a feud? The Red-Eye Master snorted. Red-Eye Master, it was you and the Shi Yen Master who came to me first in the 9 Twists Demon Cave. It was you two who wanted to kill me first. I was just fighting back normally. Do you think that if you two want to kill me, I can only let you kill me without any resistance? If that's the case, then your North Sea Palace is too overbearing, Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice. You really know how to quibble. Red-Eye Master smiled coldly, and then looked at Master Sky Rock. Master, Blood Sword Master almost killed me in the Nine Twists Demon Cave. If Sher Yen Master hadn't arrived in time, I would have died. I didn't want to bring it up again, but I didn't expect Blood Sword Master to come to the North Sea Palace. This is too much. If I don't punish him severely, people will think that the North Sea Palace is easy to bully. So, please help me, Master. Red Eye Master knelt down and said in a loud voice. Master Sky Rock's face darkened slightly. He glanced at Jian Wushuang and asked, Blood Sword Master, why did you come here today? Master Sky Rock, to tell you the truth, I came here today to apologize, Jian Wushuang said. Apologize? Master Sky Rock was surprised. Red Eye Master looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Jian Wushuang smiled. He said, I know that there was some unhappiness between Red Eye Master and Sher Yen Master, although it was Red Eye Master and Sher Yen Master who provoked me. In the end, it was Red Eye Master who suffered a loss. However, I didn't know about the relationship between Red Eye Master and Master Sky Rock. Now that I know, I have to apologize. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Red Eye Master snorted and said, You're smart. Master Sky Rock also nodded slightly. Since you didn't know about it before and it didn't cause too much of a consequence and now you've taken the initiative to apologize, then this matter is completely understood. From now on, the North Sea Palace will not mention it again. Thank you, Master Sky Rock. Jian Wushuang smiled. Haha, it seems that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Taoist Xian gods' laughter rang out at this moment. Master Sky Rock, since this matter has been completely settled, then what I told you before. Master Sky Rock's expression suddenly turned cold. Xian God, I guess that you must have come because of the previous matter. Taoist Xian God laughed awkwardly. You're right. The matter between the Blood Sword Ruler and Red Eye has indeed been put behind us, but that doesn't mean that it hasn't happened before. Do you think that just because you dragged the Blood Sword Ruler over to my North Sea Palace to apologize and give me a way out, he'll agree to that? Sky Rock Ruler let out a cold snort. Let me tell you this. Although your Star Palace and my North Sea Palace weren't enemies, we definitely weren't on very good terms. As for what you said just now, don't even think about it. Upon hearing Sky Rock Ruler's words, Taoist Xian God's face instantly changed. Sky Rock Ruler, do you really not have any leeway at all? Not at all. The Sky Rock Ruler waved his hand decisively. It was obvious that he had already made up his mind. He would never give the Supreme Treasure Divine sword to Taoist Xian God. Even if Taoist Xian God brought Jian Wushuang here to apologize and put the matter of the Red Eye behind him, he would not agree. Taoist Xian God's expression turned somewhat ugly when he saw the Sky Rock Ruler's spear shadow attitude. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, who was beside him, exploded. Palace Master, did you see that? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. I've said before that even if I take the initiative to apologize and lower myself, they will never agree to that. After all, this is the North Sea Palace, one of the top forces in this territory. The Sky Rock Ruler is one of the top 3 rulers in this territory. Such a ruler is very arrogant. He won't take our sincerity seriously. Before Jian Wushuang could finish a sentence. Blood Sword, don't talk nonsense. Taoist Xian God immediately interrupted him. What? Did I say something wrong? Since I've offended the North Sea Palace, it doesn't matter if I'm here to apologize or what I've done. The North Sea Palace will hold a grudge against me. As for the Sky Rock Ruler, he may be very strong, but he's still arrogant and self-righteous. He's as narrow-minded as the average superior. Jian Wushuang sneered. There was even a hint of disdain in his eyes. Not only Taoist Xian God, but the other principals, masters of the North Sea Palace, were also shocked. Blood Sword Master, how dare you? Red Eye Master was completely enraged. She carefully glanced at Ruler Sky Rock from the corner of her eyes. As expected, Ruler Sky Rock's face turned completely gloomy. Boy, what did you say just now? Master Sky, Rock, stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold gaze. A terrifying aura was slowly gathering on his body. Master Sky Rock, I'm sorry. This little guy has only cultivated for a short time and acted too rashly. He offended you and the North Sea Palace with his words. I'm here to apologize. I hope you don't mind. Daoist Xian God immediately apologized. However, Jian Wushuang was even more unhappy. Palace Master, why are you apologizing? I've already said that Master Skyrock is arrogant. As long as you offend him, it's useless no matter what you do afterward. Moreover, he's a narrow-minded villain. But on the surface, he looks like a sanctimonious person. What a joke. Shut up, don't mess around. Daoist Xian God was completely anxious. The ruler's gaze became completely cold and emotionless as well. The nearby Red-Eye Master was frightened by this gaze. Chapter 36:27. Giving you a chance. I've never seen such a terrifying gaze from the clan leader. Red-Eye Master was alarmed. Beside him, Master Yunqin and Shi Master were also throbbing their throats. Is this blood sword master courting death? How dare he say such words? Does he not know who he is facing? Shi Master was secretly amazed. What kind of figure was the Sky Rock ruler? He was a supreme ruler, an almost invincible existence in this territory. Such a figure was absolutely high and aloof in this territory. As for Jian Wushuang, he was just a principal's master. Although he was publicly recognized as the strongest principal's master, he was still a principal's master. In front of the Sky Rock ruler, he was still a little guy. However, this little guy actually pointed at the Sky Rock ruler's nose and called him a narrow-minded person in the North Sea Palace. In front of his disciples and juniors, was he not courting death? Everyone present thought that Jian Wushuang was crazy. They looked at him as if he was a fool. However, Jian Wushuang did not pay attention to them. He continued, Master Sky Rock, I know that you are high and mighty, but because of that you can't help the Red-Eye Master because of your status. Thanks, this is really embarrassing. Boy, have you said enough? Master Sky Rock finally spoke. His voice was as cold as ice. The surrounding air had also been completely frozen, and a faint killing intent had surrounded the space. What, do you want to fight? Jian Wushuang smiled. If you want to fight, then don't hold back. Just fight. Let me see what you are capable of, the high and mighty Sky Rock ruler. At this point, a normal person would have already attacked, but Master Sky Rock did not. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang. He wanted to see through Jian Wushuang, but no matter how he looked at him, he could not figure out what was going on. Why aren't you fighting? I gave you a chance. Are you afraid that if you kill me here, the experts will laugh at you and bully me in your own territory? Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. If you're really afraid, let's make a bet. You can kill me within 10 breaths. If I die in your hands within 10 breaths, then I deserve it. My palace master will not complain about the North Sea Palace, and he will come out and explain to the outside world that I offended you and was killed by you. You don't have to worry about being called a bully. But if I don't die in 10 breaths, I want what I want. What do you think? After saying that, Jian Wushuang looked at the Sky Rock ruler. But after hearing him, the Sky Rock ruler's expression and eyes became calm. That thing. The Sky Rock ruler smiled faintly. Sure enough, you've said so much, but your ultimate goal is still that thing. Jian Wushuang was stunned, and Daoist Xian God's heart sank. The process of meeting the Sky Rock ruler in the North Sea Palace was discussed by Jian Wushuang and Daoist Xian God. Their goal was to obtain the supreme true treasure divine, sword of the Sky Rock ruler. However, the problem was that the Sky Rock ruler was an ancient ruler who had lived for God knows how many years. It was not easy for them to scheme against such a ruler. As expected, Master Sky Rock saw through their real purpose at a glance. Haha, I admit that my ultimate goal is to get the thing in your hand. But at the same time, Master Sky Rock, Do you dare to say that you don't want to kill me at all? Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. I can clearly feel the killing intent that filled this space and time just now. Even now, the killing intent hasn't completely disappeared. Indeed, before I met you, I did not have any killing intent toward you. However, I do now. The Sky Rock ruler coldly said. His killing intent had indeed risen. After all, he was an incomparably aloof ruler. Over the many years, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Moreover, they had even pointed at his nose and scolded him. Even an ordinary person would not be able to endure this, much less him. In the face of such humiliation, it would be a joke if he did not make a move. Although he knew that Jian Wushuang was deliberately luring him to make a move, Jian Wushuang's plan was bound to succeed. Boy, just as you said, 10 breaths is too long. As a mere principles master, no matter how strong you are among principles masters, 1 breath is enough for me to kill you, said the Sky Rock ruler. 1 breath? Then I'll let you do it, Master Sky Rock. Jian Wushuang smiled happily. Not only Jian Wushuang, but Daoist Shen God, who was behind him, looked anxious, but he was also very happy. Others did not know Jian Wushuang's real strength, but he knew it very well. He already had the strength of a ruler, and he had a divine body that was comparable to an elementary universe, supreme treasure, and boundless divine power. Such a means and ability, even if Master Skyrock was given 4 hours, he would not be able to kill Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had said that he would give the Sky Rock ruler a chance to kill him in 10 breaths. He did not expect the Sky Rock ruler to say that he would only take 1 breath. 1 breath could only kill Jian Wushuang. Even if the Devil Cloud Star Master came personally, he might not be able to do so. However, the Sky Rock ruler clearly did not know this. Just as Daoist Shin God had said, he was indeed a supreme figure. Such a supreme figure would be somewhat arrogant or conceited. The Sky Rock ruler had such arrogance. He was a ruler and a superior ruler. Although Jian Wushuang had restrained his divine power, he could tell at a glance that Jian Wushuang was still at the level of a principles master. Since he was only a principles master, he could kill him in a breath's time. Of course, he could kill him easily. Soon, the Sky Rock ruler made his move. Rumble. As the Sky Rock ruler slowly raised his hand, the world instantly shook, and a world-shaking power instantly gathered in his palm. The sky collapsed and the earth shook wildly. The thousands of fierce beasts on the grassland began to run for their lives. This was the Sky Rock ruler. The power formed with just a thought completely exceeded the limits of this special space-time. Boom! Suddenly, the Sky Rock ruler's finger descended. Chapter 36:28. 1 breath space-time was completely crushed. Endless power was pressing toward Jian Wushuang, making him secretly shocked. Although he knew that the Sky Rock ruler was a superior ruler and would be very powerful, when the Sky Rock ruler really attacked, he was still shocked. Just the finger in front of him gave him a feeling that he could not resist it at all. If he fought it head-on, this finger could easily crush him. However, Jian Wushuang knew that this finger was not the strongest strength of the Sky Rock ruler. Jian Wushuang struck out with his sword. He slashed out with his sword and instantly activated the origin of the sword principle universe. However, in terms of power, Jian Wushuang only used less than 10% of the power of his sword. Although it was only 10%, it was still much stronger than an ordinary principles master. In addition to the ruler realm's secret skill, Jian Wushuang displayed the most powerful battle strength of the principles master that everyone recognized before he made a breakthrough. Of course, he did this on purpose. Bang! The finger directly collided with the long sword in Jian Wushuang's hand. Almost in an instant, Jian Wushuang's sword momentum collapsed, and the long sword in his hand almost flew out. However, the finger of the Sky Rock ruler continued to attack. Finally, it landed on his divine body. A terrifying power suddenly exploded on Jian Wushuang's divine body. Jian Wushuang let out a muffled groan and shot backward like a meteor. Until the very edge of the space-time, he smashed into the space-time barrier, which cracked. Seeing this, the Red-Eye Master, who was standing in the void, sneered. Blood Sword Master is overestimating himself. He thinks he has some strength and is invincible among Principal's masters, so he can challenge a ruler. What a joke! The gap between a ruler and a Principal's master is not so easy to make up for. Moreover, he chose the Clan Master, the strongest superior ruler in this territory. Red-Eye, I don't think it's that simple. Shurian Master suddenly said. Look at Blood Sword Master. He's still alive. Huh. Red-Eye Master immediately looked over. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang had already stood up. You should be proud of yourself for being able to take my finger and not die. But that's all. Master Sky Rock's face was cold. He glanced at Jian Wushuang and then moved. A shocking power gathered in his hand again. It should be known that Jian Wushuang and Master Skyrock were limited to one breath. One breath might be very short for ordinary cultivators, but for super experts like Master Skyrock, one breath was enough for him to do many things. For example, when he fought with Jian Wushuang now, one breath was enough for him to attack Jian Wushuang at least 5 times. Just now it was only the first time. Then the Master Sky Rock attacked again with more power. In the face of the Master Sky Rock's terrifying strength, Jian Wushuang seemed to be vulnerable. He seemed to be trying his best to resist the Master Sky Rock's attack, but he was easily defeated by the Master Sky Rock. In the blink of an eye, the Master Sky Rock had attacked 4 times, and he had almost used up the time of one breath. He was just a little bit short of time. Sky Rock Ruler only had one last chance. Wang, come and read on our website, Wuxia World site. Thanks Time and Space started to tremble crazily. A purple glove appeared in Sky Rock Ruler's hand, and it gave off a suffocating aura. Supreme Universe, True Treasure. As a top-tier ruler, Sky Rock Ruler had a supreme attack True Treasure that was suitable for him. However, he had not taken out any of the previous 4 attacks, but this 5th and final attack was Sky Rock Ruler's. Clearly, he was going all out. Star-crushing finger. A fierce light flashed in Master Skyrock's eyes, and a large amount of blood-colored fog surrounded him. The blood-colored fog gathered crazily and eventually formed a huge blood-colored vortex, as Master Sky Rock pointed out. The blood-colored vortex immediately covered Jian Wushuang. For a moment, the world changed color. The surrounding spectators, even someone as powerful as Taoist Shen God, had a drastic change in expression when they saw the blood-red vortex. As for the Principal's masters, their hearts trembled. This power, Master, you used your full strength. Red-Eye Master exclaimed. A top-tier tier 7 ultimate skill. This is the strongest continuation created by Master 200 million years ago, in the depths of Crimson Rock Mountain. When Master was fighting for a supreme treasure with a top-tier ruler, I saw the ruler use it. In order to kill Blood Sword Master, Master actually used his strongest ultimate skill? Master Yunqin was also shocked. The most powerful skill created by Master Skyrock was not something that could be used easily. Normally, he would only use it when he was facing an opponent that was on par with him, but now he had used it. Perhaps it was because the previous 4 attacks were not fatal to Jian Wushuang. In order to be safe, Master Skyrock had used his killer move with all his might in the last attack. It was not only for the supreme True Treasure magic weapon, but also to protect his reputation. The Sky Rock Ruler would definitely not allow a Principal's master to live for more than a breath in his hands. Feeling the power of the Sky Rock Ruler's final attack, the corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth curled up slightly. As expected, I finally used my full strength in the final attack. Unfortunately, it's too late. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. At this juncture, he finally stopped holding back. He had deliberately shown weakness in his previous 4 exchanges with the Sky Rock Ruler. The strength he had displayed could only be described as invincible among Principal's masters, but it did not meet the standards of a ruler. But now Buzz, Jian Wushuang's divine power finally burst out completely. At the same time, he immediately activated his life divine power and heaven-cleaving skill, making his divine power 3 times stronger than that of an ordinary ruler. In addition, the blood demon cave armor he was wearing was a top-grade supreme treasure armor. As Jian Wushuang's strength increased, he could now activate the second level of power, which was 100 times the power of the pinnacle of the 6th realm. This made Jian Wushuang's divine power a little stronger. Let me see how powerful a top-grade ruler is. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with excitement. The top-grade supreme treasure in his hand, the Cyan Spirit Divine Sword, also trembled slightly. In an instant, an extremely violent power rose up and a large area of flame swept over. It was as if it could burn the world. It was a 7th-level advanced absolute art, star fire-burning sun. Whoosh! The sword light fell. The 3 people who had been watching the battle in the surrounding void, including Red-Eye Master, Master of Cloud Sinking, and Shurian Master, were all shocked when they saw Jian Wushuang's sword light. Chapter 36:29 Ruler? This sword, how is it possible? Red-Eye Master was in disbelief. The power of a ruler. This sword is definitely at the level of a ruler. It's even stronger than an ordinary ruler, Master Yinshin said. Has Blood Sword Master already broken through to become a ruler? Shurian Master was also shocked. They were all Principal's masters, so they could see that Jian Wushuang's sword was more powerful than that of a Principal's master. It was definitely at the level of a ruler. But why had Blood Sword Master not shown his strength before? Instantly, the 3 Principal's masters had a bad premonition, especially the Red-Eye Master. Boom! The enormous blood-red vortex, with its incredible strangling power, finally collided with Jian Wushuang's sword light, which could burn everything in the world. Although Jian Wushuang had used all his strength, the power it released was barely comparable to that of an advanced ruler. However, he was facing the full-strength attack of the Skyrock ruler, so the final result was still that Jian Wushuang's sword light was mercilessly destroyed, and the blood-red vortex still enveloped Jian Wushuang. Then the terrifying strangling power completely affected Jian Wushuang's body. Splash! Jian Wushuang only felt that his divine body was constantly being attacked by divine power. Even though the power of the blood demon cave armor was greatly weakened and his divine body was comparable to an elementary universe, supreme treasure, the impact of divine power at this level still reached the limit of his divine body and began to destroy his divine power. In the end, when the strangling power in the blood-red vortex was completely exhausted, Jian Wushuang's divine power was also depleted by a full 1%. Amazing, as expected of the Sky Rock ruler. He actually used 1% of my divine power in one strike. Jian Wushuang could not help exclaiming in his heart. He was truly amazed. It must be known that before he made a breakthrough, his divine body, which was comparable to an elementary universe supreme treasure, could already make an ordinary elementary ruler or even an advanced ruler despair. For example, the Heaven Ancestor had tried, but his full-strength attack could only deplete 1 out of 10,000 of Jian Wushuang's divine power. This was because Jian Wushuang was just standing there and did not resist at all. But now he was using his full strength to resist. He had already unleashed his strongest move, which was to use Starfire Burning Sun to clash with the Sky Rock ruler's finger, which had already weakened a lot of the power of the finger. However, the last finger had still leaked 1% of his divine power. In other words, the power of the Sky Rock ruler's finger was hundreds of times stronger than that of the Heaven Ancestor. Of course, this was also because the Sky Rock ruler had used his most powerful supreme treasure divine weapon. But even so, it was still very terrifying. If the Sky Rock ruler can destroy 1% of my divine power in a head-on fight, then as long as he can find a way to stop me from escaping, am afraid there's a glimmer of hope that he can kill me." Jian Wushuang sighed inwardly. Jian Wushuang was amazed by the strength of the Sky Rock ruler. However, the Sky Rock ruler was overwhelmed with emotions. "He's not dead. How could he survive my strongest attack?" The Sky Rock ruler's eyes were cold. "Not only is he not dead, but his aura is well preserved. In other words, I didn't even manage to severely injure him." The Master Sky Rock could not accept this result at the moment. "Master Sky Rock, the time for one breath is up." "Thank you," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Master Sky Rock took a deep look at Jian Wushuang. After a while he nodded and said, "Blood Sword Master, it seems that I have indeed underestimated you. The people of this territory have also underestimated you. Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site." Thanks, Jian Wushuang just smiled awkwardly. "This is what you want." Master Sky Rock waved his hand and threw an interspatial ring to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took it and scanned it with his consciousness. He was immediately delighted. There was nothing else in the interspatial ring except a sword, a floating black magic sword that gave off a terrifying aura. "Thank you, Master Sky Rock." Jian Wushuang immediately thanked him. "Take your things and get lost." Master Sky Rock waved his sleeve and turned around. Jian Wushuang was not annoyed. He glanced at Taoist Xian God. "Haha, Master Sky Rock, sorry to bother you." Taoist Xian God laughed heartily and immediately left with Jian Wushuang. After Jian Wushuang and Xian God left, Master Sky Rock's face immediately darkened. "Yunqin," Master Sky Rock said. "Master." Master Yunqin immediately walked over. "Go to the Heaven June Pavilion," Master Sky Rock said. "Heaven June Pavilion?" Master Yunqin was stunned. The Heaven June Pavilion was the department in the North Sea Palace that was responsible for collecting intelligence. In this territory, not only the 3 battlefields, but also the various forces in the astral world were all collected by the Heaven June Pavilion. "Go ask the Star Palace and the Blood Sword Master. Once you have done that, come back to me," Ruler Skyrock said. "Yes." Master Yunqin immediately turned and left. "Patriarch!" The Red-Eye Master and Master Stonehate were still standing there. They raised their heads and carefully glanced at Ruler Sky Rock. But when they saw the look on his face, they were so frightened that they did not dare to say anything else. They knew very well that the Sky Rock ruler had lost all his face today, and the one who had caused all of this was the Blood Sword Master. After just half a day, Master Yunqin returned once again. "Master, when I arrived at the Heaven June Pavilion, I asked for information about the Star Palace and the Blood Sword Master over the years. However, there was no problem. I immediately asked them to investigate carefully and ask someone to inquire. In the end, they quickly found out that a major incident had happened in the Star Palace a few days ago." Master Yunqin's voice was somewhat anxious. "What's the matter?" The Sky Rock ruler asked. "It's that Blood Sword Master. He caused a huge commotion in the Star Palace and even exploded with an incomparably terrifying divine might. That divine might even surpassed that of an ordinary ruler. The many principals, masters who stayed in the Star Palace saw it with their own eyes. They all believed that this Blood Sword Master had already broken through to become a ruler. Even the Star Palace Master, Temporal Temple Master, and Heaven Ancestor. When they saw this Blood Sword Master, they immediately addressed him as the Blood Sword Master. Master Yunqin said, "What did you say?" Hearing Master Yunqin's words, Red-Eye Master immediately exclaimed, "You said that Blood Sword Master has already broken through to become a ruler." "That's right. And from the strength he just displayed, that is indeed a ruler realm battle strength," Master Yunqin said solemnly. "Bastard, he clearly has already broken through. Yet he still disguised himself as a principal's master to gamble with the clan master and let the clan master kill him within a breath. This is clearly deceiving the clan head. Clan master, we cannot let this matter rest." Red-Eye Master shouted sternly. Chapter 3630. One must accept one's loss, yes. Deceiving a ruler is unforgivable, Shi Master said in a low voice. Clan leader, that blood sword master is not far from my North Sea palace. If we chase after him now, it will definitely be in time, Red-Eye Master said. Shut up. Master Sky, Rock, finally spoke. Red-Eye Master and Shi Master were so frightened that they did not dare to make a sound. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Master Sky Rock said in a low voice. Do you think I can't tell whether Blood Sword Master is a principal's master or a resident? Red-Eye Master was stunned. Yes, Jian Wushuang had shown his strength in front of Master Sky Rock. If he was really a ruler, Master Sky Rock would have seen through him. But the truth was, the Sky Rock ruler had always thought that Jian Wushuang was only a principal's master. In this territory, no one can hide their true cultivation in front of me. Even if he really got a great opportunity and cultivated a special secret skill to hide his aura, once he shows his divine power, he will be exposed. However, the Blood Sword Master was a bone master from the beginning to the end. Therefore, we can be sure that the Blood Sword Master is only at the level of a principal's master. There is no dispute about that. As for the breakthrough he made in Star Palace not too long ago, it wasn't necessarily a breakthrough to become a ruler. It was a major breakthrough in other areas such as the laws or top-tier secret arts, which allowed him to instantly become comparable to rulers in terms of combat power, Ruler Skyrock said. But the divine power he displayed during his breakthrough was at the ruler realm as well. Master Yinshin could not help but say, So what? The universe is vast, and it is filled with all sorts of strange things. Even though he is only at the level of a principal's master, his godly power is comparable to that of a ruler. There are also some in this universe, such as those special life forms who are blessed by nature. These special life forms have an astonishing innate advantage. The higher the level of the special life form, the greater the innate advantage. For ordinary cultivators, it is indeed inconceivable for principal's masters to possess the godly power of a ruler. But for special life forms, it is not impossible, Master Skyrock said. Master, are you saying that the Blood Sword Master is also a special life form? Master Yinshin asked in surprise. The Blood Sword Master came from the Star Palace, and the origin of the Star Palace is the Divine Beginning Realm. I have some understanding of the Divine Beginning Realm, and I have seen a supreme character in the Divine Beginning Realm. If the Blood Sword Master is related to that supreme character, then everything can be explained, the Sky Rock ruler said. He was extremely certain that there are some terrifying special life forms in the universe. At the level of a principal's master, their divine power was already comparable to a ruler's. That was because many years ago in the Quicksand Demon Realm, 3 heaven-suppressing monoliths were born. He had personally fought for one of them. However, his luck was not good, and he was not able to obtain a single heaven-suppressing monoliths. However, he could clearly see the process of that battle. There was one person who attracted the attention of others. That person was a principal's master. Although he was a principal's master, his strength was not inferior to an ordinary ruler. In fact, when he unleashed his full strength, he was much stronger than an ordinary low-level ruler. From the start, he was just like an ordinary principal's master. Staying in the surrounding void, he did not participate in the battle until a perfect opportunity presented itself. He directly acted and suddenly unleashed his full strength, catching the other rulers off guard. He actually managed to obtain a heavenly suppression monument before escaping. During that battle, many rulers were ruthlessly tricked by that person. He, the Sky Rock ruler, was one of them. Naturally, his memory was still fresh in his mind. Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site. Thanks later on, he also learned that that person came from the Divine Beginning Realm. His name was Xian Yi. Later on, although he did not meet Xian Yi again, he heard some things about Xian Yi. For example, after Xian Yi refined the heaven-suppressing tablet, relying on the steel, actually can burst out the top of the Dominator's combat strength, but at that time in this area caused a sensation, although later do not know exactly what reason. This mystic one fell, but he created before those legends, but still. Therefore, with Xian Yi's experience, he could accept that Jian Wushuang was only at the level of Principal's master, but his battle strength was no less than that of an ordinary ruler. Regardless of the reason, regardless of whether Blood Sword Master had planned it in advance or not, he managed to survive for one breath in my hands despite being at the level of a Principal's master. If he is willing to bet, he must admit defeat. Even I have nothing more to say, Skyrock Ruler said. If he was willing to bet, he must admit defeat. As soon as he said these words, the surrounding Red-Eye Master, no matter how unwilling they were, could only be impatient. After all, the bet between Master Skyrock and Jian Wushuang was a fact. It was also a fact that Jian Wushuang had won the bet. It would be a real disgrace if the mighty Master Skyrock could not even accept his defeat. Listen up. Don't mention what happened today to anyone. Red-Eye, let's put an end to the grudge between you and Blood Sword Master. In the future, if it's not necessary, don't provoke Blood Sword Master. If you meet him in the 3 battlefields, avoid him immediately, just like when you meet other masters. Do you understand? Master Skyrock looked down. Yes. Although the Red-Eye Master was still somewhat unwilling, he still nodded heavily. Master, are we really not going to pursue the matter today? Master Yinchin could not help but ask. How are we going to pursue it? Do you want me to personally take action and kill that Blood Sword Master? The Sky Rock Ruler glanced at Master Yinchin. Let's not talk about my status. If I were to recklessly pursue and kill a Principal's master, it would cause all the experts to laugh at me. Most importantly, that Blood Sword Master isn't weak at all. In addition, his protective techniques are even more inconceivable. I've already used all my strength with my finger earlier, but in the end, his divine power wasn't depleted at all. In other words, even if I attack with all my strength, I won't be able to kill him. If that's the case, then why should I waste my strength and not gain any benefits? Also, there's another point. This Blood Sword Master is only at the level of a Principal's master, and his battle prowess is already so tyrannical. If he breaks through to become a ruler one day, how strong will his strength be? I'm afraid that even I might not be his match at that time. It's better for the North Sea Palace not to provoke a person with such incredible potential unless it's necessary. Although Sky Rock Ruler was arrogant, he was not stupid. He was very sensible and knew his limits. He knew that he might not be able to do anything to Jian Wushuang. However, if Jian Wushuang grew up in the future, he might be able to do something to him. In that case, it was better for him not to provoke Jian Wushuang when there was no big enmity between them. Master Yinchin, Red-Eye Master, and Shurian Master also nodded and quickly left. Chapter 36-31. Jian Wushuang and Daoist Xian God were flying side by side in the dark void of the universe. Haha, I just wanted to try my luck. I didn't expect it to work. Daoist Xian God beamed with joy. Xian God, your plan is very thoughtful and well matched with mine. Otherwise, the Skyrock Ruler would never fall for it, Jian Wushuang said. My plan was stupid and easy to see through. The reason why I succeeded this time was because the Sky Rock Ruler was too confident, Daoist Xian God said with a smile. Then he sighed and said, I still can't calm down. The Sky Rock Ruler is a supreme ruler in this territory. He is a superior existence, but this time we have set him up. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled. Yes, they had set the Sky Rock Ruler up from the beginning to the end. They made use of the Sky Rock Ruler's confidence and his arrogance. To be honest, Daoist Xian God's plan was very stupid. First, he would anger the Sky Rock Ruler and make the Sky Rock Ruler kill Jian Wushuang. Then, Jian Wushuang would give the ruler a chance to kill him. In other words, it was a provocation. It was a very simple provocation that could be easily seen through. Master Sky Rock also saw through it at a glance. He could see that Jian Wushuang had deliberately said so many things to annoy him. His purpose was still for the supreme treasure divine sword. But even if he saw through it, Master Sky, Rock, could not refuse the bet. Jian Wushuang had indeed angered and offended him. As a superior ruler, his dignity and pressure were all there. If he did not get angry after being offended, then where was his dignity as a ruler? Therefore, he had to make a move. At least, he had to teach Jian Wushuang a big lesson, not to mention killing him. At this time, Jian Wushuang had given him an opportunity to gamble, so he could only seize it. The most important point was that Sky Rock Ruler could see that Jian Wushuang was indeed just a principal's master. Out of absolute confidence in his own strength, he did not think that Jian Wushuang could really last a breath of time in his hands, so he agreed. But the final result was beyond Sky Rock Ruler's expectations. It could be said that this matter had been planned by Jian Wushuang and Taoist Shen God from the beginning to the end. The Sky Rock Ruler knew it was a plan, but he could only jump in. "My young friend, why don't you take out the sword that the Sky Rock Ruler gave you?" Taoist Shen God asked. Jian Wushuang smiled and flipped his hand. The black magic sword, which gave off a cold and heart-palpitating aura, appeared in his hand. As soon as the black magic sword appeared, a supreme treasure aura swept out, and the surrounding void seemed to immediately sink into an ice cave. It's so strong and cold. This is the strongest attack, supreme treasure. Taoist Shen God's eyes were shining. Indeed, compared to a pinnacle universe, supreme treasure, this sword is much stronger. Jian Wushuang could not help exclaiming in surprise. Although he had not completely refined the sword and made it recognize him as its master, he could feel the supreme power contained in the sword just by holding it in his hand. Its power was much stronger than the Science Spirit divine sword he was using now. A supreme universe, true treasure, seemed to be only one level away from a pinnacle universe, true treasure, but the difference was too great. A pinnacle universe, true treasure, could usually be used by an ordinary ruler, but a supreme universe, true treasure, even a ruler, could hardly use all its power. That was the difference. "Hurry up and refine it," Taoist Shen God urged. "Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters." Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and immediately began to refine it. The process of refining was not easy. After all, a supreme treasure had a spirit, and the spirit of a top-tier universe supreme treasure was extremely arrogant. It was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators, even rulers, to get its recognition and refine it. Jian Wushuang was only a principal's master. Therefore, when he first felt Jian Wushuang's cultivation, the spirit of the supreme treasure was very resistant to Jian Wushuang. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang had activated the origin of the Sword Principal Universe and truly stepped into the origin of the Sword Principal Universe. When he used the origin of the Sword Principal Universe, the resistance of the spirit of the Supreme Treasure was immediately eliminated. On the contrary, it became extremely excited. The subsequent refining process was extremely smooth. Soon, Jian Wushuang completely refined the divine sword. After completely refining it, Jian Wushuang also learned the real name of the divine sword. It was called Netherworld. It meant the netherworld of hell, and it was an extremely cold, killing divine sword. At the same time, after Jian Wushuang communicated with the spirit of the divine sword, he learned that the reason why the spirit of the divine sword immediately changed its attitude after sensing the origin of the universe of Sword Principle was because the origin of the universe of Sword Principle was too high-end. It was difficult for ordinary rulers to master it, but Jian Wushuang was only at the level of Principle's master, which showed his talent in Sword Principle and his future. Achievements were bound to be limitless. Because of this, the spirit of the divine sword immediately changed its attitude and allowed Jian Wushuang to refine it. Netherworld, divine sword. Jian Wushuang held the black divine sword in his right hand and felt the terrifying coldness contained in the sword. He was pleasantly surprised. The The strongest universe supreme treasure is much stronger than a pinnacle universe supreme treasure. When I used the Cyan Spirit Divine Sword, my battle strength could barely match an advanced ruler. Now that I have this magic sword, my strength will definitely be at the advanced ruler realm. Even among the advanced rulers, I can be considered very strong. He knew very well that with a supreme, true treasure godly weapon in hand, his offensive power would definitely rise to a new level. In addition to his incredible protective techniques, he could practically do whatever he wanted among senior rulers. After all, many rulers did not have supreme true treasures. Furthermore, the offensive godly swords of supreme true treasures would cause an even greater impact on those true treasure armors that were below the level of supreme true treasures. For example, if a supreme true treasure armor was attacked by a ruler, if the opponent's attack divine weapon was only a supreme true treasure, the armor could still reduce the power of the ruler's attack by about 90%. However, if the opponent was holding a supreme true treasure, it would be completely different. The attack of the supreme true treasure and the armor of the supreme true treasure level could only reduce the power of the armor by 80% at most. As for the supreme true treasure armor, few people in this territory had it. It could be said that Jian Wushuang's attack and defense were one. The only drawback was that the heaven-cleaving skill consumed too much divine power, so he could not use it recklessly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3632. My young friend, it seems that you are very satisfied with this divine sword. Taoist Xian God looked at him. Yes, of course I am. Jian Wushuang smiled. What could he not be satisfied with? Although the Sky Rock ruler gave me the Netherworld divine sword, he must be unwilling to accept it. After a little investigation, he will probably find out what happened in Star Palace. By then he will know that we have set him up. Jian Wushuang smiled. That's right, but it doesn't matter. Master Skyrock has lived for a long time. He's not a fool. He knows your potential and that he can't kill you. Therefore, even if he feels uncomfortable, he won't come to deal with you openly. Unless one day you die, he may come to deal with Star Palace. However, if you die, there's no point for Star Palace to exist. Taoist Xian God said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, but suddenly his expression changed. By the way, the North Sea Palace is in the east of this territory, and if I remember correctly, the Earth Saint Star seems to be nearby. Earth Saint Star? Why? Are you going to the Earth Saint Star? Taoist Xian God asked. Previously, Jian Wushuang had asked Axe One Master for information about the Ice Heart Glazed Jade, but Taoist Xian God did not know about it. Earth Saint Star Master has a piece of Ice Heart Glazed Jade, which is very important to me. However, when I asked Axe One to negotiate with him on behalf of Star Palace, he did not give Star Palace any face at all and casually dismissed Axe One. Jian Wushuang said, if it's something in the hands of Earth Saint Star Master, and he refused decisively before, it won't be easy to get it from him again. Taoist Xian God narrowed his eyes. But I must get the Icy Heart Glazed Jade no matter what the price. Jian Wushuang's expression turned cold. Xian God, how strong is the Earth Saint Star Master? The Earth Saint Star Master is not very strong. He is considered average among the rulers, slightly weaker than the Heaven Ancestor. Moreover, the Heaven Ancestor obtained supreme treasure by chance, but the Earth Saint Star Master doesn't have a supreme treasure, Taoist Xian God explained. However, no matter how weak he is still a real ruler. He has many tricks, strong life-saving abilities, and a weird and irritable personality. Therefore, he has always been a ruler who is not easy to provoke. Take Star Palace as an example. If it's not necessary, we definitely don't want to provoke such a ruler. After all, a barefooted person is not afraid of wearing shoes. Earth Saint Star Master has nothing to worry about, and Star Palace is involved in many things. As long as we provoke him and can't kill him, he can attack our experts without any scruples. When that happens, Our star palace will have a headache." Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. Daoist Xian God noticed the change in Jian Wushuang's expression and immediately changed the topic. "My young friend, it's okay if you really need the ice heart glazed jade. It's just an Earth Saint Star Master. We can just kill him and force him to hand it over." "Xian God, didn't you just say that the Earth Saint Star Master is not to be trifled with?" Jian Wushuang looked over in puzzlement. Yes, previously, the Earth Saint Star Master was indeed not to be trifled with. Daoist Xian God smiled. Previously, although there were 4 rulers in Star Palace, the strongest heaven-cleaving Alliance Master had been staying in the divine beginning realm and could not escape at all. On the other hand, I, Spacetime, and the Heaven Ancestor are only primary rulers, and Spacetime is not good at fighting head-on. The Heaven Ancestor and I are not much stronger than the Earth Saint Star Master. Even if the 3 of us join hands, we can only force the Earth Saint Star Master into a very sorry state, but we cannot really threaten his life. Since his life isn't in danger, there's no need for him to be afraid of us. But now the Star Palace has one more ruler, and that's you. You have the most powerful attack true treasure, and you're good at Sword Dao and killing Dao. If you attack, you'll be able to crush him by yourself. Plus, Space-Time and I will help him, making it impossible for him to escape. That will be enough to threaten his life. Although this Earth Saint Star Master is irritable and eccentric, he is a master who bullies the weak and fears the strong. As long as his life is not threatened, he will not give face to anyone. However, for the top forces in this territory, such as the North Sea Palace and the 3 rulers of the North Sea Palace, the Sky Rock ruler alone is enough to kill him. He will never dare to provoke such a force. As long as we can put enough pressure on him and make him feel that his life is in danger, he will have no choice but to bow his head. Visit Readle, me for extra chapters. I see. Jian Wushuang smiled. In that case, let's go to the Earth Saint Star now and send a message to time and space to ask him to come as soon as possible. I'll send a message now. Daoist Xian God immediately sent the message, and the 2 of them immediately went to the Earth Saint Star. The Earth Saint Star was a very ordinary Earth star. It was not big, and its geographical location was not as good as the Earth star occupied by the major forces. However, because of its remote location, the Earth Saint Star Master had completely become the ruler of this territory. After occupying this place, he had completely become the ruler of this territory. He was basically an unruly existence around here. No one dared to provoke him, and his life was extremely comfortable. However, at this moment, in a dark void near the Earth Saint Star, Jian Wushuang, Daoist Xian God, and Temporal Temple Master were standing side by side. The Earth Saint Star is ahead. The Earth Saint Star Master hasn't been to the 3 battlefields for a long time. He should be in the Earth Saint Star now. Should we kill him directly? Daoist Xian God said. There's no rush. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Let's go and meet the Saint Star Master first. If he changes his mind now and is willing to hand over the ice heart, glazed jade, or give it to us, it will save us a lot of trouble. If he is still as tough as before, it's not too late for us to attack him. How about this? I'll go to the Saint Star with Xian God. You stay in the void around the Saint Star and wait for my news. As long as we don't make a deal with the Saint Star Master, I'll send a message to you. Then you can directly seal the space around the Saint Star Master and not give him a chance to escape, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Temporal Temple Master nodded. Xian God, let's go and meet Earth Saint Star Master. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately rushed toward Earth Saint Star with Daoist Xian God. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Earth Saint Star. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36-33. Before they reached the Saint Star, several streams of light rushed out from the Saint Star and blocked Jian Wushuang. A cold voice sounded. These people were obviously the guards of the Saint Star. It was naturally impossible for the Earth Saint Star Master to be the only one on such a huge Earth Saint Star. In addition, there were also many cultivators who relied on him. They were all principals, masters with different strengths. For example, these people in front of them were also principals, masters. However, their strength was very ordinary. They were only at the second or third level of the void. However, even if their strength was weak, because of the Earth Saint Star Master behind them, they were able to walk unhindered in the surrounding territories. As time passed, their mentality also changed and they became arrogant, especially in such an occasion. When someone came to the Earth Saint Star, they would normally come to visit the Earth Saint Star Master. Therefore, their attitude became even colder, and they even had a trace of arrogance. This was also the order of the Earth Saint Star Master. Whoever came to the Earth Saint Star would first show off their strength. But this time, it was obvious that they had raised an iron plate. Seeing the arrogant expressions of the people in front of him, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. Taoist Xian God, who was next to him, snorted coldly. In an instant, his aura at the ruler realm swept out directly. It pressed down on the bodies of the principal's masters. The principal's masters were immediately suppressed to the point that they did not dare to breathe loudly. The arrogance on their faces disappeared in an instant. There was only fear. They immediately understood the identity of the person who had come, and they became even more afraid. Go and inform them that Star Palace Master, Xian God, and Blood Sword Master have come to pay a visit to Earth Saint Star Master, Xian God said. Star Palace Master? Blood Sword Master? The principal's masters immediately looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. They were not very familiar with Xian God, but from his aura, they knew that he was a high and mighty ruler. He looked at Earth Saint Star Master behind them. However, Blood Sword Master was a well-known figure to them. As the strongest among the principal's masters, Jian Wushuang was very famous in this territory, and the principal's masters were full of admiration for him. He had defeated 5 experts of the pinnacle of the 6th realm by himself, which was enough to make countless principals' masters look up to him. After knowing the identities of Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God, the principal's masters immediately became respectful. One of them returned to the Earth Saint Star to report the news. Taoist Xian God was right. Earth Saint Star Master was indeed in the Earth Saint Star, and he was living a very leisurely life. In the center of a huge and beautiful manor, there was a high platform. On the high platform, there were many beautiful dancers dancing gracefully. These dancers were all captured from the star world around Earth Saint Star Master. They were all very weak and had not reached the level of the principal's master. They were only at the level of saints. However, in the Earth Saint Star, saints were no different from the principal's master. What these beauties had to do was to make the Earth Saint Star Master believe in them as much as possible. Around the high platform, there were 3 beautiful women who were wearing revealing clothes. 2 of them were serving them, and one of them was sitting on the Earth Saint Star Master's lap. The Earth Saint Star Master was drinking the fine wine and fruits that Meiji had handed over to him while moving his hands up and down on Meiji's lap. It was needless to say how much he enjoyed it. But at this time, the principal's master who had come in to report had arrived in the manor. He respectfully called out from a distance, Star Master, Star Palace Master Xian God, and Blood Sword Master have already arrived outside the star. They say that they're here to pay you a visit. Earth Saint Star Master's expression slightly moved, and the flush on his face slightly faded. He slowly stood up. He said, I also know Star Palace Master. He is just a low-grade ruler. Who is that Blood Sword Master? A principal's master. Do you want me to know about him? Star Master, that Blood Sword Master, is now publicly acknowledged as the strongest principal's master in this territory. Not long ago, in the depths of Devil Smoke Valley, he single-handedly defeated 5 pinnacle of the 6 realm experts, and even killed one of them. His name shook the world. The principal's master respectfully said, Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. Oh! The Earth Saint Star Master raised his eyebrows, but then he sneered. To be able to defeat 5 pinnacle of the 6 realm experts by himself. His strength is indeed not bad. But so what? He's still just a principal's master and aunt. Tell them that I'm currently in high spirits and have no time to care about them. Tell them to scram. With that, the Earth Saint Star Master continued to lie down, enjoying the service of the surrounding beauties. As for the principal's master who had come in to report, his expression was bitter. He had been in the Earth Saint Star for many years and knew what kind of temper this Earth Saint Star Master had. However, the crux of the matter was that the one waiting outside was a ruler after all, and the strongest of the principal's master, directly asking the other party to scram. Even though the Earth Saint Star Master dared to say this, he might not dare to say it. Listen. Tell them exactly what I just said. If you say one wrong word, I'll cut you into pieces. The voice of the principal's master rang out again. Yes, yes. The principal's master, who was still hesitating, immediately left the manor in fear. When he came to the outside of the Earth Saint Star and saw Daoist Shin God and Jian Wushuang, the principal's master felt bitter in his heart. But he still told them exactly what the principal's master had said. However, his tone was certainly not as tough as the Earth Saint Star Master's. Guys, my Star Master said that he is in high spirits and has no time to care about you. He wants you to get lost. After saying that, the principal's master lowered his head in fear. He did not dare to look at Jian Wushuang and Daoist Shin God. However, he did not know that Jian Wushuang and Daoist Shin God did not get angry after hearing that. Instead, they smiled faintly. Earth Saint Star Master is indeed as unreasonable as the rumors say. Daoist Shin God smiled. At least there's a ruler visiting us now. It's fine if Earth Saint Star Master doesn't want to see us, but he wants to chase us away. Thanks. No wonder he doesn't have any good friends in this territory. Jian Wushuang also smiled. If he doesn't want to see us, what should we do now? Daoist Shin God asked. There's a layer of formation in the Earth Saint Star, but it doesn't seem to be very strong. With our strength, it shouldn't be difficult to break it, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Since the Earth Saint Star Master doesn't want to see us, we can only force our way in. Force our way in? Sure. Daoist Shin God smiled. Hearing the conversation between Jian Wushuang and Daoist Shin God, the principal's masters in front of them were frightened. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36-34 Saint Star Master, my lords! The principal's masters wanted to say something, but Jian Wushuang and Daoist Shin God had already made their moves. Boom! The earth-shaking aura of the ruler suddenly erupted and immediately caused the suppression of the array on Saint Star. However, the array on Saint Star was not too profound. It was not a problem to stop the principal's master, but it was not realistic to stop the ruler. Jian Wushuang did not make a move at all. But Daoist Shin God easily broke the array, and the two of them directly entered the Earth Saint Star. Rumble. The array broke, and the entire Earth Saint Star began to shake crazily. In the central manor of the Earth Saint Star, the dancing beauties stopped and scattered in fear. Earth Saint Star Master, who was on the exquisite bed, suddenly stood up. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Ha! Saint Star Master, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Hearty laughter also rang out in the Saint Star. Daoist Shin God and Jian Wushuang, who were speaking, had also arrived in the void where the manor was. They both looked at Saint Star Master on the bed. This is Saint Star Shin God. You broke into the formation without my consent. It seems that you don't care about me at all. Saint Star Master's voice was cold. Humph, just you wait. I'll go to your Star Palace in a while. My Star Palace's base is there. You can go if you want to, but I don't know if you'll be able to come out again. Daoist Shin God was very relaxed. What a joke. Now that Jian Wushuang had joined the Star Palace, the battle strength of 4 rulers was there. In addition, Daoist Shin God had operated the Star Palace for so many years. The various arrays and techniques in the Star Palace, the Earth Saint Star could not compare to it. If the Earth Saint Star Master had recklessly run to the Star Palace, he was really confident that he could completely keep the Earth Saint Star Master. Earth Saint Star Master, we came here specially to visit you. We have no ill intentions, Jian Wushuang said. No ill intentions? What a joke! You directly broke through the formation and entered the Earth Saint Star. How dare you say you have no ill intentions? The Earth Saint Star Master sneered. And who are you? You're just a principal's master. But you can't even greet me. You're so disrespectful to me. I can kill you for that. Jian Wushuang was stunned. He had heard that Earth Saint Star Master had a strange temper and was very difficult to get along with. It seemed that he was right. Earth Saint Star Master, the Blood Sword Master beside me, has an extraordinary position in our Star Palace. He is no less than my Palace Master. You'd better be a little more polite to him, Taoist Xian God said coldly. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. How can I be so respectful to a mere immortal saint? Xian God, you've lived for so many years. Have you become a dog? Earth Saint Star Master laughed. Taoist Xian God's face turned cold. Jian Wushuang's eyes also turned cold. Since Earth Saint Star Master is so difficult to talk to, there's no need to be polite with him. Earth Saint Star Master, let me ask you, do you have the Ice Heart Glazed Jade? Ice Heart Glazed Jade? Earth Saint Star Master curled his lips. I guess that you're here for the Ice Heart Glazed Jade. Tens of thousands of years ago, someone from your Star Palace came to me to ask about the whereabouts of the Ice Heart Glazed Jade, but I sent him away. I didn't expect that he would come here in person. So, you have the Ice Heart Glazed Jade in your hand? Jian Wushuang asked. What does it have to do with you? Earth Saint Star Master sneered. And who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? I will discipline you on behalf of my realm today. With that, Earth Saint Star Master waved his hand. Instantly, a surge of majestic divine power gathered in the fat void around Jian Wushuang and formed a huge palm that flapped toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Humph! Taoist Xian God snorted. Similarly, a surge of divine power swept over the huge palm, which immediately began to collapse inch by inch. Blood Sword, there's no need to waste words with him. Just attack. Earth Saint Star Master is a typical bully. He won't be honest until he suffers a little, Taoist Xian God said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and the Cyan Spirit, divine, sword appeared in his hand. What, do you want to fight? Earth Saint Star Master looked disdainful. Xian God, it's not that I look down on you. What can you do to me by yourself? You can't do anything to me. Although I can't do anything to you, I can do something to those people in your Star Palace. Just you wait. I won't let today go. Earth Saint Star Master, you've misunderstood. Your opponent this time is not me, but him. Taoist Xian God pointed at Jian Wushuang with a playful smile. Him. Earth Saint Star Master looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise, then burst into laughter. Haha, he's just a principal's master. Do you expect him to fight with me? Xian God, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Humph, laugh, laugh. You'll cry later. Xian God sneered in his heart. Jian Wushuang directly attacked. Whoosh! His figure flashed and floated forward like a ghost. A cold killing intent had completely locked onto Saint Star Master. You're courting death. Saint Star Master's eyes also flashed with killing intent. He directly swung his palm toward Jian Wushuang. An expert at the ruler realm could shake the world with a single move. It seemed like a simple slap, but the divine power contained in it was enough to easily crush an expert at the pinnacle of the sixth realm. Unfortunately, he met Jian Wushuang, the only principal's master in this territory. The moment the Earth Saint Star Master slapped his palm, Jian Wushuang also struck out. Buzz! A A cold scarlet sword light with a suffocating brutal aura slashed out, like an angry ancient ferocious beast that had completely exploded. The peerless sword manual, Shi Xiang. It must be known that during the 100,000 years in that special space, he had made an incredible breakthrough in swordsmanship. His strongest skill, Starfire Burning Sun, was already an advanced level 7 skill, while the other swordsmanship, for example, most of the swordsmanship in the Wushuang sword manual had been upgraded to the level of a level 7 skill. For example, this move by Shi Xiang was an absolute skill at the level of a rank 7 ruler. At this moment, Jian Wushuang did not conceal his strength too much. He used all his strength to burst out the power of a ruler. Chapter 36-35 Advanced Ruler. Crash! The void of the Saint Star was mercilessly torn apart. The extremely violent sword light struck the palm and instantly cut it open. However, the sword light did not completely disappear. It still carried extremely powerful power and slashed toward the Saint Star Master behind him. What? Saint Star Master was shocked. He never expected that Jian Wushuang's sword would be so powerful that it could even defeat his attack. However, he was an expert at the ruler realm after all. In the face of this sudden change, he could still deal with it calmly. He took a step back, and a golden red hammer appeared in his hand. He casually smashed the hammer into the void. However, ripples began to spread out crazily. When the ripples reached the sword light, the power of the sword light was weakened to the extreme. In the end, the sword light completely disappeared. Earth Saint Star Master regained his balance and looked at Jian Wushuang again. However, there was no longer the mockery and disdain in his eyes. Instead, there was a more serious look. The battle strength of a ruler. You have already broken through to become a ruler? No wonder you were able to defeat 5 masters of the 6th realm in Devil Smoke Valley. Humph! It turns out that you deliberately concealed your aura, Saint Star Master snorted. He thought that Jian Wushuang had long broken through to become a ruler, but he had concealed his aura. Therefore, when he was in Devil Smoke Valley, Jian Wushuang was able to defeat many principal's masters with his battle strength of a ruler. However, he did not know that when Jian Wushuang was in Devil Smoke Valley, he did not have the battle strength of a ruler. Instead, he waited for his return to Star Palace and entered closed-door cultivation for 3,000 years to make a breakthrough. However, even if he made a breakthrough, his battle strength was only at the ruler realm. His true realm was only that of a principal's master. However, the Earth Saint Star Master was not as confident as the Sky Rock ruler. The Sky Rock ruler was powerful and had a high vision. He was confident that no one in this territory could hide his aura from him. Therefore, he was very sure that Jian Wushuang was only a principal's master. However, the Earth Saint Star Master did not dare to think so. He thought that Jian Wushuang had made a breakthrough and only used a secret skill to hide his aura, so he did not see through it. Earth Saint Star Master, I just told you that your opponent is him, Taoist Xian God sneered. Humph! So what if the Blood Sword Master has made a breakthrough and become a ruler? He still can't do anything to me, the Earth Saint Star Master snorted. Really? Jian Wushuang curled his lips and attacked again. Whoosh! The sword light, with a hatred that would not rest until death, charged toward Saint Star Master. It was a rank 7 absolute art that would not rest until death. Boy, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Saint Star Master was not afraid at all. He held a golden red sledgehammer in each hand. The 2 golden red sledgehammers emitted a monstrous power and continuously smashed out. They collided with Jian Wushuang crazily. Clang! 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 A series of low collision sounds could be heard. Each collision produced a huge boom and power, causing the surrounding void and the earth to tremble crazily. The entire Saint Star was on the verge of collapse. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang and Saint Star Master had collided dozens of times. The 2 could be said to be evenly matched. Jian Wushuang had barely gained the upper hand with his various sword skills, but it was only a slight advantage. Haha, I said that you, a newly made ruler, can't do anything to me. Even if you join forces with the Xian god, I won't be afraid. If you too have the ability, kill me today. Otherwise, after today, I will launch a crazy revenge on your star palace. Unless the experts of your star palace are hiding in their nest, I will kill every single one of them until all the experts of your star palace are killed. Ha 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 ha. Earth Saint Star Master laughed with a hint of madness in his voice. He was an extremely crazy person. His craziness, unbridled recklessness, and terrifying killing were well known in this territory. Because of this, few people in this territory dared to provoke him. However, Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God had offended him by coming to kill him. With his character and style, he would certainly take revenge crazily. Seeing how crazy the Earth Saint Star Master was, Taoist Xian God narrowed his eyes slightly. As for Jian Wushuang, his eyes turned cold. If you want to take revenge on Star Palace, it depends on whether you can survive today. As soon as he finished his words, Jian Wushuang's body suddenly shook. He activated his life, divine power, and heaven-cleaving skill. Once these two secret skills were used, especially the heaven-cleaving skill, Jian Wushuang's divine power instantly doubled. It was his original power, which was 3 times the power of a ruler. When the power exploded, Jian Wushuang also attacked. Boom! The void shook, and a huge sword shadow swept up. In an instant, it turned into a burning flame with unparalleled, terrifying power and directly covered the Earth Saint Star Master in front of him. It was an advanced level 7 skill, the strongest skill created by Jian Wushuang, Starfire Burning Sun. This sword move was awe-inspiring. The most important thing was the terrifying, explosive power hidden in the swordsmanship. Saint Star Master seemed to have noticed that Jian Wushuang's sword move was extraordinary. At this moment, he also used all his strength to swing the 2 red gold hammers in his hands at the sword light. At first, the power of the two seemed to be too far apart. It was not until the sword light that was burning with raging flames collided with the hammers. Boom! It was as if a volcano that had been silent for many years suddenly erupted. The power of the sword shadow completely exploded. The power was completely beyond the imagination of the Saint Star Master. Impossible. The Saint Star Master's face changed dramatically, and his eyes were wide open. He could clearly sense the terrifying power of the sword shadow. The power crushed him, and the 2 hammers in his hands changed directions. Then the sky was filled with flames and sword light. It was mercilessly devouring his godly body. Who, even with the protection of his supreme, true treasure armor, Earth Saint Star Master was still in a terrible state. He was forced back, and it took him a long time to stop. When he raised his head again, blood oozed out of the corner of Saint Star Master's mouth. His aura was obviously weaker than before. Advanced ruler. You have the battle strength of an advanced ruler. Saint Star Master stared at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. However, Jian Wushuang flipped his hand slightly, and a black magic sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Seeing the black magic sword, Saint Star Master could no longer calm down. Chapter 3636. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The most powerful supreme treasure divine sword. Earth Saint Star Master's heart was already surging with waves. He did not even have a supreme treasure in his hand. But now, Jian Wushuang took out a sword-type divine weapon that was just right for him to use. At this moment, the pressure on Earth Saint Star Master increased sharply. Saint Star Master, you should know very well that just now I only used a supreme, true treasure magic weapon to hurt you. And if I used this supreme, true treasure magic sword, it would be enough to kill you. Jian Wushuang said coldly. Upon hearing this, no matter how reluctant Saint Star Master was, he had to admit that Jian Wushuang was telling the truth. Jian Wushuang had clearly displayed the battle strength of an advanced ruler. An advanced ruler was already a threat to him. But if this advanced ruler had another supreme, true treasure magic weapon that was just right for him, his attack power would skyrocket, and he would become an extremely terrifying existence in terms of killing. To him, it was indeed a threat that could threaten his life. However, even though he knew this, Earth Saint Star Master did not intend to bow his head so quickly. Blood Sword Master, so what if you're stronger than me? You can kill me and I can escape. You still can't do anything to me, Earth Saint Star Master said. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang and Daoist Xian God both laughed. Earth Saint Star Master really won't shed a tear until he sees his coffin, Daoist Xian God sneered. Earth Saint Star Master, do you really think that we're completely unprepared? Jian Wushuang also smiled coldly. At the same time, he had already sent a message to the temporal temple master in the outside world. Suddenly, a vast power of time and space exploded, covering the entire Earth Saint Star Master in the blink of an eye. A powerful space-time pressure directly pressed down on Saint Star Master. This is space-time lockdown? He actually used space-time lockdown in the universe void. How high is the use of space-time principle? Saint Star Master's expression changed drastically. Space-time lockdown was a relatively simple way to use space-time. One had to know that it was very easy to use space-time lockdown in an ordinary astral world, but in the universe void it was much, much more difficult to use space-time lockdown than in an astral world. Under normal circumstances, even a ruler who was good at the space-time rule would find it difficult to use the space-time seal in the universe void. But now, as expected of the temporal temple master, he can use such a large space-time seal in the universe void. His use of the space-time principles is superb. Jian Wushuang was secretly amazed. Of course, he knew that the temporal temple master must have used a space-time supreme treasure to use the space-time seal. But even so, it was still amazing. Earth Saint Star Master, I'm afraid you don't know that I'm not the only ruler in Star Palace. There are 3 of them. The one who casts the time-space seal is another ruler in Star Palace who specializes in space-time principles. Now, do you still think you can escape from us? Daoist Xian God sneered. Earth Saint Star Master's face had completely darkened. With Jian Wushuang's strength and the supreme treasure divine sword in hand, he did not dare to confront him head-on. After all, if he were to fight Jian Wushuang head-on, with his strength, he could kill him as long as he had time. However, the surrounding space and time had been completely sealed, and with Xian Yi and Temporal Temple Master, he had no chance to escape. Knowing this, the Saint Star Master was terrified. Saint Star Master, hand over the ice heart, glazed jade, or else. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Blood Sword Master, Saint Star Master said, but his tone and attitude had completely changed. Previously, when he faced Jian Wushuang, he was high and mighty, and his face was full of disdain for Jian Wushuang, the principal's master. Even after Jian Wushuang revealed his battle strength as a ruler and made him restrain his disdain, his words and actions were still extremely arrogant. But now the Saint Star Master revealed an extremely hypocritical smile. Sure enough, just like what Xian God said, the Saint Star Master is a bully. Jian Wushuang observed the change in the Saint Star Master's expression and could not help but reveal a trace of ridicule. Blood Sword Master, it's not that I don't want to hand over the ice heart, glazed jade, but I really don't have it. Earth Saint Star Master said bitterly, You don't have it. Jian Wushuang's expression turned cold. You're still lying. It seems that you really think you've lived for too long. As soon as he finished his words, Jian Wushuang swung his sword toward Earth Saint Star Master with one hand. Jian Wushuang had also activated his life divine power and heaven-cleaving skill, displaying the power of an advanced ruler. Most importantly, he had used the netherworld divine sword. The pitch-black sword light mercilessly cut through the void and silently appeared in front of the Saint Star Master. The Saint Star Master was shocked and immediately brandished his sledgehammer to block the attack. However, he was immediately sent flying and his body began to tremble violently. His aura was instantly depleted. It's too powerful. His swordsmanship is too powerful. I blocked the attack head-on, but the power of the attack still reached my body and destroyed a lot of my divine power. If I couldn't block this attack, the power of his attack would be enough to destroy 30% of my divine power. 4 strikes would be enough to kill me. Earth Saint Star Master was scared half to death. When he saw that Jian Wushuang was going to attack again, he immediately roared, "Blood Sword Master, stop! I'll tell you where the Ice Heart glazed jade is." Jian Wushuang stopped what he was doing and stared at Earth Saint Star Master. "Hand it over." "Blood Sword Master, I don't have the Ice Heart glazed jade now. I can swear on the universe origin principles," Earth Saint Star Master said in a deep voice. Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. The universe origin principles was the supreme principles in the universe, which maintain the normal operation of the universe. The universe origin principles was supreme and followed the truth of the great Tao. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to violate the oath made to the universe origin principles. Even some powerful rulers, even some supreme beings did not dare to violate it. Since the Earth Saint Star Master dared to swear to the universe origin principles, he most likely did not have the Ice Heart glazed jade. Impossible. My Star Palace has investigated clearly. There are 3 pieces of Ice Heart glazed jade in this territory. One of them was destroyed, and the other one was used first, and the last one was obtained by luck. Is there anything wrong with that? Jian Wushuang said coldly. Chapter 36-37. The first is more. Di Xingxing Lord, what is going on here? Jian Wushuang asked with a frown. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I have just said that the Bingxin glazed jade has indeed been used by me. As for the purpose, I use Bingxin glazed jade to create a glazed avatar for me. Di Xingxing Lord replied. The glazed avatar? The 2-sided sword is a bit ugly. The cause of this incident was that when I was wandering in the depths of Red Rock Mountain, I accidentally broke into a land of opportunity, where I got an incomparably special secret technique, which can create a state of self and oneself. The avatar with a completely equivalent strength can even have his own consciousness, and he can go out and take risks on his own, which is really too much for me, said the Lord of the Earth. After all, the 3 major battlefields are too dangerous in many places. Even if they are the masters, they will run on thin ice in those dangerous places, and they will disappear forever if they are inadvertent. Because of this, in many places, I know that there are many opportunities there, but still afraid to venture, just because of fear of death. But if there is a clone with the same strength as me, it will be completely different. As long as I have this avatar, my deity can choose to stay on the holy star in this place all the time. The enjoyment should not be lawless, and my avatar can go to the 3 battlefields according to my will. Go to adventure and adventure in the dangerous place. Even if it falls down on the way, what is lost is just a clone. Because of this, I was very surprised when I got this mystery and immediately began to think of ways to create such an avatar. However, although this occult mystery is good, the threshold for cultivation is very high, and there are so many treasures that are needed to shape the avatar, and it is too rare. I did not collect them at all. Until then, I got a piece of Ice Heart glass jade. The Bingxin glazed jade can shape the body of the glazed body. This glazed body is extremely intoxicant. It was extremely amazing. At that time, I thought whether I could use the glazed body shaped by the Bingli glass jade to replace my avatar. And when I tried, it really made me successful. So there is this Wu Qing who you see now dominates. After finishing speaking, the Lord of the Earth God was silent, and Jian Wushuang and Xian Shinto were silent. They have all understood what happened. The sacred star master of this place did get a piece of Bingxin glazed jade, but this Bingxin glazed jade was used by him to shape the glazed avatar, which is the master of Wu Qing. This Wu Qing Lord is the product of Bingxin glazed jade. After the success of the glazed avatar, The deity of the Lord of the Earth has remained on the celestial star. Run through the 3 battlefields. Take risks for him. Search for opportunities and treasures. No wonder the Wu Qingxia had no fame before his rise, and no one could trace his origins. It turned out that he was just an avatar of the Lord of the Stars. No wonder he has been sitting on the star of this place for years, without worry. His original clone has been taking risks outside. This avatar Wu Qingxia's is a glazed body. The breath on his body is very different from the divine star, Lord's deity. He has never taken the initiative to reveal the origin of the soul. Naturally, for so many years, no one has them. The two are linked together. The Xian Shinto man's face paled, but his gaze could not help looking at Jian Wushuang. At this look, he immediately found that Jian Wushuang's complexion had become extremely ugly, and there was a trace of anger in the eyebrows. Irritated, of course, swordsman. He finally learned that there is a piece of Bingxin glazed jade in the hand of the Lord of the Stars. This piece of glazed jade represents a great hope to him and is of vital importance. For this reason, he did not hesitate to personally kill this holy star. But in the end, he did not expect that the Lord of the Stars used the ice-hearted glazed jade many years ago to create a glazed avatar. If it is used, it will be used, but no one outside knows about it, which made him look forward to coming here with great hope. But in the end, it is such a result. How can he not be angry? Lu Li Avatar, Di Xingxing Lord, you are very good, very good. Jian Wushuang's voice was extremely cold. Hearing this, the Lord of the Divine Stars was guilty, and he could see that Jian Wushuang was extremely eager for that Bingxin Liuli, and now this result is obviously unacceptable to Jian Wushuang. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I can't help it. I have too many strong people in this territory. Many people will not hesitate to fight against me if they catch the opportunity, so I will be cautious everywhere. Like this glazed avatar, although I have shaped it, I haven't mentioned it to anyone. This is also to conceal my whole card, but I didn't expect to attract the Lord of the Blood Sword to you. Sorry. The Divine Star Lord can only repay his sins, but in fact, he didn't need to pay for it. After all, everyone is the same. He used a trick to deal with the cards, almost all of which are hidden and easily not exposed. The Lord of the Stars used Bingxin glazed jade to create a glazed avatar with the same strength as the deity. Will be swaggered. This time if it was for Jian Wushuang to kill him, he had no choice but to expose the incident in front of the sword. From the perspective of the Lord of the Earth God, it is true, but from the perspective of Jian Wushuang, he is full of expectations, but he is so disappointed to leave, it is inevitable that he will be annoyed, and so annoyed unwilling to follow, of course. He wants to vent on the Earth Lord. Di Xingxing Lord, you have shaped the glazed avatar with Bingxin glazed jade. This is your freedom, and I will not blame you for this. But you did not speak badly to me before, and you directly shot to kill me. How should this be counted? Jian Wushuang glanced coldly at the Lord of the Earth. This. The Lord of the Divine Stars looked bitter, and even said, The Lord of the Blood Sword, I didn't know before that you had broken through and become the Lord. If I knew you were the Lord, I would not dare offend. Fortunately I am the Master. If I were not the Master, wouldn't it have been insulted by you in vain, or even killed by you? Jian Wushuang said coldly, The Lord of the Blood Sword. Less nonsense, hand over 3 top-level and high-level magic soldiers, and stop here today. Otherwise, even if your avatar Wu Qingxia has arrived, I have the confidence to kill you. Do you believe it? Jian Wushuang stared at the Lord of the Earth. To read this site, please use the latest domain name. Chapter 30:638. Second more. Letter, of course I believe. Di Xingxing has no doubt about Jian Wushuang's strength. Even though his avatar has arrived and he has some cards in his hands, there are also 2 master-class powerhouses of Xian Shinto and the Lord of Time and Space around Jian Wushuang. He is really not sure that he can retreat. Then he can only bow his head. The Lord of the Blood Sword I used to speak well, and I should plead guilty to you. But aren't there too many of these 3 peaks? The divine star lord bitterly said. Pinnacle Arcade is also extremely important to the master. After all, many masters do not have the strongest arbor, and they all use Pinnacle Arcade. And the 3 peak treasures proposed by Jian Wushuang, even though they are just ordinary attacks on the magic treasures, but the value is also extraordinary for any elementary master. It is enough pain. How? Jian Wushuang sneered at the Lord of the Earth. Di Xingxing Lord, your mighty dominating powerhouse. The 3 top peaks are all worthless to you? What's more, your avatar Wu Qingzhu has been in many dangerous places in the 3 battlefields these years. The chances of getting the precious treasures are not in the minority, right? Xian Shinto sneered beside. Okay, 3 peaks I'll give you. Di Xingxing sighed lightly, but I also have a condition that is about my glazed avatar. I hope the 3 who are present today can keep it secret for me. After all, this glazed avatar is extremely important to me. Jian Wushuang glanced at Xian Shinto and nodded. Seeing the sword, Wushuang agreed. The Lord of the Earth Star immediately waved his hand and threw a Qinkuan ring. 3 peaks and treasures are all within this ring. A sword-like sword, a sword, and finally a handle is a long stick. Lord of the Blood Sword, look at it. Jian Wushuang took the Qinkuan ring, glanced at it, and nodded slightly. Earth Lord, see that you have a good faith. Let's stop here today, but you will still act a little better. Don't be too, I think I'm right, especially in the face of the practitioners of Her Majesty's palace. More or less I pay attention to my identity and politeness. Sure. The Lord of the Earth Star nodded again and smiled. Jian Wushuang glanced at the Xian Shinto man, and then the 2 turned and left. The Lord of Space and Time outside the Earth Holy Star also stopped the blockade of this space and time, and soon the 3 disappeared into the sight of the Earth Holy Star. After seeing Jian Wushuang's 3 people leaving completely, the Lord of the Earth Saints exhaled heavily. The glazed avatar of the divine star, Lord Wu Qingzhu, appears next to him. The Lord of the Blood Sword is so good. Wu Qing ruled. It is very powerful. Just breaking through the domination, the combat power far surpassed me, and even reached the level of higher domination. The most important thing is that he has another, strongest, precious sword in his hand, which is enough to give me great pressure. Earth Holy Road, if you are willing to show your last move, the Lord of the Blood Sword will not only fail you, but may even leave your life here. Wu Qing dominated. No, the Lord of the Earth Star waved without hesitation. My last move was obtained with great effort and hard work. Once I use it, there is no chance for a second show. This is my strongest. The whole card is also a last resort. Unless it's time for real life and death, it must not be played. Di Xingxing Lord, anyway, is also a long-established Lord-level powerhouse, and his luck has been good. First, he got the special avatar, then he got the Ice Heart Glass Jade, and on other treasures and cards, he also got a chance once and got the strongest whole card. This strongest whole card is his biggest capital, but this whole card can only be cast once. After it is used, it is gone. That card is so important to me, and although the Lord of the Blood Swords has repeatedly persecuted me, it has finally not pushed me to the extreme and has not forced me to desperately. It just made me pay the price of 3 peak treasures. 3 peaks of the highest treasure. Anyway, I do need it myself. Just give it to him. The Lord of the Earth, God, thought very clearly. Unless Jian Wushuang is really determined to kill him, or the conditions proposed make him completely unacceptable. Otherwise, as long as it doesn't exceed his bottom line, he will promise Jian Wushuang. These 3 peaks are clearly not exceeding his bottom line. In the final analysis, it is still my own strength that is too weak. The key is that after so many years of struggle, there is not even a suitable strongest treasure. Otherwise, I will not be so embarrassed when facing the Lord of the Blood Sword. Holy Lord sighed. The strongest treasure, not easy to get it. Wu Qing dominated. I know. so you have to work harder to figure out a way. Di Xingxing said. I see. Wu Qing dominated the focus. The two of them, obviously one is the deity, and the other are separate, but they talk to each other as if they were two people. This is the peculiarity of the Earth Sacred Master getting the secret of the Avatar. Obviously, it is the Avatar, but has its own independent consciousness. But it only acts in accordance with the will of the deity. As the three swordsmen left, the star of the place calmed down quickly. In the cosmic void, the three swordsmen, the mysterious god and the master of space and time, are running in parallel. Jian Wushuang's complexion is still a bit unsightly. After all, during this trip to the Earth Saint Star, the Bingxin glazed jade he wanted most was not obtained. And without Bingxin glazed jade, he could not shape the body of his glass for his wife, so that his wife could fully come. I did not expect that the Lord of the Stars had already formed a glazed avatar with Bingxin glazed jade and let us run for nothing. Xian Xindao sighed there. It's not a white run after all. I also got 3 peak treasures. This is also true. Mysterious Shinto nodded slightly, but then looked at Chaos Ho Wushuang. Tianho Xiaoyu, don't think too much about it. You do NT get this ice heart glass jade of the Lord of the Earth. But it does NT mean that you NT be able to get Bingxin glass jade in the future. After all, in this territory where we are, there are too many opportunities in the 3 major battlefields. It is not guaranteed that when Bingxin glass jade will be born. Or is there another treasure that can be replaced? Well, I know. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and he didn't know too much. Mysterious Shinto people are right. Bingxin Liu will still have a chance to get it. What's more, he is not the only one who can make his wife awaken physically. This cold and snowy life is still good. As long as the coldness of snow is found, his wife's physical body has the same sense. End of this chapter. Please use the latest domain name to read this site. Chapter 3639. The first is more. The strongest treasure has been obtained. As for the Bingxin glazed jade, I can only wait for another chance. Now, it is also time for me to return to the early world. Jian Wushuangdo. After all, I am the owner of the Xingong Palace. I can't get out of the Xingong Palace, so let time and space accompany you back. Xian, Shinto humane. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. The 3 soon returned to the Xingong Palace, and after returning to the Xingong Palace, Jian Wushuang and the Lord of Time and Space Palace went to the early divine realm through the cosmic passage. After spending some time, Jian Wushuang and the Lord of Time and Space Palace have already reached the edge of the early world. Came back. Returning to the early divine realm, Jian Wushuang was also a little excited. After all, he had left the early divine realm for nearly 100,000 years. In the past 100,000 years, it is naturally nothing to the ancient existence of Xian Shinto, the master of space and time, but it is too long for Jian Wushuang. The first time I returned from the universe battlefield to the beginning of the divine realm, did I feel very different? A bit. Jian Wushuang nodded. It's normal. It took me a long time to go to the cosmic battlefield for the first time, and I also sighed when I came back, but I will get used to it when the number of times is too high. The sword is unparalleled. He also knows that in the early days of the divine realm, many rulers were violent in the cosmic battlefield, and it took them a long time to violently once. 100,000 years, hundreds of thousands of years are normal. Especially are some strong, such as the mysterious Shinto, the master of time and space, and other dominated powers. They often stay in the universe for millions of years, tens of millions of years. They rarely return to the beginning of the weekdays spirit world. Even if I go back, the time spent in the divine realm was too short. After all, their strength has reached their level, and there is really nothing to stay in the world in the early days, so they will spend most of their time in the universe battlefield. Tianho Xiaoyu, now you are back in the early world of God. Can you feel the oppression of the mighty power of the Tao that day? The Lord of Time and Space asked suddenly. Compression? Jian Wushuang looked, then shook his head. No. Then you try to run your divine power, said the Lord of Time and Space. Jian Wushuang, according to the Lord of Time and Space, said that the divine power was immediately activated and even shot directly. Divine power comparable to the Master can erupt directly from Jian Wushuang. I didn't feel any oppression, so I calculated that my hand was attacking and the power was not weakened at all. Jian Wushuang, though. Sure enough. The Lord of Space and Time laughed, just like Xian Yi at the beginning, although the combat power is comparable to the Master, even more than the General Master. But after all, it is only a master of rules, so in the early world of the will not be suppressed by the might of the will of heaven. But we, the masters, are different. Jian Wushuang also immediately remembered that in the early world of the gods, the dominant power would be suppressed by the will of the heavenly will. The master that would be suppressed could not exert the normal master's combat power. What should be able to be played should be between the master and the ruler. Reluctance is slightly stronger than the main part of the sacred place with the power of heavenly will. Like the mysterious Shinto, the Lord of the Heavens, the Lord of Time and Space, and the Heavenly Ancestor, all of them will be greatly suppressed in the early world of God. There is also the Lord of the Meteorites who saw Jian Wushuang before, because it is the outside world it is more suppressed. But the sword is unparalleled. Although he has the level of dominance, he is ultimately only a ruler. Since he is the ruler, he will not be oppressed by the might of the will of heaven, even if he broke out, stronger than the Master, will not be subject to the slightest restriction. You have no restrictions on your strength in this pre-God world. That is to say, you are still the primary master and even the higher master. Now you should be able to sweep alone the 3 sacred realms. Even if the 3 lords of the 3 sacred realms join forces to face you, there is only a rush to escape. The Master of Space and Time laughed. It stands to reason. Jian Wushuang also smiled slightly. Once upon a time he was extremely terrified and persecuted by the lords of the 3 great realms, and even died more than once in the hands of them. But now, after breaking through the universe battlefield and becoming the ruler, the situation has completely reversed. Now the Lord of the 3 great holy realms, he can no longer look at it. How, if not to destroy the 3 sacred realms now? The Lord of Time and Space laughed. No rush. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Sooner or later these 3 sacred realms will be destroyed, but there is no need to be in a hurry. My most important thing now is to rush to the 7 stars God realm and break the heavy seal to let 7-star Xuanzong fall. Asleep, countless strong men there reappear. Of course, Jian Wushuang still has something to say. That is, he can also return to the 7 stars God realm to see his many relatives and friends. By the way, time and space, after all, you are the master of time and space. Should you know what happened in the early world of God in the past 100,000 years? Jian Wushuang asked. No. The Lord of Space and Time nodded. In the past 100,000 years, 2 major events have happened in the early world of God. The first one is the rise of Zixumin. Xiamen. Jian Wushuang looked. Zixumin is the main gate of Xinhua Demon Lord. The original Zixumin has been destroyed, but after the return of Xinhua Demon Lord, there is him who is the most powerful of the 6 realms. The rise of Zixumin is naturally logical. Because of your friend Xinhuazhu who is here, the prestige and strength of the divine realm in the early days have been better than ever. In less than 100,000 years, it has become a leap. The top forces against Bafang Tianzong, and in terms of top strength, those who are stronger than Bafang Tianzong are far less than your friends. But the background of Zixumin is compared with Bafang Tianzong. It's still a little worse. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and said, What about the second thing? The second thing that happened in the demon realm was the 9-tailed clan who had a relationship with you, and the 9-tailed clan leader who had a great relationship with you. Her charm method is extremely terrible. The 6 realms are below the limit, almost unstoppable. She relies on a secret technique to continuously nibble all the ethnic groups of the demon realm, control many powerful people, and madly enhance her own strength. Until now, these nine-tailed families have been the strongest in the demon domain, and the overall strength is so strong that the other 3 peak groups can only barely compete if they're united. Please use the latest domain name for reading on this site. Chapter 3640. Second more. During this time, the Jiwei clan has already confronted the 3 top peak groups. It seems that Miss Shower has a big breath to swallow up all 3 top peak groups, unifying the posture of the demon realm. The main hall of time and space. Unify the demon domain. Jian Wushuang frowned. Is this Lady Xiao's ambition big enough? Of course. Jian Wushuang just secretly admired, but did not intend to intervene. After all, his position is completely different from before. Just like the Xian Shinto people, the Lord of Time and Space, the Lord of Heaven and Earth, and the Heavenly Ancestor, they have reached an extremely transcendent position, reaching such a level that they have long been uninterested in competing for various interests in the early God world. Of course, what they really care about is the overall stability of the divine world in the early days. As long as the divine realm can evolve normally in the early days, they will not care if the internal forces fight and become a mess. Time and space. Take me to see the Lord of the Heavens. Jian Wushuangdo. Okay. The Lord of Time and Space nodded, only to see his sleeve robe wave. The force of time and space swept the sword Wushuang, and the 2 of them flickered and disappeared. As soon as Jian Wushuang and the Lord of Time and Space returned to the early divine realm, the heavenly willpower of the early divine realm was immediately sensed, and the 3 lords of the Holy Land were directly informed of this information. One of the 3 sanctuaries within the sanctuary of life and death. The magnificent palace is magnificent. At the top of the palace, there are 3 parallel thrones. These 3 thrones are usually seated by the 3 holy masters. But at this moment, the other 3 are sitting on the 3 thrones. As for the 3, the Lord of the Sacred Realm, however, was extremely respectful, standing below the hall. Sitting on the upper throne, of course, the 3 masters arrived from the Demon Star. These 3 masters have stayed in the Holy Island before, but now they have come to the early gods. Honestly, I really don't want to come to this early world, a 3rd-level astral world. Tiandao willpower is too restrictive for us. Here, we can't exert the strongest strength at all. Among the 3 masters, the tall man said, that is, if it is in our magic cloud star, the 2nd-level star, we will not be subject to any restrictions at all. The evil young man also lipped. Let's bear it, after all. It is the order of the Lord. The boy brown-haired old man finally persuaded. In the vast universe, the 3rd order boundary star, because it is the lowest level boundary star, will naturally have a smaller range of power. Because the laws of heaven and earth have imposed great restrictions on the tertiary stars, any combat power above the dominance level will be suppressed by the terrific power in the tertiary stars, and it is impossible to exert the dominance level. However, because the 2nd-level boundary star has a higher level, it can bear more categories of power. The power of the dominant level will not affect the 2nd-order boundary star too much. Therefore, in the 2nd-level boundary star, the Dominator can play unbridled. Strength. The 3 masters in front of me, since they came to the Tai Chi God realm, will naturally be oppressed by the heavenly will of the Tai Chi God realm. The Tao of the Tao that day was dominated by the Lord of the Clouds, but the law of the universe in the meditation. Even if the Lord of the Clouds can't violate it, that sword is unparalleled, back to the beginning of the world. The tall man looked down. Yes, not only that. Among the wills conveyed by the master, it is also said that the sword Wushuang has broken through and reached the ruler. As for the combat power, I am afraid that it can already rival the master. One of the 3 sacred masters, the Lord of Life and Death, said, the ruler can rival the master? This is the perfect chaotic creature. It is no wonder that the Lord will have a little fear of him. The tall man sighed. Since the sword Wushuang's current combat power can rival the master, and in this early world, because he is only the relationship between the ruler and the power, there will not be any suppression. That is to say, in this early world, one-on-one, he can easily defeat any of the three of us, even if the three of us join forces. It is estimated that he will be able to compete with him directly. That's right, even if we have the treasure in our hands. But the three of us alone, if we want to kill him in the early world of God, that is simply impossible. Tong, Yenha, said the old man. That being the case, what does the Lord Master want me three to come to this world of God? Said the tall man Shen. If I'm not mistaken, the Lord ordered this. It should be that the three of me can do my best to keep these three sanctuaries. The old man Tong Yenhafa looked down at the three lords of the Holy Land below. Protect these three wastes? The tall man glanced at the three lords of the Holy Land below, but there was a scorn in his mouth. He could see at a glance that the three sacred masters in front of his eyes were actually the real strength of the 6 realms. The master of the rule of the 6 realms is too much in the universe battlefield. In their eyes it is more like an ant, but because of the blessing of the will of the heavens, these 3 talents can play more than the ultimate of the 6 realms, the strength of the Lord of the sacred realm. Of course, these 3 men of the holy realm, did not pay much attention to the tall man. The 3 sacred masters at the bottom know their own weight and have already bowed their heads after hearing the discussions of the 3 above and dare not say a word. The old man Tong Yenha smiled and said, although the 3 themselves are not very good, they are slaves of the Lord. After all, the Lord found 3 people in this early God world who could perfectly accept the blessing of heavenly will. The peak of the 6 realms is indeed not easy. The most important thing is that these 3 sacred realms existed for the Lord to maintain the order of the early gods. If it was destroyed in the sword without hands, it would be extremely troublesome to recreate it in the future. So if it can be kept, it's better, naturally. The tall man snorted coldly and said lowly, the 3 of you, from now on, pay close attention to the sword unparalleled, with a slight wind blowing, and immediately report to this seat. Yes, 3 lords of the Holy Land take command. Okay, get out. The tall man waved. The 3 lords of the Holy Realm immediately left in fear, and they had long lost their former heights, after the 3 lords of the Holy Land left. By the way, isn't Xingluo's woman in this territory? Why didn't you find her? Her strength is much better than the 3 of us. If she helps, we will be easier to deal with that sword, said the tall man. Xingluo. Tong Yenha made the old man shake his head. Although she is a demon star, she has always been lonely. She has been training her disciples all these years. Even if I pass her on, she will ignore it at all. I am afraid she will not bother to care about us unless the Lord orders it in person. That woman. The tall man could only hate it. To read this site, please use the latest domain name. Chapter 3641. The first is more. After returning to the early divine realm, Jian Wushuang did not startle too many people, but went directly to the blockade of the 7-star divine realm directly under the leadership of the Lord of Time and Space. With the time and space of the Lord of Time and Space, Jian Wushuang came to a hidden special space. This special space is barren and there's no life, and the only thing that is there is a special law ray located at the center of the special time and space. Jian Wushuang and the Lord of Time and Space Palace came before this heavy circle. This is the space channel. Jian Wushuang surprised. It is a space passage, but this space passage only leads to one place, and in order to open this passage, we must first control the power of the hierarchy. And I was in this early world of God, although oppressed by the will of that day. He is a master, so he can barely open this space channel. Where does this space passage lead? 7 stars God realm? Jian Wushuang asked. When you get there, you will know. The Lord of Space and Time smiled and started to open the space channel. With the integration of the divine power of the Lord of Time and Space, the space channel in front of it quickly turned into operation, and I saw a complex and mysterious pattern rising, and a strong power spread from this space channel. This space channel seems extremely extraordinary. Jian Wushuang frowned. "Let's go in," said the Lord of Time and Space, and then stepped into the space channel with Jian Wushuang. The light flashed, and when Jian Wushuang appeared again, he found that he had reached a vast land. This land is boundless, but what makes the sword unsurprising is that this land has long lost its vitality and is full of lifelessness. Where is this? Jian Wushuang wondered. Here is the fourth heaven of the early world. Fourth heaven. Jian Wushuang stunned and looked at the Lord of Time and Space. That's right, the core of the early divine realm is the triple sky. The triple sky is stronger than the heavy one. Especially in the third heaven, the cultivation environment is far better than other places. At the core, the strongest hegemons in the pre-God world, such as the 3 sacred realms, the 4 protoss, and the octagonal celestial sect, all have their nests in the triple heaven. But a long time ago, when the 7-star Emperor Xuanzong was not overthrown, there was a full quadruple heaven at the core of the early divine realm. At that time, the fourth heaven was the core of the early divine realm and the best place for cultivation. Simply talking about the conditions of cultivation, the fourth sky of the day was several times stronger than the third sky of the present day. In the original fourth heaven, there was only one power, that is, 7-star Xuanzong. At that time, the 7-star Xuanzong was the sole hegemon in the fourth heaven, and it also represented its supreme power in the early world of God. Power is far from being comparable to the 3 sacred realms now. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help showing the shock. At the time, the fourth day heaven, where the cultivation conditions were several times better than the current triple sky, was completely occupied by the 7-star Emperor Xuanzong. It is conceivable how powerful and formidable the original 7-star Xuanzong strength was. After a pause, the Lord of Time and Space continued. However, since the outbreak of the war, the 7-star Xuanzong has been destroyed. After the entire 7-star God realm has been sealed, the formation of the reseal not only absorbed the vitality of countless practitioners. At the same time, almost the entire vitality of the fourth heaven has been absorbed, coupled with the endless years of operation of the seal. It is still devouring the vitality of the fourth heaven madly, which also leads to this fourth god. It's completely deserted. Jian Wushuang felt a shock in his heart. Once the core of the divine realm in the early days and the best sacred place for cultivation, but now it has become such a deadly look in front of it, which makes Jian Wushuang secretly sigh. After the fourth heaven is completely desolate, practitioners can hardly sense the existence of the heaven and earth aura here, and naturally cannot practice. So many practitioners in the fourth heaven have left here. After all, no one would be willing to stay in a place where even the aura can't sense it. Because of this fourth day heaven also slowly withdrew from the public's vision, until later it was even forgotten. Until now, most practitioners of the divine realm only knew the triple heaven, but never knew the early divine realm. In fact, there is another fourth day. However, although the fourth day is abandoned, the seal will still be there, and the 7-star divine realm will still be in the seal. So others will forget it, but we will not, and because the aura has completely dried up, the original many of the space channels existing in Sazhongshan have lost their effect. No one can come here again through the space channel. Simply me, Xianxin, Chotian, and Tianzu. The 4 of us will join forces to bring the fourth heaven and Taichu God together. The connections of the world have been erased. This also leads to the fact that in the early days of the divine realm, there was only the only space passageway we were riding on, which could lead to the fourth heaven. Others wanted to come to this fourth heaven by normal means. Possible. Only this space channel can we come to this fourth heaven. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. Obviously, the Lord of Time and Space has protected the only channel leading to the fourth sky extremely tightly, and the space channel of value must be dominated to be able to start naturally this long time, except for time apart from the palace master. No one can come to this fourth heaven. No, Jian Wushuang frowned suddenly. If no one can come to the fourth day, and no one can touch the sealed seven-star realm, then how did the Lord of the three holy realms open up? The one who reseals the 7 stars? In the last life, in the last battle, the lords of the 3 great holy realms all came. If the 3 lords of the holy realm can't come to the fourth heaven, and can't touch the seal of the 7 stars God realm, then it is impossible for them to come. I just said that it is impossible to reach this fourth heaven through normal channels. But the 3 holy lords are different. After all, the 3 holy lords are blessed by the will of heaven. They are guided by the Tao of heaven. Even if they do not pass through the space channel, they can still find a way to the fourth heaven, and they will naturally be able to contact the 7-star gods. That's it. The sword was unparalleled. After all, the fourth heaven is in the early heavenly world. As the heavenly will of the early heavenly world, it is not difficult for the 3 sacred masters to reach the fourth heaven. Chapter 3642. Second more. By the way, in time and space, hasn't the Celestial Alliance leader been guarding around the heavy seal all the time? That should be in the fourth heavy heaven. Why didn't you see him? Jian Wushuang asked. Don't worry, I have summoned him to come over. The master of space and time smiled. As soon as the words fell, Jian Wushuang saw the end of the barren void in front of him, and a figure appeared. This figure stepped out step by step. The speed was incredible, and it appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in a blink of an eye. The comer was a burly man of 2 meters in height. He wore scarlet battle armor, dark skin and narrow eyes. A pair of gem-like pupils swept straight away, and his eyes swept away enough to make the world and the world eclipse. And above all, you are the domineering man in this burly man, this domineering, incomparable, as if the entire sky was trampled under his feet. Come, it is the Lord of the heavens. At the beginning, Jian Wushuang used bamboo leaves to summon the conscious avatar of the Lord of the sky, and that conscious avatar, apart from its powerful strength, has the deepest influence on him, that is, the domineering body. That domineering is really convincing. The domineering consciousness is so arrogant, and now seeing the deity of the Lord of the sky, the natural domineering swept away. Even the current sword Wushuang couldn't help secretly. He is very clear that being able to possess such powerful domineering is related to his own overwhelming strength in addition to the secrets of cultivation. The Lord of the Sky, but the most powerful of the Star Palace, has reached a higher level of a long time ago. As of now, the strength is definitely stronger. Haha, Jian Tianho, you are finally here. The domineering laughter of the Lord of the Heavens resounded between heaven and earth, his eyes burning, and he looked at Jian Wushuang. I have seen the Lord of the Heavens. Jian Wushuang was slightly saluting. Haha, you're welcome. Xianxin has already circulated to me before, saying that your current strength is already barely equal to that of the higher master. This strength is not much weaker than me. It is just that I stay in this ghost place. It's too boring. Now that you are here, come and fight with me. The voice of the Lord of the Heavens is strong, and at the same time the voice falls, a majestic divine power has risen. Jian Wushuang stunned. At this time the Lord of Space and Time smiled and said, Cut the sky. Xiaoho Xiaoyu came here to seal the 7-star realm, not specifically to fight against you, let alone this 4th-day sky is still there. In the beginning of the divine realm, you were equally oppressed by the will of the heavens here. I am afraid that the strength you can exert is not much better than mine. However, because Xiaoho Yu is only the ruler of the rule, the strength is not subject to any restrictions. You're playing against him here. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Yeah. The leader of the Celestial Alliance nodded again and again. I almost gave it to him. He is the same as Xian Yi. He is the perfect life, The ruler can have the dominance and has strength in the astral realm. There will be no restrictions. It is really too bad for me to play against him here. Jian Tianhou, when you get to the battlefield of the universe, you and I will fight again. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. After a brief conversation, he can see that although the leader of the Skycut Alliance is extremely powerful and domineering, he is very carefree and eclectic. Such a person, regardless of his identity, is the sword, very happy to make friends. Okay, cut Sky. Take us to the place where the reseal is located. The Space-Time Hall Main Road. Well, follow me. The Lord of the Sky Slayer immediately led the way, and the Lord of the Sword and Space Palace immediately followed. The three were rushing through, traversing an extremely long distance, but still spent more than half of their time in space before they reached the core area of this fourth heavy sky. And here is a huge and imposing circular matrix that covers a long and distant territory. Is this where the heavy seal is? Jian Wushuang looked at the heavy circle in front of him with a shock. That law formation is really too big. Even if it is based on his strength, it cannot detect the marginal existence of this law formation. At the same time, Jian Wushuang can sense that this heavy law formation is running at an extremely slow speed, and during the operation, this law formation is still swallowing and squeezing the vitality of this fourth heaven. Almost all of the vitality of this fourth day has been completely swallowed up and squeezed out, but this magic array is still swallowed up. Jian Wushuang frowned. No way. After all, this magic circle can only be maintained if it is always in operation. As for the energy required to operate the magic circle, it is the reason why the sky has been here for so long. Tao, although the vitality of this fourth day is running out, and it is difficult to supply the magic circle for operation, there are still some remaining. Zhantian has to do here to keep an eye on the vitality of this fourth heaven, and not to let the vitality of this fourth heaven be completely cut off. After all, the vitality of this fourth heaven is completely cut off. Chongtian will crash directly, but as long as it has the slightest vitality, as long as it does not crash, it will have a certain recovery ability. And Jitian will replace the fourth heavy sky at that time to supply a lot of energy to the heavy law formation. And all of this energy depends on geniuses and treasures. In these years, only for the supply the operation of this law formation has paid innumerable costs for the Shingon Palace, the Celestial Alliance, the Lord of Time and Space, and the Heavenly Ancestral Dojo. Jian Wushuang secretly marveled. He also knew how much energy it would take to maintain such a large, one-size circle. Obviously, it would not be possible to sustain the fourth day vitality alone, and the reason that the circle could always exist up to now, it is natural that they have contributed a lot. Before, there was no way. This magic circle had to be running all the time. Once stopped, the reseal would always exist, and it would never be broken. The 7-star divine realm in the seal and the countless strong men left by the original 7-star Xuanzong. I will never have a chance to see the sun again, but now that you are here, all this will be easy to do. The Lord of the Cut Heavens chuckled. Xuani, set at the time of the reseal. As long as you reach the main level of the rule, you can open the reseal and let the 7-star god realm see the sun again. Now you try it. Chapter 3643. One more today. Jian Wushuang did not delay any more, and swept directly towards the heavy law formation. How to crack this resealed law formation? Looking at the huge and imposing seal array in front of him, Jian Wushuang felt a headache. Although his master left a word, as long as he breaks through to reach the ruler, he can crack the seal array, but he did not know the process and steps of cracking. We don't know the specific cracking process. You can try to communicate with this reseal group first. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Even when his eyes were closed, his consciousness had covered the past with a huge seal formation facing forward. The consciousness was covered by this seal formation, and Jian Wushuang immediately connected with the heavy seal formation. And at the same time, The lingering soul that had been silent in the seal gradually woke up. "Little guy, you're finally here." A soft voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Jian Wu's stature was shocked. He was too familiar with this voice. "Master, master? Is it you?" Jian Wushuang's voice was a little trembling. "It's me." A gentle voice sounded again, while a hazy figure slowly condensed in the seal formation. He has a tall figure, a gentle face, and a very close feeling. The slight smile on his face makes him feel warmer. Familiar face, familiar smile, and familiar feeling. It is clear that the figure who appeared in the seal formation at this moment is his master, Xuani. It's just that his master has fallen, and now he is here. It is just a ray of remnant left in the reseal circle. This ray of remnant is still very weak, and he has been sleeping for many years. It is also the scent of the sword unparalleled that this remnant soul will be awakened. And the awakened remnant can only be sensed by Jian Wushuang at this moment. As for the next few lords who cut the sky, he can't sense his existence. "Little fellow, how many years have you been born again?" Xuani asked. His remnant has been asleep, but he hasn't known how long he has been asleep. "Back to master, it has been 100,000 years. Jian Wushuang replied respectfully. 100,000 years. "It's going to be a bit late than expected, but it's okay. You can break through and become the ruler. And before you come to the 4th seal of heaven, this reseal of the magic circle, you will take this remnant of my soul awakening. This shows that my original plan should be carried out relatively smoothly." Xian Yi together. "Yes, although I encountered some trouble halfway through. The disciples were hunted down by the 3 sacred realms more than once, and they survived, but fortunately no luck, and finally took the risk." Jian Wushuangdo said, "If you can come here, then it means that you have shown that you have been in direct contact with Xian, right?" Xian Yi continued to ask, "Not only are my predecessors, but also the Lord of the Sky, the Master of Space and Time, and the Ancestor of Heaven. I have already contacted them, and thanks to the help of these 4 predecessors, over the years I can go to today." Sword Wushuangdo, "Your mission, as well as the ultimate secrets of the realm, have they told you?" Xian Yi said, "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. "That being the case, then you should also know what you should do." Xian Yi smiled and then said, "The last question, what is your strength now?" "Master, it's not long before I broke through the rules, but because of the disciples' chances these years, I can barely match the higher masters, and with the help of mysterious seniors, I got one of the strongest treasure soldiers. Now, I will definitely not be lower than the high master. If it is really hard, even if you encounter some extremely terrible existence of the high master, there is no fear at all, and only some of the difference is estimated to be the performance of the sky-cut technique with some restrictions." Jian Wushuangdo. Before, Jian Wushuang's strength was more or less concealed. Even if the 3 gods, the Master of Space and Time, and the Ancestor of the Sky asked them, Jian Wushuang is only able to rival the Master, but the specific level of combat power is not too clear. However, now he is facing the most respected and most grateful Master Xuani in his life, but he has no concealment and can reveal all his whole cards and strength. This is his absolute trust and conviction in his master. Yes, you can match the higher masters just after you break through. This is a robber than when you were a teacher." Xian Yi laughed. "As for the skyscraping, this mystery is very strange. I was able to create it at the same time. The chance plus luck is indeed good enough, but this secret technique is really big enough to consume the divine power. Fortunately, our perfect life is full of divine power. If we change to another person, even if we are the master, I am afraid that it will not be able to perform a few times. Such a secret technique. This mystery is suitable for your current use. It will improve your strength. As for whether you want to perform this mystery in the future, it depends on you." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. "Well, After asking you so many questions, in fact, as a teacher, I just want to know your situation over the years. Now it looks good. Xian Yi smiled and continued. You are here to reseal the law formation now. Come up. Do you want to crack this seal? Yes, master. But I don't know how I can break this seal array. Jian Wushuang asked. Cracking the magic array? Xian Yi looked, but followed with a smile. It is not difficult for you to crack this magic array, but it is not easy to say. Huh. Jian Wushuang appeared in doubt. Boy, let me tell you the truth. The reason why this resealed law circle has always existed is not only to completely protect the sleeping strong man in the 7 stars God realm, but to give Qi Xing Xuanzong a chance to rise again. Important purpose. Xian Yi together. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was even more puzzled. Little guy, mysterious god, they should have told you that as a teacher who broke through the rules of the rule, he immediately tried to seize the power of the will of the early gods. But unfortunately I tried countless times, but I still failed. End. Xian Yi together. My predecessor told me about this. He said that you had tried millions of times and all failed, and finally came to the conclusion that if you want to regain the power of the will of the early gods, you must have perfect life. The breakthrough reached the level of domination. Sword Wushuangdo. It's so, but it's not just that. Xian Yi's expression became dignified. Sorry again. Hope everyone can understand. End of this chapter. Chapter 3644. The first is more. When I broke through and became the ruler of the rule, I went directly to try to regain the primordial realm. As a result, after millions of attempts, although I failed, I felt that I had the opportunity to bring the primordial realm back. It was only because I was not strong enough to retake the house. So at the time I thought that as long as I broke through and reached the domination, I would be able to retake this pre-God world as a matter of course. But soon after, as my strength improved and my horizons became higher and higher, I understood that if you want to regain the house of the early gods, I'm afraid it's not just that I want to break through and become the master. Xian Yidong, don't you just break through the master? Jian Wushuang frowned. If you want to break through the alone, this condition is already extremely harsh and difficult, and now the sword has no distance to dominate the power. He didn't want to, and the conditions needed to regain the princely kingdom of God were not just that. Just breaking through the dominator, although my strength will be greatly improved. The most important thing is that the soul will also follow suit. It will be of great help when taking over the world. But now the world is not the stage of weakness has already evolved into a long-term period, and before the beginning of the divine realm was taken away once, now the power of the heavenly will of the first realm of the divine realm is dominated by the demon Star Master. The heavenly will dominated by the Lord of the Clouds is completely different from the heavenly will of the normal astral world. The heavenly will of the normal astral world has no emotions and no thoughts. It only knows that it operates in accordance with the laws of the universe. Even if it is suddenly lost, its resistance is also limited. But the Lord of the Clouds is a human practitioner, and he is an extremely terrifying dominating power. If he is defeated, he will definitely fight desperately. If at the last moment, he is more likely to make some crazy behaviors, such as direct self-destruction, completely destroyed the heavenly will of the early gods, and then without the restraint of the will of the heavenly gods, the early gods would also collapse without the rule of law. Or he directly controlled Tiandao will to destroy the early world. These are the consequences that we cannot accept. Hearing here, Jian Wushuang's look also became extremely dignified. Indeed, Jane, Lord of the Demon Cloud, is not a practitioner in the early divine realm at all. He went away from the early divine realm only for his own cultivation and to help himself improve his strength. As for the early divine realm, he did not care. Under normal circumstances, he will certainly not destroy the will of the heavenly will or control the will of the heavens to destroy the early divine realm. At most, it will only forcibly accelerate the evolution of the early divine realm so that he will get greater benefits in a short time. But if it is abnormal, that is, Jian Wushuang can already pose a huge threat to it, and he can regain the prince of the gods. When he can't stop it, he really can't say, will he make some crazy move? After all, once he can't stop Jian Wushuang and let Jian Wushuang retake the Taiji divine realm, then this Taiji divine realm has nothing to do with him at all. Since he can't get it himself, he is likely to make it impossible for others. Because of this, I will have some concerns. I am afraid that even if you break through and reach the dominance, you will not be able to successfully recapture the original divine realm. Therefore, I deliberately left this resealed law circle to completely complete the 7-star god realm. The seal is inside. Xian Yi said, Master, is there anything strange about this resealed law formation? Jian Wushuang asked in confusion. Of course there is. Xian Yi smiled. This reseal method was originally a great opportunity that I got at first. Its role is very strange. Not only does it completely seal the 7-star god realm inside, the most important thing is the seal method. In the course of long years of operation, it will gradually evolve. Yen. Jian Wushuang stunned. From the original seal formation, gradually evolved into a complete world, and will even gradually give birth to the will power that can dominate this world. Xuanyi mysteriously said, What? Jian Wushuang was startled. Complete heaven and earth? Can you even give birth to the will power that dominates this heaven and earth? Isn't it the same as the normal astral world? Yes, when this seal array runs to the end, it is equivalent to forming a small astral world. Xian Yi smiled. This small astral world will also have an autonomous operating principle that will dominate the will of this world. It is also equivalent to the power of the heavenly will in the beginning of the world. To put it plainly, it is an astral world, but it is much smaller than a normal third-level astral space. But the basic operating rules include the heavenly will and power. Yes, but still. Of course, in many respects, this small astral space is inferior to the astral space naturally bred by the cosmic circle. For example, in the growth space, the normal third-level astral space, countless practitioners can conceive countless undead saints. A lot of rules. The masters, including a few powerful men who dominate the ranks, but the small astral circle formed by the evolution of the seal circle cannot even give birth to undead saints. You should have a deep understanding of this. Wu Jianzhou nodded slightly. He came out of the sealed formation, and it is very clear what the limits of the practitioner's growth world are. In that seal formation, aside from those who were left from the 7-star divine realm and the 7-star Emperor Xuanzong, the strongest among the strong natural born in the heaven and earth seems to be the level of chaos only, and in the normal astral world, chaos. There is no difference with the ants. Although there is little room for growth in this small astral world, don't expect any strong people to be born inside. But one thing is that it has a normal heavenly cycle, which is not much different from the normal heavenly circle of heaven. If you can master this small astral realm and fully understand the laws of the heavens, then it will be of great help to you regaining the early divine realm. Xuanyi said, Jian Wushuang knows inside. If according to his master, this small astral world will not be much different from the rule of the heavens in the early days, then if he masters the small astral world, he will fully understand the operation of the heavens in the early days. In the process of the law, he will regain his house in the future, and the process of regaining his house will certainly be much easier. I said before that the heavenly will of the gods in the early days is now dominated by the Lord of the Clouds. He knows how to resist, he is desperate, and may even make crazy moves. But if you have broken through the master, and he fully understands the principles of the operation of the heavenly path, then you can easily regain the Prince of the Gods in the early stage without giving him any chance to fight back. Chapter 36:45. Second more. So it is. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. Mastering this small astral world will not only make it easier for you to regain the primordial world in the future. In addition, this small astral world, after all, has a complete law of the heavenly cycle. As long as you master it, it will be important for your cultivation. It will also be of great benefit. At least it will definitely help you to break through the master. Xianidao said. Wu Jian's heart moved. Yes, the Lord of the Devil Clouds was originally just an ordinary master, and it was not even the kind that could be confused on the Devil Star. But it was because of his coincidence that he lost the pre-God world, and his strength would be huge. Ascension. He became the overlord of Demon Star. It can be said that after the Demon King conquered the divine realm in the beginning, the benefits he received were too great, and the small astral circle evolved by the seal method, the benefits that can be obtained after mastering it, although it is far from being able to compare with a normal astral circle. But there are many benefits, and Jian Wushuang is only a rule now. The master is extremely far away from the master. If he masters such a small astral world at this time, he will definitely get a lot of benefits. However, master, how can I master this small astral world? Jian Wushuang asked. The only way you want to master this small astral world is to thoroughly refine it. Xuani said, Refining? Jian Wushuang stunned for a while. Can you refine this small astral world like refining? But how can this be done? Wu Jian Wushuang also has self-knowledge. Although this is just a small astral space in front of it, it is 1 to 7-star realm. The territory is also extremely vast. In addition, a complete heavenly cycle has been formed. How can such a small astral world be refined? Changed? Rest assured, although this small astral world is extremely difficult to refine, after all, it was created for me. When I recreated it, I have already left some means. As long as it is the perfect life at the main level of the rule, it can be refined, of course. The process of refining is certainly not easy. Xian Yi smiled. Master, what should I do? Jian Wushuang respectfully said, You can leave here now to find a secret world where there is no master. First try to refine that secret world. Xian Yi said, The secret world of heaven and earth? Jian Wushuang stunned. Every ruler will open up his own secret world. But there are 2 ways to open up. One is to spend a lot of time and energy on the basis of the circle of heaven and earth, plus a lot of treasures, to open up for the complete world. This way belongs to the real creation of a secret world by its own strength. This secret world is the most complete and the greatest help to the ruler's strength. Under normal circumstances, after a ruler has opened up a complete secret world by his own means, the ruler will have an extra willpower. The second way to open up can be said to be a shortcut. You don't need to spend too much time and energy. Just go directly to a world that has no owner or is broken and no one wants it. The mystery is refining and becoming its own. But the heaven and earth mystery refined in this way because it was not created from the beginning. So even if it is finally refined, it will also have a willpower. But the ruler cannot really, this willpower is fully exerted, and most of the time, only the effect of this willpower can be achieved. Because of this, in the early days of the divine realm, only a few rulers who were troublesome or had no ambitions would directly find a helpless heaven and earth mystery to refine. Most rulers would still choose test your own ability to really open up a secret world. But for you, there's no need to spend so much time and energy to open up a secret world. Xianigong said this. Why? Jian Wushuang asked. Isn't he saying that only if he really set out to open up the secret world of heaven and earth can he exert his strongest willpower? It's very simple. First of all, you have to open up the secret world by yourself. It's really too much time and energy, and you are the only hope of the gods in the beginning. So you have to fight for a few minutes and increase your strength as quickly as possible. It takes so long and energy like this to just have a little more willpower. It's not necessary at all. In addition, the most important thing is that there is this small astral space prepared for you by the division. Where do you need to open up the secret world of yourself? Even if you really open up, will the power of will that you get will be better than this? Does the small astral circle give you the power of will? Xianizhang smiled. Master, Do you mean to ask me to refine this small astral world into my own secret world? Jian Wushuang widened his eyes. Yes, the secret world of heaven and earth is originally a heaven and earth, and this small astral world is also a heaven and earth. Refine this small astral world into your secret world. Why not? Xianyi laughed. But this is too exaggerated. Jian Wushuang said in surprise. I exaggerate, in his opinion. This is indeed too exaggerated. Before Xianyi said that he wanted to refine the small astral world in front of him. He felt a little incredible. The true meaning of Xianyi turned out to be that he wanted to refine this small astral world as a secret world into. The heaven and earth secret territory belongs to one's own heaven and earth. The of this heaven and earth secret territory can determine how much willpower and power can be improved. And if there is such a huge, small astral realm, if he really refines it into his own secret world, how much will he get? How strong can he improve? Thinking about it, they all felt incredible. And such an incredible thing can really be achieved? Little guy, I have specially arranged this reseal matrix to make it become a small astral world, just to make you refining into the secret world of heaven and earth. This is also the last surprise for the teacher. As for this refining process, there is no doubt that you just follow the instructions of the teacher and ensure that you can refine this small astral world into your secret world. Xianyi smiled. Wu Jianshou took a deep breath and suppressed his inner excitement, even respectfully saluting. Please also teach me the master. I have taught you again as a teacher. You first find a world without a master to refine it. After refining and accumulating experience, you will directly destroy this world. Tomorrow there will be 3 changes to make up the chapter owed yesterday. Chapter 3646. The first is more. Under normal circumstances, the secret world of heaven and earth is destroyed, and the empowered willpower will also completely collapse. This is bound to be an unprecedented hit for the ruler of the general rules. But for you as a perfect life, it is nothing but it's innocuous. But you've gained the experience of refining the secret world, and then you come here again, refining this small astral world, and doing more with less. Xuanyi said, I see. In this case, I will first refine a heaven and earth, and then come here. Jian Wushuangdo. Go. Xianyi waved his hand. Wu Jianshou gave a respectful gift, and his consciousness returned to the body. Beyond the huge seal formation, Jian Wushuang's eyes reopened. Heavenly friend, how about? Can you crack this seal? The Lord of Time and Space looked at it quickly. Yes, but some steps are needed. Jian Wushuang recounted in detail the Xianyi's remnant soul that he saw in the seal circle and the conversation between the two. After listening to it, the Lord of the Celestial Alliance and the Lord of Space and Time both showed shock. No wonder that before Xian died, we were told in 1,000 ways that we must find a way to maintain the operation of this resealed law formation. It turned out to be this way. The purpose of this resealed law formation is not only to protect the strong left by the 7-star Xuanzong at the same time. It is also to enable you to better sacrifice the early world of God. The Lord of Time and Space sighed secretly. Jian Tianhou, are you looking for a masterless heaven and earth to refine? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. It's easy. Although the secret realm of the heaven and earth is difficult to find under normal circumstances. But if you need it, we can easily find a master who opened the rules of the realm of heaven and earth, kill him, and then forcibly it. His heaven and earth is the secret. No need. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. I just know where there is a masterless suitable for my refining heaven and earth, and I have promised that the master of that secret world will do something for him. Although I have already done all these things, but I have never returned to give him a reply. This time I just go there. Wu Jian Wushuang said, Naturally is the Blood North mystery. At the time he had a good chance in the Blood North secret, and he did promise that Blood North would go to the blood ancestor of Tianzu Daojin to complete some things, and he had already done it. After explaining that if he wants to reach the ruler of the rule, he can go back there and refine the Blood North mystery. Jian Wushuang has now become the master of the rules, and the power is comparable to the master. At this level, the Blood North secret has not attracted him for a long time. But now that he needs to refine a heaven and earth secret to accumulate experience, the Blood North secret naturally became his first choice. He can go back and give Shui Bei a reply. Blood North mystery in the Endless Territory. Since I want to go to the Endless Territory, I simply go to Mia Heaven first and connect my father and mother together. Jian Wushuang secretly said. His parents, Zhui Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin, originally came from the Endless Territory. Before, they were forced to come to Mietian for their own sake. It has been more than 100,000 years so far. Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin certainly wanted to go back to the Endless Territory, and their hometown went to see it. Heavenly friend, now that you have a world that can be refined, let's go. With your current strength, you can do whatever you want in this world of gods in the early days, and I don't need to tell you anything more. The Lord of Space and Time laughed. Wu Jianzhou nodded slightly, and soon he left the fourth heaven, and then headed for the third heaven. In the early days of the divine realm, every move of Jian Wushuang was followed by Tiandao will. When Jian Wushuang reached the third heaven, Tiandao will immediately inform the three sacred places. The three lords of the holy realm are suddenly close to the enemy. 3 lords. That sword Tianhou has now come to the third heaven. He is likely to come directly to our 3 sacred realms. The 3 lords of the sanctuary stood there respectfully. All 3 were a look of anxiety. What are you 3 worried about? The 3 masters sitting high above, the tall man's cold eyes overlooked. The sword is heavenly, even if the strength is not limited in the early world of God. It is just one person, and the combat power is at best, it is comparable to the ordinary primary master. With such a combat power, even if the strength of the 3 of us is greatly limited, as long as they join forces, they can still suppress him. That's right. If the sword is alone, there is no need to worry. If he comes here, I will join forces with him. He will definitely not take any advantage. If he has a little idea, let the old man find the opportunity and use it directly. That soldier might even kill him. The old man, Yin Tonghafa, smiled. Go on. Keep staring at the sword Tianhouse move. There is no need to make a fuss. At last the evil young man waved his hand. Hearing this, although the 3 lords of the holy realm still had some concerns in their hearts, they could only leave honestly. The masters of these 3 sacred realms are worried that Jian Wushuang's purpose of going to Mietian this time is to start with their 3 sacred realms. However, they do not know that Jian Wushuang is not working against the 3 sacred realms' intended shot. After he came to Mietian, he went straight to the demon domain, one of the 8 cities called Pure Land, Piahuo City. When Jian Wushuang first came to Demon Realm, his parents and his elder brother lived in this city. However, this time he came to Piahuo City again, but found no trace of his parents. Isn't it in the Piahuo City? Jian Wushuang was not surprised. He had previously heard that the Lord of Space and Time said that the changes in the divine realm in the beginning of the year. One of the biggest changes is the wind and clouds in the demon realm. Now the 8 major cities in the demon realm are still Pure Land on the bright side, but secretly they are already the 9-tailed tribe and the other 3 peaks. The 9-tailed tribe now fights with those 3 peaks. It is obviously not safe to let your parents stay in the city of Piahuo again. So it is not surprising that his parents, his elder sister, and second brother should now be within the Jue tribe and protected by the Jue tribe. Go to the 9-tailed clan. Wu Jianzhou rushed away towards the 9-tailed clan immediately. Chapter 36-47. There will be 3 changes today, the second will arrive, and 1 more later. The 9-tailed clan was once only one of the 4 major Protoss, and it was not considered to be very powerful among the 4 major Protoss. But now the Nine-Tailed Clan is already the first group recognized by the demon realm, and its strength is already far ahead of it, on top of any peak group. Even if the other 3 peak groups are united, they can only barely compete with the current Nine-Tailed group. The immense tribal land is covered by a huge giant circle. This heavy law formation is the Nine-Tailed Guardian Law Formation and the 5 Elements Law Formation. Although this heavy array was broken by the broken feathers in the original battle, it was only temporarily broken. After the war, the Nine-Tailed family can resume the large-scale array, and the Nine-Tailed group can be restarted. Under the rule of Miss Shower, a family is getting stronger and stronger, and more treasure resources are used in this law formation, making this law formation stronger than before. Now, this law formation is already a copper wall and iron wall. Even if the Lord of the Holy Land comes in person, I am afraid that this law formation cannot be shaken. However, before the current sword has no double-sided sword, it cannot meet any threat. I saw Jian was twin shape flickering, and he had reached the edge of the light film of the heavy law array. He raised his finger at random, slightly pointed at the light film in front of him, and a faint divine power permeated it. In the instant light film, there was a channel enough for people to enter and exit normally, but the entire matrix itself had no slight changes or movements. Until Jian Wushuang entered the Jue family along the passage, there was no movement, and the strong ones of the Jue family did not even notice it. After entering the ancestral land of the Nine-Tailed family, Jian Wushuang spread the power of his soul directly, and the entire Nine-Tailed family was exposed in front of him. Sure enough, my father and mother are indeed in the Nine-Tailed clan. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. He had sensed the breath of his parents. They are now in a manor in the north of the ancestral land of the Jue tribe. The manor is not only guarded by many guards, but also completely protected by the human formation. See out, the little shower did a good job of protecting her parents. In the past 100,000 years, these Nine-Tailed clans are indeed much stronger than they were at first. The number of rulers in this tribe alone has exceeded 100? Even the rulers who have reached the 6 realms of the void, there are also as many as 7, 2 of whom have reached the peak of 6 realms, and 1 has reached the extreme of 6 realms? Jian Wushuang felt the arrogance of the Nine-Tailed family, but was quite surprised inside. He knew that Miss Shower had mastered the 9-life enchantment, and the charm method was terrible. He could directly control people without any action. In this way, he could easily control a large number of strong people and control some 6 realms. The strong are also normal. Jian Wushuang can understand even if she controls the 2 powers of the peak of 6 realms. Wu Kajian Wushuang did not expect that there is even a 6-state extreme in this Nine-Tailed family. The 6 realms are extreme. Although it is nothing to the sword Jinshuang now, it is definitely the highest existence in the early world of God, second only to those who are the masters and the 3 sacred realms. And he remembered 100,000 years ago he asked the old bone god, and learned that the 6 realms of the world at the beginning of the time were the most. In addition to the old bone himself, and the newly developed Xinhua Lord, the whole early in the world, there is only 1 other 6 realms. Hesitation is not possible. The other 6-strength extreme is the one who stays in front of the Nine-Tails. No wonder the Nine-Tailed family can become the first group recognized in the demon realm, and even the other 3 peak groups can barely compete. The original Nine-Tailed family has already reached such a level of strength. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly, but he didn't bother about it. But just then, okay. When Jian Zhenshuang looked, his brows frowned slightly. He still stood in the void above the Nine-Tailed clan, hiding his figure. No one could find his existence at all, and his gaze was at the manor where his parents lived. Outside the manor, several a figure stopped a woman who was going to enter the manor. "Princess Shadow, why don't you even say hello when you see me? You rush back." Among those figures, the head is a young man wearing a white robe. This young man with a smile on his face stared at the beautiful woman in front of him. While talking, his hand was symbolic. Go pat the woman's shoulder. The beautiful woman was taken aback, took a few steps back, and said coldly, Sha Gongzi, I am already a husband. Please respect yourself. Haha, what about husbands? In the early days, there were many long-lived practitioners in the world. After a long period of time, it was normal to change dozens or even hundreds of husbands. What is it? Princess, in my opinion, why do you abandon your useless husband and follow the boy in the future? The evil smile on the face of this white-robed, evil young man is stronger, and he keeps moving forward. The beautiful woman approached, and her hand stretched out towards that woman. Stop! A loud drink suddenly sounded, and in the manner a figure hurried out. Seeing the man coming out, Jian Wushuang standing in the void at the top, but a smile appeared. The man who walked out of him was his second elder Zhuopeng. As for the beautiful woman, of course, his wife, the shadow princess of the blood Martin family. Sha Gongzi, what are you doing? Wu Zhuopeng came to Princess Ying and appeased Princess Ying. Then Taiqing looked at the man in white robe. That is, Sha Gongzi looked at it. What do you do? What does the boy do? The expression on the face of the boy Sha has also changed, becoming a bit cold. Well, you didn't do anything best, otherwise you should be aware of the order given by the Jue Patriarch. Our Bishuizwang people can be different from those of the ordinary Jue tribe. You better be respectful. Zhuopeng Leng hummed. After speaking, Zhuopeng ignored the Sha Gongzi and returned to the manor with Princess Ying. Suddenly, when Zhuopeng and Ying entered the manor, the face of Sha Gongzi was completely gloomy. My son, my subordinates don't understand. This Zhuopeng is just a saint-level ant. As for Princess Ying, although the princess of the blood mink family, the blood mink family is nothing at all in front of you, why didn't you come straight? A servant beside Sha Gongzi couldn't help asking. Chapter 3648. 3 more arrived today. The servant knew the identity of Sha Gongzi and the power he possessed. There is a blood Martin family in Lansu district. This Shigongzi will not be considered at all. In fact, these Shigongzi have been hitting the wall for years. And when he heard the servant's words, the son of Sha said, Daughter, what do you know? If you can use strong, this son has already used strong, and you still use it? Just this Bishuizwang and Jue, those people of one family, are really very different. When I came to this 9-tailed family with my father, the 9-tailed patriarch said on the spot that the entire 9-tailed family, no matter who I want to get, there is no problem. Only this Bishuizwang I can't touch, he said this in front of my father. In front of the master? The servant immediately surprised. The 9-tailed patriarch has been asking for his father these years, and he is extremely polite to his father on weekdays. But this time he said it very toughly. Obviously, the position of Bishuizwang in her heart is very high, and I have also investigated Bishuizwang over the years, and I know that the reason why Bishuizwang is special is that the third son of Bishuizwang is the sword prince who made the whole world of the gods shake in the beginning of the beginning. Sha Gongzi said, Jiantianho. The servant immediately surprised. Qi Jian Tianho. In the early days of the world, as long as it was an undead saint with the highest strength or the ruler of the rule, no one knew it. That was the first demon in the history of the gods in the early days. At the level of saints, he dared to shake up the existence of the 3 sacred masters. Although nearly 100,000 years have passed, the sword heaven has also disappeared. However, his deeds and legends have been circulating in the early world of God. This sword is truly incredible in terms of talent and potential, and his background is not ordinary. Even my father didn't dare to be a bit timid about this sword, and he also told me not to provoke Bishuizwang when he was fine. However, I have stayed in the 9-tailed family these years. Although the 9-tailed family is charming and charming, I have been tired of playing, and the shadow princess of the Blood Martin family is really long. People, so... Master Shasha's words did not finish, but his servants already understood what he meant. They have been following Sha Gongzi, and they're very clear about what Sha Gongzi is, that is, a master who relies on his father and then becomes lawless. Since they followed Sha Gongzi, as long as he is a woman who looks like Sha Gongzi, almost nothing is unavailable. Even if the other party has some background and some strength, as long as the Shagzi wants, they can still be easily obtained. Because those backgrounds are in front of the Shagzi's father, nothing can be considered. No matter what kind of enemy he provokes, his father can easily set it flat. Only this time he was tired of the Jiwei tribe, and then he liked Princess Ing. But Princess Ing is a member of Bishuizwang, to the youngest of Bishuizwang and the legendary genius of the early gods. Although his father was not afraid of fear, he did not want to provoke him easily. So, he has been following the Shadow Princess for many years, but he has never dared to use hard. At most, he just found a chance to harass the Shadow Princess. Son, since the princess has a sword behind her back, do you want to give up on that, son? The servant next to him whispered, Give up. Sha Gongzi sneered. The woman this boy looks like has never been available, and this Shadow Princess is the same, even if there is a sword Tianho behind him. The sword Tianho has disappeared. For 100,000 years, who knows whether it is death or alive now? Not to mention, I am not stupid. I will not forcibly break into the Bishuizwang to grab it. I can wait for an opportunity. As far as I know, the Shadow Princess will be accompanied by that Zhuopeng to stay with several guards to return to the Blood Mink family. Although the Nine-Tailed family and the Blood Marten are allies, they are two after all. Different ethnic groups do not have a directly connected space channel. She still has to return to the Nine-Tailed clan by herself. And we can start on the way. Kill their guards, kill that Zhuopeng, and don't give them any chance to send a message or ask for help. As for the Princess neighing, suppress her first, wait for me to get tired, and then kill her. This demon domain, there are many dangers. There are countless kinds of interceptions. They are killed on the way. As long as we clean our hands and feet, who can guess that we did it? As for the Sword Heaven, even if he really comes back one day, he won't find our heads. My son is wise. The servants complied immediately when they heard what Sha Gongzi said. There was also a proud smile on Gong Nasha's face, but they didn't know that their dialogue was heard in the ear by the swordless sword above, and the expression of swordless sword had already become extremely cold. Without any warning, Jian Wu's double figure has swooped down. Outside of Bishuizwang, the son of Sha still looked at the manor in front with some nostalgia, and then he beckoned. Let's go back and find some Jiwei people first. Master Sha turned, and the servants also turned. But when they turned around, they were shocked to find that a figure did not know when they had come to them. This figure came so suddenly. Although this Sha Gongzi is just a top-level undead saint, his ordinary ones are arranged by his father himself, and they are all the master level of rules. Among them, the one who just talked to Sha Gongzi is still master of the rules of the four realms. This kind of strength already existed in the realm of the gods in the early days. However, even the ruler who reached the four realms did not find it all when this figure came behind them. Who are you? Sha Gongzi frowned at the person in front of him. You just said that just waiting for the Princess Ing to return to the Blood Mink family. You'll kill her and Zhuopeng beside her? Jian Wu's eyes were cold, and he stared at the sand dude in front of him. What is it? Sha Gongzi said coldly. He did not expect that the dialogue with the servants had even been heard by the people in front of him, and he heard them clearly. It's nothing. I just want to tell you that you died because of what you just said. Jian Wushuang's eyes never entrained any emotions. As soon as the voice fell, his right index finger had slowly lifted up and looked forward. Sha Gongzi nodded. Chapter 3649. The first is more. Not good. Seeing Jian Wushuang suddenly shot, Sha Gongzi's servants suddenly changed their faces. These ordinary people were arranged by Sha Gongzi's father, next to Sha Gongzi. The purpose is to protect the safety of Sha Gongzi. Now I see that someone actually shot at Sha Gongzi. Although I don't know who the person in front of is, and what his origin, but these servants still rushed forward without hesitation, trying to stop Jian Wushuang. However, just after the servants moved, a little divine power had swept out of Jian Wushuang, covering them at the same time. There are 4 servants around Sha Gongzi. All of them are masters of the rules, but when that trace of divine power was covered on them, all 4 masters of the rules showed a horror, and all 4 of them were in stature. There, 3 people watched as their gods began to collapse. This collapse, they couldn't stop it at all, and their divine power disappeared madly. Suddenly, the bodies of the 3 rulers were completely disintegrated, and the 3 figures disappeared completely in this heaven and earth. The only one who survived was the one who had spoken to Sha Gongzi before reaching the rule of the void. Although he wasn't dead, he couldn't move the slightest. He could only watch the disappearance of the 3 servants beside him in horror. At the same time, the sand dude in front of him was also hit by the index finger of Jian Wushuang's right hand. There was no change on the surface of the Sha Gongzi, but the divine power in his body had been wiped out instantly, and his voice had been completely cut off, leaving only a cold body, still standing there with his eyes widened. From beginning to end, no matter whether it was the 3 servants or the Sha Gongzi, there was no time to scream, but all 4 died. Do you know why you are not the same as them? Jian Wushuang retracted his palm and looked at the servant who had reached the void in a dim manner. This servant was already scared stupid. When he heard Jian Wushuang's words, he looked at Wu Jian's Chao Jian Wushuang. The reason you didn't die is because I want you to take the body of your son to your master and tell your master why the son of Sha died and killed his name is Jian Tianhao. Wu Jianshuang's voice was very bland, but in the ear of the servant it sounded like a thunder. Jian Tianhao? He is Jian Tianhao. The servant's whole body trembled. Qi Jian Tianhao, the reputation of the world in the early days was too great. Even though he has disappeared for nearly 100,000 years now, various legends about him are still spread in the early world of the gods. Just now he talked to Sha Gongzi about this sword Tianhao, and he knew that even the one behind them was unwilling to provoke this sword Tianhao easily. Now, the man who killed Sha Gongzi turned out to be the sword heaven. You can roll. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Where did the servant dare to stay? He immediately picked up the corpse of Sha Gongzi and ran towards the void in the side. Jian Wushuang took a look at the servant's direction of departure, but a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The father of Sha Gongzi should be the 6th state extreme of the 9-tailed family. He can make smart choices. To him, the Sha Gong apparently hit the attention of his loved ones and even planned to kill the princess on the way back to the blood mink family. You know that Princess Shadow is his sister-in-law, and Zhuo Peng his second brother. Since the other party wants to kill his relatives, no matter who the other party is or what status he is, he will kill it without hesitation. What's more, he is completely despotic in the early world of God. Even the 3 sacred realms are completely out of his mind now. As for the father behind Sha Gongzi, Jian Wushuang didn't pay attention to it. Already, if the 6 realms is extremely uninteresting, it's no wonder I am. The sharp sword flashed in Wu Jian's eyes, but immediately stepped into the front of the Bishua's wing. For Jian Wushuang, the heavy law formation at Bai Shuangzhuang is of no avail. He clearly came to Bai Shuazhuang and soon outside the lobby. Before Wu entered the lobby, Jian Wushuang had already heard the conversation of his close relatives in the lobby. Yinger, rest assured, as long as there is a day of Bishua's wing, the son of sand will never dare to hurt you. Zhuo Peng comforted the shadow princess in her arms. The head of the Jiwei tribe has given an order long ago. No one can get arrogant in the Bishua's wing. Although the son of Sha Shao has an extremely remarkable father, he does not dare to overdo it in the face of the order of the head of the Jiwei tribe. Sha Gongzi's status and identity are there. In these years, he has been wantonly in the Jiwei clan, and no one can manage it. Now that he is focusing on the younger brother and sister, it is definitely a big trouble for us. Shua Ice Road. Father, Why don't we go and talk to the patriarch of Jue again? Zhuo Peng couldn't help it. No. Zhuo Yunfeng, who was sitting at the top, waved his hand and said, After all, though the Shah Gongzi has acted a little bit, he hasn't done anything really excessive. The Nine-Tailed Clan is now the first group in the Demon Domain, and the other 3 Protoss have been fighting against the Nine-Tailed Clan. At this time, we can't bother her for a trivial matter, or it may cause resentment from the Nine-Tailed Patriarch. Zhuo Yunfeng is very clear that his family is only temporarily attached to the Jue clan. The reason why the Jue clan will take care of them more is because of Jian Wushuang, and the Jue clan has done it for them. These years, there are already enough things. If they have any trivial matters, they will take the initiative to bother the Nine-Tailed Patriarch, which will inevitably cause the other parties dissatisfaction. They can't keep the entangled in the shadows all the time. Zhuo Pengxin said, but he has just finished. Rest assured, from now on, you don't need to worry about Sha Shatzi anymore. A voice echoed suddenly in the lobby. His voice dropped, and a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the lobby. As soon as Wu Jinshuang appeared, he immediately smiled. Father, mother, older sister, second brother, I am back. When I saw the figure suddenly appearing in front of me, Zhuo Yunfeng was surprised at first. 2 children, Wu Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin, stood up for the first time. 3 brothers, Wu Zhuobing and Zhuo Peng, immediately ushered in towards the sword unparalleled, and their faces were full of surprises. Chapter 3650. Second More. Schwanger, you are finally back. The first person who came to Jianhua's front was Luo Xinqin. As a mother, she was the most worried about Jian Wushuang among the people present, like Zhuo Yunfeng, Zhuo Bing, and Zhuo Peng. Although they're not worried about Jian Wushuang for so many years, they all know Jian Wushuang's strength and ability, and they believe that Jian Wushuang will definitely return. But some things are delayed in the middle already. I only have Luo Xinqin. She has always been at ease with Jian Wushuang. Even if she knows that her son is strong, she still cares about day and night. Until now, seeing Jian Wushuang appearing in front of her, she finally felt relieved. Mother, I'm sorry. These years have made you worry. Jian Wushuang apologized. He also knows that it took him too long to go outside this time. The most important thing is that because he has been trapped in that special space and time for nearly 100,000 years, it is calculated. Because it is in the cosmic void, he can't report his peace to these loved ones as soon as possible, and they will naturally cause them worry. Anyway, just come back. Zhuo Yunfeng smiled. Yes, the third brother. You have spent nearly 100,000 years going out this time. We were really worried at first, but now that you return home safely, it will be fine. Zhuo Bing also smiled. By the third brother, when you first entered the door, you said you don't have to worry about the SH Gong from now on. What's going on? Zhuo Peng asked. It's very simple. When I just came in, I saw the scene where he was entangled with his sister-in-law, and I also heard that Sha Shatzi discussed with his servants after you entered Bashua's wing, and only waited for the sister-in-law to return to the Blood Martin family. I intercepted you on the way, so I came forward and killed the Sand dude directly. Jian Wushuang, Feng Qingyun, said indifferently. He could hear him, but Zhuo Peng was startled. 3 brother, what did you just say? You killed Sha Shatzi? Zhuo Peng looked at Jian Wushuang in horror. It's killing. Jian Wushuang smiled. Not only him, but also his 3 servants are dead. As for his body, I took the rest of his servants back. 3 brother, although Sha wanted to kill us on the way between Yinger and Yinger's Blood Martin family, it really is good, but he couldn't kill him. Zhuo Peng frowned. Yes, the third brother, although Sha is not a thing. After all, he has a very good father. His father, even the current 9-tailed patriarch, has a respectful presence. Zhuo Bing also. Schwanger. Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin also looked at Xiang Jianwushuang anxiously. Jian Wushuang smiled. Second brother, elder sister, you don't need to worry. Although I haven't met the father of Sha Gong, I already felt his presence when I came to the Jiwei clan, and since he dared to kill Sha Gong directly, he is naturally able to cope with his father. Able to cope with his father? Zhuo Peng looked surprised at Xiang Jianwushuang. Although his strength is still only a saint level, but because of his origin in Bishuizwang, he is very special in the Jiwei family. He usually has many contacts with the Jiwei family. He also naturally heard the father's ability. As far as he knows, the father of Sha Gongzi is said to be the master of the strongest rule in the early divine realm. In the early divine realm, only the 3 sacred realms can qualify to be above his father. Lord and legendary masters. Such a superpower, his 3rd brother can easily handle it? 3 brother, are you really sure? Zhuo Bing also looked over. Just rest assured. If Sha's father doesn't come, he's fine. If he does come, he'll lose himself. Jian Wushuang smiled, not only with absolute confidence in his words, at the same time he also carried disdain for the father of Sha Gongzi. It is indeed true that the master of the ultimate rule of the 6 realms is indeed no longer his heart. Now he can make him face up, that is, only the strong dominated level and not the ordinary primary dominated. As long as the higher and higher dominated, he is eligible to be treated seriously. What else is the father of Jaina Sha? Wu Jianshuang is talking to his relatives, but at this moment, people in Bishuizwang, get out of my husband! There was a roar, but it was a fierce blast in this world. This roar contained a terrifying shockwave. This shockwave was extremely arrogant. At the first time, it directly smashed the heavy law circle around Bishuizwang. At the same time, a strong oppression came immediately to everyone in Bishuizwang. Under this oppression, the guards in Bishuizwang knelt on the ground in horror, one by one shaking. As for the people in the lobby, because of the existence of Jianwu, they could easily withstand the oppression, and naturally there was no discomfort. But after hearing this roar, Zhu Yanfeng's look changed. Is Sha Gongzi's father Shahai Lord? Zhuo Peng said in a low voice. Shahai Demon Lord? Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. This Shahai Demon Lord really came to the door, and yes, my previous record and fame may be able to scare the Rule Master. But this Sha, after all, the master of the sea monster, is the master of the extreme rules of the 6 realms, and he will not be scared by my previous records. Wu Jianshou smiled, faintly followed a few people around him, and said, Since the Shahai Demon Lord has come to the door actively, let's go out and meet him for a while. After finishing talking, Jian Wushuang and Zhu Yunfeng walked towards the manor together. 9-tailed clan, the deepest place in the clan, the current head of the 9-tailed clan. That is, Miss Shower is negotiating with some senior elders of the 9-tailed clan. The current 9-tailed clan has many powerful men, but most of the powerful ones are controlled by this young lady with 9-life charm. They absolutely obey the order of Miss Shower, but these elders of the 9-tailed clan, Shao, it is not enough to control them all. At this moment, people in Bishuizwang, get out of my husband! The roar of the Shahai Lord not only sounded in the entire Bishuizwang, but also the entire 9-tailed family. The shower and the many elders of the 9-tailed family discussed here, including the countless members of the 9-tailed family, almost they all heard the roar. Bishuizwang. Su Shower's face suddenly changed. This voice and this angry atmosphere is the Lord of the Sands. Oops. Xiao Shower no longer cares about the matter at hand, and immediately sets off to rush towards Bishuizwang at the fastest speed. Chapter 3651. There is something temporary. There is only one chapter today, and the next chapter is due the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Because of the roar before, the Bishuizwang at this moment has become the focus of the Jiwei clan. 9-tailed clan chiefs who heard a lot of that roar arrived here, and when these clan people saw, standing in the void outside Bishuizwang, their robes rolled, and the fierce lord of the sandy sea, and a person beside him when the icy corpses supported by the ruler were surprised. They all recognized that the corpse was the son of Shahai Demon Lord, Sha Gongzi, Lord of the Sands. This is a super powerful master who has reached the rule of the Lord, and this existence was invited by their patriarch at a great cost. The purpose is, of course, to deal with the already united three great Protoss. After all, the three Protoss join forces, and their strength is extremely strong. Although the nine-tailed tribe has skyrocketed in strength over the years because of Miss Shower, the overall strength is not much stronger than the three Protoss joined together. Therefore, Nine Tails if a family wants to defeat these three Protoss with an overwhelming trend, or even unify the entire demon domain, then it must have a stronger combat force to join. A 6-strength extreme power can play a decisive role in the battle between the two camps in this monster realm. Therefore, the importance of the Shahai demon, Lord to the Jiwei, can be imagined. And let's not talk about the price that Miss Shower paid to invite the Shahai demon Lord to the Jiwei clan. It is just these years that Miss Shower acquiesced to the Shahai demon's son Sha Gongzi's wanton behavior. It can be seen that Miss Shower pays attention to Shahai demon Lord. It is for this reason that in the weekdays, the Jiwei people are in awe of the Shahai demon Lord, and they respect their son Sha Gongzi. They dare not provoke them, but now that Sha Gongzi died, no wonder this Lord of the Sands will be so furious. Giantianho, get out! When the people were talking about it, the Lord of the Shahai made another cold and scream. Jian Tianho. When I heard this name, many people of the Jiwei clan were shocked again. Suddenly, in the void not far away, the Miss Shower who was galloping and the elders and seniors of the Jiwei clan were also shocked. The names of Ji Jiantian Ho are no stranger to the Jiwei people. Sand, Lord of the Sea, you dare to come. Jian Wushuang's cold laughter resounded in this heaven and earth, and his figure has slowly walked out of the Bishui's wing behind him, and Zhuizhua in the Bishui's wing Yinfeng, and Luo Xinqin. As soon as I saw Jian Wushuang, the eyes of the Shahai demon seemed to burst into anger. Jian Tianho, you have such a courage to dare to kill my son. Not only are you going to die today, but everyone in this Bishui's Wang will have no place to die. These people in Bishui's Wang should be yours be relatives, and he'll torture these people one by one in front of you. Shahai demon said coldly, want to kill me, kill my loved ones. Jian Wushuang's mouth, slightly angled, laughed. Then you have to have such ability. This seat will let you see. Don't think that you have some slight record. Then you can run rampant in the beginning of the world. The killing spirit of the Lord of the Sands is surging wildly, and a lot of divine power is spreading like a tide. Out. All of a sudden, a terrifying coercion filled the world. Sand Master, stop! The Lord of the Shahai Devil has not yet shot, but many high-level members of the Jiwei clan have already arrived. The current head of the Jiwei tribe, Shower, the elders of the Jiwei tribe have also come to the void outside Bishui's Wing. After arriving here, the young lady looked at the corpse around the Lord of the Sands and stood there. When the sword outside Wushuang's Wang was unparalleled, her eyes and pupils shrank drastically, and her heart probably guessed the whole process. Chief Nine-Tail, do you want to stop me? Shahai demon glanced at Xiao'er coldly. Although Shower is the head of the Nine-Tailed clan, and the Nine-Tailed clan is now as high as the sun, but as the ultimate strength of the 6 realms, the Shahai demon lord did not take Xiao'er and the Nine-Tailed clan to heart. Shahai demon lord, I am afraid there is some misunderstanding of this today. Xiao Erlian said, misunderstanding. Shahai demon sneered, this sword is killing me, and the guards around him will bring his body back to me to see. Is this a misunderstanding? This. Xiao sank slightly, followed by Jian Wushuang looking down. Jian Tianho, when are you back in the clan? Just returned. Jian Wushuangdo, the son of Sha you killed? Xiao asked again. If you are talking about the corpse next to the Lord of the Sands, I did kill it. Jian Wushuang admitted frankly. I heard Jian Wushuang's answer. Xiao face was even more ugly. President Nine-Tailed, you also heard that this sword, Tianho, killed my son and was so arrogant that he didn't put this seat in his eyes. No matter who he came out today, this seat will not give face. He also today, you must die. The voice of the Shanghai demon lord was cold, and at the moment the voice fell, a sharp arc flashed in his eyes. There is no sign of this. The Lord of the Sands has already appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. At the same time, a cold spear has stabbed at the sword Wushan deity, like lightning. Too fast. This Shanghai demon lord is indeed a strong battler in the 6 realms. The speed of his shot is too bad. Many of the strong 9-tailed powers around him, including the Miss Shower, did not react at all. Miss Shower wanted to stop, but she was obviously too late. What's more, the spear stabbed by the Lord of the Sands is too fast and too aggressive. It is a full blow of the 6th realm extreme, and it has already completely locked Jian Wushuang. It is clear that it is not intended to give sword warriors no chance. Seeing this spear speared by lightning, many 9-tailed patriarchs around him showed their horror. The spear of might spun out of the spear, and letting it escape at will has caused many rulers present to be shocked. It is conceivable how powerful the spear is. And this spear, towards the sword Wushuang, stabbed away. 2 children. 3 brother, be careful. Several people behind Zhui Yanfeng's face changed greatly, although Jian Wushuang himself said that he didn't need to care about the Shanghai demon at all. Now they saw that the Shanghai demon took the shot himself and felt the spear contained in it. Of the horror of power, they still began to worry about the sword unmatched. However, in the face of this terrifying spear, Jian Wushuang only smiled slightly. His right hand was raised and his slowly extended. Chapter 3652. The first is here. The sound sounded like a metal impact. The shocking divine power formed a terrifying shock wave, swept away in all directions. Many of the 9-tailed ethnic groups standing in the surrounding void, those who were close to each other under this shock wave, were blown up and down, even if they were relatively far away, and were also shocked to keep their eyes open. Until a moment later, the shock wave dissipated, the talent looked up again and looked forward into the void. At this glance, everyone's eyes and pupils stared round. I saw that in the void, Jian Wushuang still stood there casually, with one hand on his back, and the index finger of the other hand was just the tip of the spear that came from the stab of the Lord of the Sands. The spear of the Lord of the Sands once contains the power that can definitely kill any ruler under the 6 realms, even if it is the ruler of the 6 realms. At least it has to be hit hard. But now, Jian Wushuang only uses one finger to resist the spear, pierced by the full force of the Lord of the Sands. But his body is still intact. What is this strength? How is that possible? The Lord of the Sands and Sea himself is also cyanotic. He knew very well that this spear was used with all his strength. With the extreme combat power of his 6 realms, he speared them with all his might, even if they were the 3 lords of the highest sanctuary in the beginning of the divine realm. It also takes a little effort to resist. With just one finger, he stagnated his spear by birth. This strength, even the 3 sacred masters never possessed it. Dominate the combat power? The Lord of the Shanghai could not help but think of this thought, and the bottom of his heart had set off a huge wave. He has also heard of Jian Wushuang before, and he also knows some achievements of Jian Wushuang. Although those achievements are quite amazing, the real strength of Jian Wushuang in those achievements is not enough to make his 6 realms extremely powerful. Feared. Don't talk about fear. Even he doesn't have to worry about it. The reason why he was unwilling to provoke Jian Wushuang easily was mainly because of Jian Wushuang's potential. The talent and potential of Jian Wushuang are so strong that no one knows what he will achieve in the future. Because of this, he is unwilling to provoke Jian Wushuang. However, talent and potential do not mean how strong Jian Wushuang is now. At least today, when I sought Jian Wushuang, the Lord of the Sands had never thought of Jian Wushuang's combat power and would be stronger than him. After all, Jian Wushuang lost his trace in the divine realm in the early days, and it was less than 100,000 years. In the short period of 100,000 years, it was actually a short period of time for the ruler. He thought that Jian Wushuang was here in the past 100,000 years. The strength may have improved, but never imagined that Jian Wushuang's strength has even been improved to such an incredible degree. With the help of a finger, I will go all out to pierce the spear. This kind of strength is completely dominating the level. After thinking about this, the bottom of Shanghai Demon Lord made an instant decision. Escape! There was no hesitation. The moment the Lord of the Sands knew the sword's combat power, he turned around and began to flee wildly. As for the hatred of his son, he didn't want to report it at all now. Jokes! My son can regenerate, but his life is only one. The Lord of the Sands and Seas has been able to go step by step today and has made endless efforts. Of course, he cherishes his life. I saw that the Prince of the Sand and Sea turned around and fled, and the patriarchs of the Jiwei family, who were watching the surrounding scenes, showed their astonishment. But Jian Wushuang smiled a little. Did you just say that you want to kill me, and have you tortured my former ones one by one to death? Now your goals have not been achieved yet. Why are you anxious? Are you leaving? Wu Jianshuang's words contained a strong sense of ridicule. He watched the Lord of the Sands flee, but did not want to leave to chase, until the Lord of the Sands has escaped to the end of the void, and seeing that he was about to escape from his sight, the two sides of the sword slowly extended their fingers. Okay. The word fell, and the power of a large number of time and space rules, with the huge power of direct coverage of the past, directly covered the entire nine-tailed tribe. Suddenly, the space-time integrating the nine-tailed clan completely stagnated, and the Shanghai demon, who had escaped to the end of the void, was also caught in the stasis of time and space, and his body could not move at all. A designated sky technique. The first form of space-time magic. This sword has not been cast for a long time. After all, he was only a saint, and his divine power was not too strong. In addition, his use of the rules of time and space was not too high. The main thing is that most of the opponents he encountered along the way were far higher than his existence. This also makes it difficult for him to exert much influence on the other party, even if he exerts his full power on a given sky. But now it's different. At present, his divine power is absolutely dominated. Even if the use of the rules of time and space is not too high, he can only use this outrageous divine power to perform a designated astronomy. There is basically no master of any rules can resist. As soon as a designated astronomy comes out, the 6 strength extremes, such as the Lord of the Sands, will immediately fall into the stagnation of time and space, and then the swordless double figure is a flash and has left the place when he appeared again. The Lord of the Sands had completely fallen into his control, and the power of the Lord of the Sands had been severed by him by more than 90%, and the whole person was already in the weakest the state, even fell into a deep sleep. Miss Shower, I know that the Lord of the Sands is extremely important to you, but after all, he is the most powerful of the 6 realms. Your 9-life enchantment cannot completely control him, so now I will help you. He was forced to the weakest and deepest stage of sleep. At this time, if you can no longer control him, it is no wonder I am. Wu Jianshou smiled lightly and waved his hands at will, and the Shanghai Demon Lord, who was already so weak and had lost his resistance, was thrown to Shower's side. Sword Wushuang is right. Shanghai Demon Lord is very important to her. She must rely on the strength of Shanghai Demon Lord to suppress the 3 Protoss. But Shanghai Demon Lord is too strong. She can't control it at all. She can ask him for help with some superior conditions or benefits. Even when the Sha Gongzi was lawless in the 9-tailed clan, she just opened her eyes and closed her eyes. But the power that can't be controlled is tantamount to a certain time bomb, which also keeps some scruples in her heart. And now, Jian Wushuang's move definitely helped her a lot. Chapter 3653. Hey, the second is here. Without any hesitation, Shower directly casts the 9-life charm and began to control the Lord of the Sands. In the peak period of the Shanghai Demon Lord, even if he is in the midst of severe damage, Shower cannot directly control it with charm, but now, the Shanghai demon lord is weak and falls asleep. At this juncture, there is absolutely no resistance. Only for a moment, Xiao has controlled the Shanghai demon lord. Xiao had an irrepressible surprise in his heart after he controlled the Lord of the Sands. This is a real 6-realm extreme. Now she has become her slave, which means that she can control this battle power as she wants, although now the Lord of the Sands has fallen asleep. However, as long as there are some talented and precious treasures, it will not be long for this Shanghai demon lord to wake up and restore its peak strength. I took a deep breath, and Xiao finally came over to Jian Wushuang. When I came to Jian Wushuang, looking at Jian Wushuang at the moment, Xiao was a little complicated inside. The first time she saw Jian Wushuang in the Endless Territory, Jian Wushuang was still an ant-like figure in her eyes. Just because she saw that Jian Wushuang was carrying several mysteries of Qi Xingzong, and he and Qi Xing Xuanzong had a lot of connection. So she was willing to associate with Jian Shuang and even formed an alliance. When we met again later, Jian Wushuang had already had a monstrous reputation in the early world of the gods, and he was also followed by a powerful Xinhua lord and a strong man from the Xingong, even respected Jian Wushuang. At that time, it was because of the help of Jian Wushuang that she was able to regain control of the Nine-Tailed Clan, and until now she has led the Nine-Tailed Clan to become the first family of the demon domain. Now, this is the 3rd time she has seen Jian Wushuang. As a result, this time Wu Jianshuang's monstrous strength was revealed, but she had nothing to look at. The master of the Sand Sea, who is the ultimate in the 6 realms, has no hands in this sword, and he is like a baby. He has no ability to struggle and resist. When I met 3 times, Jian Wushuang's growth rate was really terrible. Jiantianho, if I'm not mistaken, you should have reached the level of master now. Xiao asked. Many people around Jue also looked at Jian Wushuang in the past. They also have doubts in their hearts. Is this sword lord already dominated? Most people think that they should have already been reached. After all, the horrific combat power that Jian Wushuang just showed can only be achieved by the strong masters. But some people also think that although Jian Wushuang is far stronger than the rule master, it should not have reached the level of dominance. And Jian Wushuang just smiled. You can think of me as an ordinary master. As soon as the words came out, Xiao knew immediately. She knows that even though Jian Wushuang is not really the master now, she definitely has the power of master level. You can't think of it in less than 100,000 years. You have already reached this step. Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Miss Xiao, these years, thank you for taking care of my parents and others. Jian Wushuangdo. Through previous conversations with Zhuo Yunfeng and others, Jian Wushuang knew that in the years that he had fought in the universe, the Miss Xiao was good to them, and he opened a clear water village for them in the Nine-Tailed Clan. It was also commanded that the position of Fan Shuizwang in the Jiu tribe is equivalent to the worship of the Jiu tribe. So in the past 100,000 years, Zhuo Yunfeng has been very comfortable here. At least no one dares to find trouble for them. And what kind of needs do they have? Even the son of Sha. It is because of Sha's strict orders and restrictions that he has never dared to overdo it in these years. I can say that this young lady is really taking care of them, and Jian Wushuang is satisfied with her care. Jiantianho, listen to what you mean. When you come back this time, are you taking your loved ones away? Xiao asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. I'm back this time to take them back to the Endless Territory and back to their own place. As soon as Wu Jianshuang's words were finished, Zhuo Yunfeng, who was standing behind, was immediately excited. Shuanger, you just said, we're going back to Wusha Wasteland. Zhuo Yunfeng stepped forward. Yes, father. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. Before, I had provoked strong enemies in the early world of God. I was worried that those strong enemies would be detrimental to you, so I have always let Miss Xiao take care of you. But now, although those strong enemies are still there, with my current strength, I can stop paying attention to those strong enemies, and even after a short time I will take action and destroy all those strong enemies. Naturally, you can also return to the witch, sandy wasteland. Jian Wushuang knows that among these close relatives, Zhu Bing and Zhu Peng are okay, but Zhu Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin have stayed in Wuxia Wasteland and have long regarded Wuxia Wasteland as their own. Roots, these years they have been under the protection of Shower. Although they have been more comfortable, they still want to return to their hometown. But they also know that Jian Wushuang handed them over to Shower to take care of them, and they definitely had a purpose, so they have not asked Shower to take them back in these years. Until now, I heard Jian Wushuang said that they could return to their hometown. Of course excited, of course rejoicing. Father, mother, go ahead and prepare. We will start tomorrow. Jian Wushuangdo, it is good. Ji Zhui Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin both agreed and rejoiced, and soon everyone in Bishuazwang went back to prepare. The people around the Jue people also began to disperse. Jian Tianho, can you talk about it in time? Shower said, yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Follow me. Wu Shower led Jian Wushuang and soon came to a secret room of the Jue clan. Except for Shower and Jian Wushuang, there is no one in this secret room. Even the senior elders of the Jue clan are not present. Jian Tianho, you said that it won't take long before you will destroy your strong enemies, and your strong enemies refer to. Shower looked at Jian Wushuang. 3 sacred realms. Jian Wushuang said directly, sure enough. Shower took a secret breath. She knows some origins of Jian Wushuang, and naturally knows that Jian Wushuang's strong enemies are the 3 sacred realms. But what she did not expect is that Jian Wushuang is about to prepare for the 3 sacred realms. 3 sacred realms were deeply ingrained in the divine realm in the early days. The Lord of the 3 sacred realms had the blessing of heavenly will, and it was not easy to uproot them, Shower said. Chapter 3654. The first is here. The Lord of the 3 holy realms is nothing, but you said that the 3 holy realms are deeply entrenched and difficult to uproot. This is a fact. Sword Wushuangdo, the masters of the 3 sacred realms, even under the might of the will of the heavens, are better than the main rules, but they are far worse than the real masters. With the current combat power of Jian Wushuang, it is easy to defeat and even kill the 3 holy landlords. However, Demon Star has 3 masters who have already come to this territory and may have also come to the early divine realm. If the 3 masters join forces with the 3 holy masters, it will be able to cause him some trouble. But it's just some trouble. After all, this pre-god world is just a 3rd-level world star. The rules do not allow thee of the combat power. All the masters who come to the pre-god world will be greatly limited in strength. Even if the 3 masters are magic clouds, the people under the master, the heavenly will power of the world at the beginning will still suppress them. Even if the Lord of the Clouds is not willing to suppress it, the cosmic laws in it can make him have to suppress it. Since the combat power of the 3 masters will be greatly suppressed, it is also impossible to compete with him. Ms. Shower, when I shot at the 3 holy realms, I hope you can lead the entire demon realm and help me to destroy the 3 holy realms together. Jian Wushuangdo, it would be no problem for me to help you fully. Now I can fully grasp the extreme power of the 6 realms of the Lord of the Sands. It is not difficult to unify the entire demon realm, but the 3 sacred realms dominated the world in the beginning for a long time. Relying solely on the power of my demon realm, I wanted to wipe out all the power of the 3 sacred realms. This is impossible. Shower said, it's not enough to have a demon field alone. But what about the 3 major free alliances? Jian Wushuangdo, 3 freedom alliances. Shower froze. Miss Shower, to tell you the truth, the 3 major free alliances are on the same line as me. As long as I shoot against the 3 sanctuaries, the 3 major free alliances will help me at all costs. It is not only the 3 major free alliances, but also the many powerful men left over by Qixing Xuanzong at that time, and they will also shoot. Jian Wushuangdo. Hearing this, Shower's figure shuddered, and he quickly looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Tianhou, the day you started on the 3 sacred realms, the strong man left by Qixing Xuanzong will see him again. Then, that person will also appear? Xiao Shower's voice was obviously agitated and nervous. Of course, Jian Wushuang knew who the person Shower was talking about. He smiled and said, Miss Shower, don't worry. There are many strong men left behind by Qixing Xuanzong, and the person you said, of course it will be among them, and you will naturally meet Miss Shower when you arrive. Jian Wushuang had already learned from Shower's mouth that she had a special relationship with the 7th Emperor Xuanzong and the 7th star Emperor 13. The one who has been dreaming about these years is Emperor 13, and Emperor 13 is within the resealed law formation. Only himself can refine the seal law formation into his own heaven and earth. At that time, he can of course let the people inside come to the kingdom of Taichu and arrange Emperor 13. It's very easy to meet Miss Shower. That being the case, now I will speed up and suppress the 3 major protoss. Before you start working on the 3 sacred realms, I will definitely unify the power of the entire demon realm to help you destroy the 3 sanctuary. Shower solemnly said, Okay, but I still have a merciless request. Jian Wushuang said suddenly, Please say. Shower was very polite. The ancient tribe, one of the 3 major protoss, is more or less related to me. I have also received some favors from the ancient tribe. So I hope Miss Shower will be able to treat this ancient tribe when you unify the entire demon domain. Open the net. Jian Wushuangdo, the ancient tribe, one of the 4 major protoss. Jian Wushuang and the ancient tribe have a good relationship. Of course, this is because of the last life in the 7 star gods. At that time, he had the blood of the ancients, and he had also been inherited by a strong man from the ancients. He had also cultivated the strongest of the ancients, refining mystery. I can say that his growth in the last life was absolutely inseparable from the ancients. Even though he did not have any contact with the ancients in this life, the ancients still had a little status in his heart. The sword Wushuang knew that if Shower wanted to unify the entire demon domain, he would have to take the 3 major protoss. If it was just to defeat the 3 major protoss and let the 3 major protoss bow their heads, that's fine. But at serious point, Shower may directly destroy the 3 major protoss at any time. So, Jian Wushuang will now ask the ancients for a favor. As far as I know, there doesn't seem to be any intersection between you and the ancient clan. Would it make me show mercy to them? Shower looked surprised at Xiang Jian Wushuang. Sometimes there were some people, but no one knew about it. Jian Wushuang laughed. Well, since you plead with myself, then I will open the net to this ancient tribe and will not kill them. At least it will not destroy their ethnic group. If they know each other, they are willing to surrender to my 9-tailed tribe. Then this ancient group will still be the pinnacle of the demon domain in the future. Shower said, Thank you so much. Jian Wushuang smiled and arched his hand. After talking with Shower, Jian Wushuang returned to Bishua's wing. The people in the Zhuangbi water village were also ready, and then under the leadership of Jian Wushuang, a group of people looted toward the Endless Territory. 20 days later, the Endless Territory, one of the 9 realms of Jinwu, is within the holy realm of Danyang. In the vast void, there are dozens of silhouettes walking there. These silhouettes are male and female. They are rushing through the void, passing along some cities, and even some gates along the way. The practitioners inside the door looked up to see these figures, but all of them were frightened. It should be noted that this is in an endless territory, and it is still within an ordinary sacred realm. An ordinary sacred realm is generally the strongest person, who is the level of the undead saint, and it is also the type of undead saint with the lowest strength. But now this dozens of silhouettes passing by in the void, any random breath, is enough to shock many practitioners along the way. Obviously, these dozens of silhouettes are all powerful men above the undead saints. In this Danyang holy realm, in the Jinwu 9 realms, and in the entire endless territory, the undead saints are the top strong men. So many the gathering of undead saints is naturally frightening. and these dozens of silhouettes are naturally swordsmen and others.